get tired of waiting. It'd be wasted time to save this. Is it so wrong? I wanna walk away from all the changes. Need to switch up my thoughts now. Need to cut off my ties now. I've been living a lie, is there really a life? Don't try to save me. I'm done with patience. I'm running towards
Jó reggelt kívánok, Budapest! Sziasztok! Mielőtt belevágunk ebbe a csodálatos tripbe, szeretném megjegyezni, hogy csodálatosak vagytok így egyben. Ahhoz, hogy megalapozzuk a hangulatot, azt szeretném mindenkitől kérni, hogy keressen egy szimpatikus, bizalomgerjesztő szempárt a közönség soraiban. Ha valakivel jöttél, könnyű dolgod van, csak fordulj oda hozzá. Ha egyedül ülsz most itt, akkor pedig érdemes oda csúszni valaki máshoz. Itt elől az úr az NBA és Jackie-ben nagyot megy a juniorral, de itt hárman vagytok, ezt hozhatjátok kombóba, vagy a fiatalember szövetkezhet itt az úrral. Jól esik, hogy sokan engem néztek, nem fog menni, ennyi tekintetet nem tudok kiszolgálni. Ennyi a feladat, nézz bele a szemébe valakinek, oké? Nagyon. 3-ig el fogok számolni, és 3-nál csak annyit fogok mondani, hogy te jó ég, de fantasztikusan nézel ki. Ennyit kell oda mondani a másiknak, ennyi a feladat ma reggel. Itt az úr még mindig velem szemez, jól esik nagyon, de tényleg fordulj oda a kollégához, és 3-ra csak ennyit kell mondani, hogy te jó ég, de fantasztikusan nézel ki. 1, 2, 3. Ezzel a lendülettel még egyszer Isten hozott mindenkit a 2026-os Comic-Conon. Sziasztok! Ladies and gentlemen, the first guest for today is, from many aspects, the most amazing one. He is not just about strength, he is all about presence and power, but something more, something ancient. From a small island in the north where fire meets ice came a man who pushed the limits of the human body. The world's strongest man, a true record breaker and the force of nature. But for millions around the world, he is something more. A name whispered in fear across all the 7 kingdoms, the Mountain. A character who didn't just dominate the screen, but redefined what dominance actually looks like. And today, here at Budapest Comic-Con, you don't just see the legend, you meet the man behind the armor. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, fiúk, lányok és a Budapest Comic-Con 2026-os csodálatos közönsége. Arra szeretnék kérni titeket, hogy üdvözöljétek félelmetes lelkesedéssel. With awe in your heart and in your voice, please welcome Hafthor Julius Björnsson!
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
What an absolute pleasure and privilege to have you here today. Welcome.
Thank you so much. It's been a really nice last few days here in Budapest.
Okay.
People has been very wonderful. Food has been good. You know, that's something that I enjoy a lot, to eat good food. I'm a big guy. You know, I like to eat good food. So I'm happy. Happy to be here.
What an absolute pleasure to have you here and to already have great reviews about the food and the city. I heard that this is your first time here in Budapest.
Yeah, I believe I had layover here once and spent just a few hours. But yeah, it's my proper first time here. Been able to like walk around a little bit and enjoy the city, which has been nice, you know.
To be completely honest, and I already said my excuses, but I was actually late to the set, and I believe if we would be in the 7 kingdoms, an execution would be in order. To be completely honest, how would you execute something if I was there on set and I would be late? I think I would be chopped down to pieces, right?
Well, I'm pretty well known for my style of execution in Game of Thrones,
Okay.
where I would usually use my thumbs. Some of you might know what I'm talking about, so I might have to squeeze your eyes in.
Okay, and I think that would be, that would be true. Well struck. There are a lot of things I would like to talk to you, and we have plenty of time so far. Everybody was so frozen because of your presence. They are so afraid. Didn't even start the timer yet. Thank you so much. So this is the extra time we're having. One of the things we are all really interested in when it comes to this amazing strength and power is that because all of this is probably coming to you naturally, give me an area of life where you really do have to restrain yourself, where power is coming out of control, where power is something that you have to manage. Because obviously all that you do is by far not brute strength, but something that is within your mind, that's something that is coordinated. Tell me about how you know.
Yeah, it definitely did not come natural to me. I had to work really, really hard to gain my strength. Yes, genetics do play a part, and I'm very gifted in many areas with my height, with my body, but I had to eat a lot of food to gain my size, and I had to train very hard to gain my strength. But it's not just how much you eat or how heavy you lift. It's, the recovery as well, it's the sleep. Oh, okay. So many factors. But to mention few things where I have to maybe be slightly more careful because of my strength. It's for example, when you're shaking someone's hand, you shake them, and you when you're shaking a man's hand, you squeeze maybe a little bit, just like it's out of respect. You shake a man's hand and you squeeze. But maybe to like women, I gotta be careful and be nice, like, hi, nice to meet you. Because of my strength, I gotta be careful with how I squeeze people's hands, because to me, it's just like, my grip strength is so strong, I gotta be like mindful sometimes how I shake people's hands, so I'm not, crushing them. But it's more body weight for me, because like I'm so big, I weigh so much. I weigh almost 200 kilograms. Okay. So it's more like when I'm sitting on chairs or sometimes some beds or just in life. If I would sit on this table here, I'd probably break it, But most people don't have to worry about that. But I have to be careful in situations. When I came to the stage here, I looked at the chair. Okay, this is strong. I can sit down. Nice.
Have these guys thought this through, actually, right? Just one more question regarding physical appearance. Then I obviously want to go something deeper. But even in my case, like, I'm a much smaller guy, but in the general population, I'm 190, and sometimes I feel that even at my height, people sometimes are, managing the spatial things, the area a little bit differently. Sometimes they are a little bit, more concerned. Have you ever had this feeling that you have to be really nice in your mannerism, maybe in your tone of voice, just as you mentioned with the handshake, so that you can counterbalance the fact that some just might be afraid of a big man?
Absolutely. I have heard so often when I meet people for the first time, and when I start talking to people for the first time, they're like, wow, you're actually quite nice. Like, I was a bit scared of you or afraid of you before I met you. So people, like we all do, we're all in our head constantly. You see something and your thoughts are spinning. Who is this person? Is she dangerous? Why is she so big? Our thoughts are constantly telling us things. And before I've spoken to people, they've already made their imagination of who I am. In their mind, they might think, this guy is scary, this guy is dangerous. But in reality, I'm just a big guy with a soft heart.
For the beloved audience of Comic-Con, you're mostly known, obviously, as the Mountain himself, but in your life, holding all these records, being the strong man with all capital letters, how do you balance these amazing and inspiring words within your soul? So these days when you wake up and you look in the mirror, how big of a part of your identity is acting, how big of your identity is all these record-breaking strongman titles are? How's your identity built up these days?
I think it's quite equal. Okay. Obviously, I think I was put on this earth to become big and strong. Okay. I was meant to be strong, I believe. It came so natural to me, and I had just an easy time gaining strength. So I always loved lifting high weights, and I still love to lift high weights. But obviously, acting is a much bigger audience, bigger fan base. So after starring in a TV show like Game of Thrones, that blew me up. And then this year I filmed a very cool scene in a new movie called The He-Man, where I play a character called the Goatman. And so I believe the acting definitely does more for me when it comes to the fame rather than strongman. But because of my strength, and because I came the world's strongest man, and that I've broken over 100 world records, obviously people also know me for that part as well. So it's like almost equal, I'd say. I mean, I guess we have people here in the crowd. Do you guys recognize me for my strength or for my acting? Let's say, raise your hand if you recognize me for strength. Okay. Raise your hand if you recognize me from acting.
Okay, that's
pretty equal.
That's pretty equal. Yeah, and combining my two previous questions, we were talking about controlling power, controlling soft power even. Tell me, how do you channel these into characters? I mean, obviously there are sometimes situations where it's exactly about not controlling power, rather unleashing it. But when you're getting into character, are you having the same thought about maintaining power, maintaining soft power, maintaining your body, or is it completely different when you put your shoes into a characters?
Well, personally for me, when I was doing Game of Thrones, it was quite easy. I was wearing a helmet for the most part of it, so I didn't really have to yeah, sure. Season 4, the first season was in. I didn't have any helmet, any armor. And to be honest, when I put my mean face on, I look pretty mean. So being a bad guy wasn't really difficult.
Show me your meanest. Could you show us a... Okay. We're not picking fights with you.
If I'm walking around like this, would you guys walk up to me and say, "Hi, nice to meet you"? Some of you might actually do it because I'm often asked for photos on the street. So even when I walk around like this, people still come. "Hi, I'm a huge fan. Can I have a photo?" "Yes." "Sure." I always say yes.
A huge round of applause. Nagy tapsot kérünk szépen. I think huge compliments to the organizers for making you the first one to appear on stage, bringing in on this energy, right? Because we need that for the whole 2 days. Returning to the Seven Kingdoms, obviously in this interview, something that needs to be mentioned is connections that you made within the cast, memories that you hold dear. Obviously, you already mentioned the quite iconic scene that I think is imprinted to everybody's collective shared memory. And sometimes people take part in scenes that are just horrifying to the audience. And as you went through the seasons, as you went through the episodes, do people change around you saying, "Oh my God, how could you do that?" Like, can you, ever since even then, can you sense these emotions that people have for the Mountain, for example, for the franchise? How do these things are projected onto you?
Yeah, absolutely. People are, obviously, I was a big fan of the show before I was even in the show. Okay. I was watching the show before I was in the show. So I understand the people that really love the show, and when they get really involved, and when they have maybe some hate or dislike towards certain characters because they did something in the show. And I definitely felt sometimes that some people didn't necessarily like me the most because of I killed the Viper. So I felt that sometimes, you know, they were a bit like mad, like, oh, you killed my favorite character. I still like you, but I also hate you.
And do you be like, when you're seeing Pedro Pascal making these huge appearances in all these franchises, and be like, oh my God, I'm gonna hear this again and again, like every time you see on the floor, like, oh my God, that's still haunting me, killing the Viper all those years ago.
I understand them. I understand them. You know, but it was such a fun experience to be involved with such a big TV show. Game of Thrones was my first big acting gig. And I remember we were once filming in Spain, me and the whole cast, all of the big cast were there, and one evening we all go out to eat together, me and everyone else. Everyone was there, everyone, all the big cast was there. And Jon Snow, Kit Harington, he's there as well, and we have security with us. We have like these nice cars that are driving us to dinner. Then we have to walk a little bit to get to the restaurants when we arrive. I remember all the cast is there. We walk out the cars, all the cast, and there are people there, you know. And I've never in my life, I've spent a lot of time with, you know, a lot of big actors, famous people. I've never seen anyone run as fast as Kit Harington. Man, that guy was popular back then. All the women, like 200 women, running as fast as they could, after him. I was like, holy shit, that's crazy. He was so popular back then, like when, you know, Game of Thrones was at its peak, that it was just like watching a movie, you know. It was just like, wow, like he would just run with the security people, and there was just like bunch of people after him. Like, wow, he's gonna die if they catch him. But luckily he was able to escape. But that was like, it was a surreal moment, you know. I've obviously, you know, been lucky enough to meet a lot of people in my career, but that one sticks to my mind, like how, you know, real, like how popular, how much fame he had during that time when Game of Thrones was at its peak. He was just like, he was the guy, he was the man.
The guy, capital G. But you get recognized quite often, obviously. How do you handle these social situations? Because even before fame, you were somebody that caught a lot of attention. And now these days, it's the fame plus the physical appearance plus all of that. And as a soft skill, as just handling with a certain attitude, the love of people, the attention of the people, what do you think? How do you fare with all that? How do you handle all that?
Well, I think I handled it okay, you know. I'm obviously, yeah, you know, I think I handled it decently well. But yeah, like you said, obviously with my height, I can't really hide myself. I'm always visible. I remember like sometimes when I'm with, you know, people that are well known, they are very known to put like cap on and then hoodie. Then they walk around among the publics and no one really knows who it is. I can't do that.
Okay.
I'm always in the spotlight. If people don't know who I am, they already assume that I'm somebody. It's funny, like every time if I'm out and about and I see people and they look at me, look again, look for the third time, they're like, I recognize you. I'm like, okay, really? Okay. You are somebody.
Quiet the somebody. Okay.
Okay. Who do you think I am? I've seen your face before. You're too big to be nobody.
Yeah. Okay. When Game of Thrones happened, obviously there were a lot of actors who are up-and-coming greats, but there were also some seasoned veterans acting for decades, maybe.
have you had the experience that, oh my God, I can like take some advices, get inspired? Can you name any actors from set that gave you this impression that, oh my God, there is something in their tool set that I should be taking, I should be considering?
Yeah, I think mostly I got just inspired by working with so many talented people. Like I remember being on set and just how people sometimes can just switch on. Like they might be talking or on their phone and then all of a sudden they say, quiet on set, action. And how they're able to just like turn on like that and just like turn into character. And maybe some scenes, you know, women are crying, I remember, or like very emotional scene. And I'm always impressed with women that can just like switch on and they just start crying. 5 seconds before, they're fucking laughing. I'm like, how the hell do you do that? How can you go from laughing, having a great time, chatting, you know, talking about your family, and all of a sudden it's like, action! I'm just crying. I'm like, wow. I have a lot of respect for that. You know, I have a lot to learn, and you know, I think I'm a good actor for the scenes I've done. I'm a big guy. I can play that role quite well, but I don't know if I could cry on command. That's difficult to cry on command.
What other tools and techniques out there that you want to strengthen these days when it comes to acting? What is it on your palette that you'll be like, okay, in this next upcoming month, this is something I have to train myself for? What is it that you have these days that you'll be like, okay, I see this ladder, I have to climb this one, I have to, you know, tinker my skills?
I think as a person, as an actor, as a father, as a husband, it just doesn't matter what you're doing in life. I think you can always strive to be better, and that's what I do. I can definitely become a better actor. I can definitely become better at a lot of things, and you know that's my motto. I live by that. You know, trying to be better every single day. And you know, like I said, there's a lot of things in the acting field that I could definitely improve. I'm far from being perfect, guys. I'm just a big guy with big muscles, and I'm always trying to be slightly better tomorrow than I was yesterday.
You mentioned longevity before. You mentioned that all of this isn't coming naturally to you or to basically anyone. There are years of training, not just about muscle training, but it's about how you eat, how you sleep. And I think in 2026, it's a hot topic, longevity, how should people treat their bodies, mind, and soul. And, quite frankly, a lot of people are struggling on that area in life. I don't know whose sleep schedule is like in an okay state. Oh my God, a lot of newcomers. Hey everybody, raise your hand if you have seats next to you. Tedd fel a kezed, hogyha van még melletted hely. Hadd lássák a srácok, hogy nem muszáj hátraülni. Okay. Hello everybody. So, from a longevity point of view, what is it that you really do to take care of yourself that puts you in a state of mind where you can take all these responsibilities, all these challenges?
I think first and foremost, I think even I sometimes lack at this is sleep. Sleep is so important, and I'm better at home for some reason. When I'm at home, sleeping in my own bed with my wife, with my kids, I'm somehow better with routine, better with sleep. But for example, just to take an example. Yesterday, I went to bed at around 10 p.m. And like we all do, you know, I have a bad habit of being on this. But back home, I have this great habit back home where I put my phone somewhere not in the bedroom. So when I go to sleep, my phone is somewhere else. It's not in the bedroom. It's outside of the bedroom. So I have this good habit at home. But when I'm traveling, I'm bored, I'm without my wife, or without my children. So I sometimes take the phone with me. And yesterday, I was on my phone, and I was just scrolling on social media like we all do. Scrolling, laughing by myself, ha 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 ha. Such a fun meme, you know. Before I know it, it's 11:30 p.m. I'm like, oh, damn, it's late. I better go to sleep now, I'm working tomorrow. So I put the phone down, but my brain is wired. I'm wired and I'm awake because I've been on this. I lay in bed, I close my eyes, I try to go to sleep, and I can't fall asleep. I know why I can't fall asleep, because I've been on this device, this bad device that's keeping me awake right now. And I lay in bed, and then I'm like, I can't fall asleep. So I start counting sheep in my head. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. Nothing happens. Can't fall asleep. So I heard about this great technique where you should count from 100 and count like every 3, like so, like 100, 97, 94, 91. Like take all those 3. Like that's quite challenging for the brain. So I was doing that yesterday. Didn't work. Nothing worked.
You went from 100 to 1 and still...
I checked the phone. It was 1 a.m. Oh. Like, damn, that's not good. So what I'm trying to tell you guys is the best thing you can do for your longevity and for your health is sleep. And the worst thing you can do is being on this before bed. I did it myself yesterday. I'm usually good, but yesterday I was bad, and I was on this device, and it kept me awake. And now today I only slept like, you know, maybe 6 hours, and I can feel it myself. Well, if I sleep 6 hours versus 7.5, 8 hours, if I sleep 7.5, 8 hours, I feel energized, I feel awake. But when I sleep like just 6 hours, I might yawn a little bit, I'm a bit tired, you know. So yeah, the most important thing, I believe, is taking care of your sleep. So I've decided tonight, this phone is not going with me to my bedroom. Because every single time, if I go to bed without my phone, I fall asleep within 10 minutes. Because my brain is not wired from this. I just lay down on my pillow, I close my eyes, I put my CPAP on. I use this device called CPAP because I have sleep apnea. Sometimes, I mean, all kinds of people have sleep apnea. But because of my size, I'm so big and so large, a thick neck, big chest, I have to have this device to help me to sleep. Otherwise, I stop breathing. And it's actually very dangerous. And for anyone out there, if you have a partner and your partner is snoring during the night, or if your partner is, you know, stopping breathing during the night, don't wait another night. Buy a CPAP. Or get diagnosed right away, because it's a very dangerous, because when you have sleep apnea, what happens is you stop breathing during the night. And a lot of people might have it. And people that might have it, they might often wake up very tired, sluggy the next day. So if you are one of those people, I highly recommend you guys get yourself checked, or just simply buy yourself a CPAP.
Okay, we'll do another huge round of applause. Nagy tapsot kérünk, és jól fogadjátok meg. It's almost as if we talked about this back in stage, because I'm afraid I might have that one as well. So this is probably the last, push that actually needed.
I would then maybe recommend you to go get yourself checked out.
Okay.
Go to a doctor and say, I think I have sleep apnea. They put some kind of device on you. They make you sleep for it for one night, and then they can measure. And even nowadays, there are devices that you can buy that can measure it for you. I can't remember what they're called, but there are devices out there that can do that.
It has been an absolute pleasure having you. We only have a little time on the clock. How long are you going to be here in this beloved country and city of ours? Is it just one and done? Is the plane already leaving after this talk? What do you reckon?
Well, I am actually today. I'll be today here taking photos, signing autographs all day, and tomorrow as well. Okay. So 2 days.
Okay.
Then I leave Monday. I gotta go back home to my family. I gotta get back home to my training. I'm in preparation for a very big competition, the Enhanced Games, which is going to happen May 24th. Okay. And I'll be spending a whole month prior in Las Vegas just in training with my team. I'll bring my coach, I'll bring my chef and everyone with me, and we're just gonna spend the whole month there in a training camp before I compete.
Training in Las Vegas, so you already see the documentary title. Love that. As a last message to this beloved crowd, what is the one thing you are going to focus on up until the 24th of May? What is in Thor's head right now? What is the agenda? What is that you are going to have to focus on?
In my preparation?
Yes.
Well, definitely focus on my sleep and not bring this in my bedroom. That's for sure. Because, like I said, sleep is so important. And when you have one night of a bad sleep, it can affect you. You can feel tired and sluggish, and it's very bad for you when you have many nights in a row bad sleep. And the only reason I can blame myself. The only reason why I slept poorly was because I was on my phone. That's the only reason. I strongly believe if I would have not taken my phone to my bedroom, which we all do, we're all, like I am guilty. Are you guys guilty as well? Do you guys do it as well? No one does it. Can you see it? No one.
Not a
Raise your
one.
hand if you're on your phone before you go to sleep. Okay. All of them.
The next time you are going to bed and you are about to pick your phone, remember that Thor himself told you not to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, what an absolute blast to have you here. Thank you so much. After himself.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
And thank you for not squeezing my eyes out, for being late. And we are going to have an absolute blast of a show. Hope to catch you again here during the 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gregor. It was a pleasure talking to you. And thank you, guys. You are great.
Arra gondoltunk, hogy mozgóképes tartalommal lenyűgözünk titeket, de pontosan csak addig, amíg Törőcsik Franciska és Kádár Gellért nem érkezik meg néhány perc múlva a színpadra. Tartsatok!
Uno más, köszi.
Maga Johnny Cage. Gyerekkoromban imádtam az aranyketrecet.
Kösz szépen, jó ezt hallani.
Kéne neki egy reboot.
Nem kell az senkinek. Ez egy új évezred.
Johnny Cage. Kiválasztottak a harcra.
Ugye nem begőzölt rajongók vagytok? Ezt hogy csinálod?
Akkor jössz, vagy nem? egy bajvívó torna. Mint halálig.
Biztosan törvényellenes. Nem lehet csak úgy gyilkolásznotok.
A neve Mortal Kombat, és okkal az.
Hamarosan.
Ezen múlik a világotok sorsa.
Nyomjuk vagy sem! Nem bajvívó vagyok. Nincsenek ilyen transformer karjaim. Villámot se tudok szórni. Semmi közöm ehhez. Én színész vagyok.
Bosszantó alak vagy.
Arcra nem ér.
Készülj fel! A következő szintre.
Itt az ideje, hogy beteljesítsd a hősök sorsát.
Jól van, te randa szönnyszülött. Mehet a műsor.
Gyere csak ide!
Only the strong survive.
Mortal Kombat 2. Kivégzés!
Nincs semmilyen képességed! Halálosan jóképű vagyok.
Hamarosan a mozikban.
Lehet engem? Ó, lehet, már lehet hallani. Hatalmas szeretettel köszöntök mindenkit, én Szabi vagyok, köszöntelek titeket itt az MVM Budapest Comic Con 2026-on, és robogunk is tovább a Nagy Színpad programjával. Nem evezünk messzire a középkori settingtől, itt Mr. Björnsson megmutatta, hogy milyen, ha ez fantasybe van ágyazva, és most egy kicsit megnézzük, hogy milyen az, amikor a magyar középkorba kalandozunk. A két vendégünk ezen a színpadon, az egyikőjük budapesti születésű, 7 éves korától színészetet tanult, és rengeteg filmben, sorozatban, színházi darabban láthattátok. Kérek egy hatalmas tapsot Törőcsik Franciskának!
Sziasztok!
A másik vendégem pedig erdélyi születésű, Kovásznán nőtt föl, és Erdélyben is tanulta és ismerkedett meg a színész mesterséggel, és Budapestre akkor jött, amikor a Hunyadi sorozatba castingolták. Kádár El Gellért a színpadon, hatalmas tapsot neki is!
Jó helyen ülünk, vagy hogy van ez az ülésrend? Itt zavarba vagyunk. Nagyba?
Jók vagytok, abszolút. Hát, hatalmas szeretettel köszöntelek benneteket.
Köszönjük szépen, hogy itt lehetünk veletek.
Voltatok már ilyen Comic-Conon, vagy ez az első alkalmatok, amikor ilyen kicsit ilyen geeky közegben mozogtok?
Soha nem voltam, de ez fantasztikus. Alig várom, hogy kiszabaduljak itt, majd körbenézzek.
Ez az első alkalom, hogy a Comic-Conon részt veszek, úgyhogy hálás köszönet a részvételért.
Hát remélem, hogy lesz alkalmatok majd szétnézni itt a rendezvényen. Az első kérdésem, az még ne kanyarodjunk rá itt a fő témájára a beszélgetésnek, a Hunyadira, lesz arra is bőven alkalom. Az első kérdésem az inkább az, hogy ahogy a legtöbb magyar színésznek, mind a kettőtöknek van színházi tapasztalata is, filmes tapasztalata is, televíziós tapasztalat is. Tudtok egy kis összefoglalót adni arról, hogy miben más ez a három műfaj, mondjuk a tévé, a film és a színház, és melyik áll hozzátok a legközelebb? Franciska, kezdjük veled.
Hát valahol nagyon más mind a három, és valahol pedig teljesen ugyanaz a lényege, hogy gondolatokat közvetítsünk igazából különböző eszközökkel. Nyilván a színpadon hangosabbnak kell egy kicsit lenni, egy kicsit plastikusabbnak kell lenni, nagyobb mozdulatok kellenek ahhoz, hogy eljusson akár az utolsó sorba is az ember gondolata, de ugyanúgy gondolatokat közvetítünk. Nekem egyébként sosem titkoltam, hogy amúgy a film a kedvencem. Nekem nagyon közel áll hozzám az a közeg, hogy tényleg bemegyünk reggel, mondjuk az a korai kelés, az fájdalmas tud lenni, de aztán tényleg tök jó, hogy 12 órán forgatunk. Vannak olyan kollégáim, akik utálják, hogy ott várakozni kell órákat, de én megmondom őszintén, hogy ezt én nagyon szeretem, mert aztán arra pár másodpercre aztán fókuszáltnak lehet majd lenni, és az a csodás a filmben tényleg, hogy tényleg örökre megmarad az a pillanat. A színház is megmarad nyilván, de az inkább ugye a szívekben marad meg talán, és a színházban nyilván az a csodás, hogy estéről estére tök más lehet, és mindig a nézők el sem hiszik, hogy mennyire számít az, hogy ők milyen energiával jönnek be. Akár valaki, aki aznap este olyan hangulatban van, hogy úgy jobban van kedve nevetni, akár egy egész nézőteret beindíthat, és teljesen megváltoztathatja az előadásnak a kimenetelét, úgyhogy a színházat is nagyon szeretem. És nyilván sorozatoknak is van egy különleges világa, ugye talán ugye a filmhez közelebb állnak ugye a készítési mechanizmusa, de hát a sorozatokat is imádom. Én magam egyébként, amikor van szabad időm, akkor én a sorozatokat nagyon-nagyon szeretem, szóval nyilván a nagyjátékfilmeket is, de talán így a mai világhoz úgy közelebb áll, hogy mondjuk egy 40 perces vagy 50 perces epizódot megnézzen az ember mondjuk egy este, úgyhogy mind a hármat imádom, de talán a film van hozzám legközelebb.
Köszönöm. Gellér?
Hát ezek után most nehéz lenne bármit mondani, abszolút egyetértek Francival, hogy mind a három műfajnak, stíluságnak igazából a lényege az, hogy hasson, és azt gondolom, hogy ha betalál a nézőnek a szívébe, akkor mindegy, hogy most színház, tévé vagy film, de ha már valami plusszal távozik akár a színházból, a moziból, vagy akár a képernyő előtt, akkor már megérte megcsinálni. Én magam ugye 5 évig voltam színházban, és abszolút elmondhatom azt, hogy hasonló, de mégis más, mint kamera előtt létezni és működni. Ilyen téren azt gondolom, ugyanúgy csak kapcsolódni tudok Franci elmondott gondolataihoz, hogy még a színházon elnagyolt, felnagyított gesztusok, beszéd, hangban játszik a színész. Ez a kamera előtt jóval kisebb, jóval finomabb, érzékibb módszerek és technikák segítségével tudjuk megvalósítani azt, amit épp a rendező kér.
Az én fejemben az van, hogy azért gondolom a legtöbb hazai színész színházban kezd. Tehát, hogy ez az a belépő. És a színházban azonnal kaptok reakciót arra, hogy hogyan játszotok, milyen a darab, milyen az a mű, amiben szerepeltek. Egy sorozat, egy film kapcsán ez akár hónapok, mondjuk egy covidos időszakban akár évek is lehet, még a bemutató megtörténik. Hogyan kezelitek azt a várakozást, hogy kiderüljön, hogy az, amiben ti benne voltatok, amiben a szíveteket, lelketeket beladtátok, az hogyan fogja fogadni a közönség, a szakma, a kritika? Most kezdjük Gellértel.
Hát jó magam, emlékszem, hogy a Hunyadi sorozat befejezésétől és a kijöveteléig körülbelül 1,5 év telt el, és hogy ezt hogyan készültem erre az időszakra, hát abban volt minden. Volt várakozás, volt öröm, megjelent bennem a büszkeség, főleg amikor a vágószobában láttam, hogy mi készül, aztán utána jött a kétségbeesés, hogy mikor fog már napvilágot látni, és tényleg volt egy ilyen megélésem, hogy nem történik semmi az életemben, és még egyik napról a másikra véget ért egy fantasztikus, fergeteges forgatás, így egyik napról a másikra csend lett. És szerintem egy színész számára az nagyon rossz érzés, amikor nincs munka. És nem tud kinyilvánulni, nem tudja megmutatni, az érzéseit kifejezni. És sokan feltették nekem a kérdést, hogy főleg a rendezők ebben a várakozási folyamatban, hogy készülsz, és hogyan készülsz arra, hogy berobban majd a sorozat. És akkor azt mondtam, hogy hogyan kell. Vagy mire készülök. Azt sem fogom tudni, hogy mire számíthatok, milyen hatással lesz az emberekre. És való igaz, az, ahogyan berobbant a sorozat, utána fergetegesen megváltozott az életem, és nincs az a módszer, amivel na jó, én ma neki kezdek, és 50 nap múlva én már készen állok arra, hogyha kijön a sorozat, akkor én már mindent tudok. Nem. Szerintem ez kell menni a flow-val.
Franciska?
Igen, egyébként az nagyon érdekes, hogy ha nagyon-nagyon szeretem a film műfaját, de az tény, hogy az ember nagyon-nagyon a vágó, a rendező, és még 1000 mesternek a kezében van, akik ugye világítanak, stb. Tehát, hogy annyira egy csapatjáték, a színház is egyébként, de valahogy szerintem, amikor az ember kimegy a színpadra, mondjuk tegnap pont játszottam, hogyan tudnék élni nélküled, és az például fantasztikus, hogy tényleg ott akkor mennyire ő maga is tudja irányítani azt, hogy aznap este mit játszik pontosan. Nyilván nem lehet teljesen eltérni a darabtól, de hogy vannak kisebb szabadságok, milyen energiával, miken van hangsúly, az is megváltoztatja az embernek a játékát, hogy aznap mi történt vele. Szóval így tényleg nincs két ugyanolyan előadás. És azért tényleg az van, hogy azért már volt olyan, hogy ültem egy vetítésen, és akkor néztem, hogy jön az a pillanat, amiben egyértelmű voltam, hogy a rendező számára is mondjuk az lesz, mert azért az emberben úgy megmaradnak ezek így érzelmi memóriában, hogy emlékszik, hogy jaj, de jó, azt meg tudta csinálni, amit szeretett volna, és akkor egyszer csak az van, hogy nem azt vágták be. És nyilván ezt el kell fogadni, mert ideális esetben nyilván egy jó rendezővel ő az egészet nézi. És lehet, hogy nekem nagyon fontos pillanat volt, hogy az olyan sűrű volt, stb., de lehet, hogy neki, mivel az egészet nézi, az neki már sok lesz, vagy a sztori elmesélében nem segít. Így aztán néha pofára lehet esni egy ilyen bemutatón, vagy hogy nem tudom, csak egy olyan, hogy mit tudom én, úgy gondolt, hogy jaj, ez milyen jól fog kinézni, és valahogy nem úgy néz ki, mert nem úgy lett bevilágítva, nem azt jelenti az a felvétel, amit ő bent elképzelt. És hát ezzel szembesülni kell, és azt el kell fogadni, hogy egy kicsit ez egy ilyen dolog, de hozzám egyébként közel áll ez, hogy van tényleg egy 2 hónapos, nagyon intenzív közös munka a filmes világban, és tényleg nagyon fájdalmas, amit Gellért is mondott, hogy utána így el kell engedni egymást, szóval nagyon nagy barátságok születnek ilyenkor, munkakapcsolatok, tök jól érezzük egymással magunkat, de aztán tovább megy az élet. Sajnos nem tudom, ugye a művészeknek sajnos ez jutott, hogy egyszerűen sokszor el kell köszönni a másiktól, és aztán évekkel később, amikor találkozunk, akkor nyilván ott folytatjuk, ahol abba hagytuk, de ez egy ilyen sztori.
És akkor kanyarodjunk rá a Hunyadira, nem tudjuk tovább kerülgetni. Hogyha visszagondoltok arra a pillanatra, amikor felhívtak titeket, hogy megkapjátok a szerepeket a Hunyadiban, akkor az, ami a fejetekben volt, hogy milyen lesz ez a felkészülési folyamat, ez a forgatási folyamat, ez az egész hosszú munka, az mennyire fedte le így utólag visszanézve a valóságot, hogy milyen volt valóban a forgatás, és milyen volt valóban a Hunyadiban, a Hunyadin dolgozni? Igen.
Igazából nyilván én nem szoktam előre semmit elképzelni, ezért nem is szoktam így megfogalmazni ilyen vágyakat sosem, mert az ember mindig pozitív értelemben is akár pofára esett, mert nem az lesz, amire számított. De azt tudtam, hogy amikor elolvastam a könyv, vagy hát elsősorban ugye a jeleneteket, a castingra, aztán a forgatókönyvet, és én csak azt éreztem, hogy nem tudom, hogy milyen lesz, de nagyon-nagyon erős érzés volt bennem azzal kapcsolatban, hogy ez egy nagyon-nagyon fontos történet, hogy ez egy barom jó szerep, egy színésznek ez egy hatalmas lehetőség, hogy ilyen ívet bejárhasson, ilyen érzelmeket megmutathasson, és ezt mindig szoktam érezni egyébként már a castingokon is, amikor ilyen libabőrös leszek, az mindig egy jó jel. És itt is ez volt. És azt még nem tudtam akkor elképzelni, hogy mekkora volumenű lesz ez a sorozat, és milyen helyszíneken fogunk forgatni, és milyen jelmezekben. Szóval tényleg az, hogy fantasztikus volt oda belépni. Ott az ember már nem is engedheti meg, hogy tehetségtelen legyen, nem tud az lenni, mert akkora a felelősség, annyi energia van körülötte, annyi hónapos, éves, tehát ez egy 15 éves munka volt így összességében azért. És hogy ez tényleg az embert szerintem felemeli, és szárnyakat ad neki. És ez tök jó, nekem az volt az elején, hogy tényleg ennek a szerepnek tényleg megmutassam az életét, és azt az utat, amit bejárjam. Úgyhogy arra aztán, amit kaptam a sorozattól, az meg tényleg fantasztikus. De azt gondolom, hogy azért jó ez a sorozat, mert annak ellenére, hogy nagyon látványos, gyönyörűek a helyszínek, stb. Azért szerintem a sztori mindig a lényeg, tehát hogy az emberekhez szóljon a történet, hogy megérintse az embereket, és úgy álljanak fel a tévé elől, hogy többek lettek, vagy kaptak valamit, vagy tényleg behúzta őket a történet.
Gellé?
Megismétled a kérdést, mert most mentem franciba.
Most kicsit sokat
hirtelen így
Szóval, hogy mi volt az átfedés a Hunyadiban való részvétel és az előtte való elvárás között? Mennyire fette ez a kettő egymást?
Fú, hát emlékeim szerint, amikor már tudtam, hogy az enyém a szerep, és ezekkel a hírekkel kecsegtettek, hogy fel kell költözzek Marosvásárhelyről, mert akkor ugye én még Vásárhelyen a színházban dolgoztam, akkor nagyon-nagyon sok embertől sokszor megkaptam, hogy ez egy nagyon komoly előkészület lesz, több mint fél év, és rengeteg mindent meg kell tanuljak, nyelvekkel kell foglalkozzak, fizikálisan, kaszkadőrökkel kell naponta szárazföldön, lovon harcolni, és emlékszem, hogy nyilván ez egyfajta nyomásként nehezedett rám, viszont nem volt akkora súlya egészen addig, amíg bele nem kerültem abba, hogy elkezdődtek az előkészületek. És ma már így visszagondolva, azt, amit én a legelején nyomásként éltem meg, azt gondolom, hogy sokkal kisebb léptékű megélés volt az én fejemben, mint az, amit én tanultam. Mert hogyha így összegyúrom az egészet, és így kívülről ránézek, hogy mit adott nekem ez a sorozat, az jóval több, mint amit hallottam. És tök érdekes, mert fokozatosan, ahogy így szélesítettem a perifériámat, és a fiúkkal akár napi 4 óra edzést feltoltunk 10-12 órára, az azért erősített. És ilyen téren nagyon-nagyon hálás vagyok, mert tényleg én is azt gondolom, hogy egy ilyen nagy léptékű, több árnyalatú karakterrel dolgozni színészként ennyi időn keresztül, hogy nem az van, hogy bemegyek a színházba, van 2 hónapom, és felrakjuk az előadást, és aztán utána az előadás életre kell, rendező nélkül, és a színészek vezetik, hanem tényleg az van, hogy úgy keltem föl, és úgy feküdtem le több mint 1 évig, hogy ez a szerep, ez a karakter az életem része volt, és olyan utakat járhattam be általa, amiket valószínű, hogy nem tettem volna Kádár Gellértként. Szóval ez egy hatalmas mérföldkő volt. Azt gondolom, hogy nem a végállomás, hanem csak egy állomás, és remélhetőleg a vonat megy tovább.
Franciska, most kifejezetten hozzád lenne a kérdésem. Brankovics Mara. A sorozat az egyik legrétegeltebb karaktere, nagyon-nagyon sok érzelmet kell megmutasson, nagyon nagy karakterfejlődésen megy át, jó vagy rossz értelemben. Kiszolgáltatott, mégis erős, érzelmes, de meg kell acélozza magát egy teljesen idegen helyszínen. Hogyan tudtál készülni arra, hogy megformáld ezt a karaktert? Mi az, amikből merítettél? Mi az, aminek utána tudtál nézni? Például szerintem, vagy hát én Brankovics Maráról korábban nem hallottam. Ő azért nincs benne a tankönyvekben. Egy 600 éve élt nőről beszélünk, olyan sok feljegyzése maradhatott fel róla, hogy még hogyha az fenn is maradt, hogy volt, meg hogy hol volt, hogy ő mit gondolt, mit érzett, milyen ember volt, az még királyokról sincs felmaradva. Mihez tudtál nyúlni, amikor ott volt előtted a feladat, hogy nekem meg kell formálnom most Brankovics Marát?
Igen, tehát ott van nyilván a showrunnerünk, Lengyel Balázs, és ott vannak a rendezők, akik mindent tudnak a sztoriról, és nekik ez a feladatuk, hogy a nagy egészet nézzék, de szerintem egy színésznek az a feladata, hogy az ő nagy egészét, hogy az ő sztoriát tökéletesen tudja. És egy színésznek szerintem az is feladata, hogy néha akár felhívja a figyelmét egy rendezőnek, egyáltalán nem szégyen, hogyha mondjuk a rendező máshogy látja, vagy nem gondol végig valamit, hogy tehát a színész tud a legtöbbet a szerepéről. És ezért szerintem nagyon fontos egy színésznél az, hogy felkészüljön arra a szerepre. Nálam egyébként egész egyszerű, nyilván én is utána néztem, hogy mit kell tudni Brankovics Maráról, nyilván nem sokat tudunk az érzelmi életéről, és egyébként olvastam egy könyvet a HRM-ekről, hogy mit kellett tudni, ez egyébként egy nagyon érdekes és egy ilyen folyamatosan változó életforma volt gyakorlatilag, és egyébként egy idő után pedig el kell szakadni attól, amit a történelemkönyvek, és amit mondjuk egy ilyen egy könyv leír, hogy ezt ténylegesen hogy kellett elképzelni, mert szerintem a színésznek a fantáziája az egy nagyon nagy kincs, és És nyilván az ember azt is elképzeli, hogy ő hogyan viselkedne egy ilyen helyzetben, és valahogy a fantáziából, meg abból a felkészülésből, meg a könyvből, hogy mit sugall, vagy a többi szerep által, tehát hogy valahogy tehát a színésznek egy önálló belső történetet kell felépíteni. Ez a folyamat, hát nem is tudom, ezt így nehéz így megfogalmazni. Az is egy nagyon fontos állomás, amikor az ember oda megy, és nyilván felkészülve tudva a szöveget, elkezd a setben dolgozni a rendezővel és a partnereivel. Ott hiába talál ki bármit mondjuk otthon, hogy ő hogy képzeli ezt a karaktert, lehet, hogy teljesen átalakul az egész, mert teljesen másra következtet a partneréből, más találnak ki a rendezővel, és ilyenkor teljesen átalakulhat az egész. Úgyhogy ez egy ilyen tehát rugalmasnak kell maradni.
És akkor az érem másik oldala Gellért nálad az, hogy Hunyadi Jánosról mindenkinek van valami képe. Hunyadi Jánosról mindenki hallott, neked ráadásul gondolom, hogy erdélyiként még ott extra kapcsolat is van a Hunyadi családhoz, meg egy extra érzelmi töltet lehet, javíts ki, hogyha tévedek. Mi az, amit korábban Hunyadi Jánosról gondoltál, tudtál róla, és mi az, amit ebből át tudtál ültetni abba a karakterbe, akit láthattunk a képernyőn?
Annyira extra kapcsolat erdélyiként nem emlékszem, hogy lett volna. Egy dolgot tudok kiemelni, az az, hogy gyerekkorom óta tudom, hogy ki Hunyadi János, hogy érte szólnak a harangok, azért mert apám harangozó. De a történelemkönyveket, vagy legalábbis a tanügy, amit átad a diákoknak, ott egy nagyon kis paragrafus volt megemlítve, kb. Egy kis bekezdés, és a többi csak Mátyás király. Szóval ilyen téren nekem sem volt ilyen sok, vagy hatalmas adathalmaz, hogy jaj, ő volt ez, és hogy színeket láttam, és nem. Az elsődleges segítség nekem Bán Mórnak a regénysorozata adta, mert emlékszem, miután lejárt a meghallgatás, a casting, akkor megkaptam a regénysorozatot, akkor még 10 kötet jelent meg, és akkor elkezdtem lapozni. Nyilván próbálkoztam az internet segítségével belemenni különböző történelmi eseményekbe, hogy minél átfogóban láthassam, hogy ki is volt ez a Hunyadi János, de azon túl, hogy számokat és történelmi adatokat olvastam, úgy voltam, hogy oké, információk, de ezáltal még nem lesz színesebb az, hogy kit is fogok én megmutatni. És amikor elkezdtem olvasni a regénysorozatot, akkor jöttem rá, hogy wow, ez egy fantasztikus személy lehetett. És nyilván az is csak egy megközelítése a Jánosnak a megközelítésén, szemüvegén keresztül. És amikor már a kezünkbe került az első forgatókönyv, mert hozzá kell tegyem azt is, hogy a forgatókönyv is a forgatás megkezdéséig többször változott, akkor hát kicsit fájt a szívem, hogy azok a karakterek, akik színesebbé tették a regénysorozatot, és fajsúlyos karakterek voltak, már leszakadtak róla, és nyilván megritkították a szereplőket is. Viszont azzal kellett menni, ami van. És ilyen téren abszolút egy hatalmas mangót jelentettek a rendezők és a showrunner. És fantasztikus volt akár azt is látni, ugye, mivel mindegyik epizódot más rendező rendezte, 5 rendezőnk volt, és mivel a rendezők nem ismerték, vagy nem tudták a másik rendezőnek az epizódját, ezért kézzelfekvő volt az, hogy igen, mi színészek tudjuk és ismerjük legjobban a karaktereinket, mert lehet, hogy Szász Attila le akart volna forgatni egy olyan jelenetet, ami már nem tudott volna kapcsolódni a Nagypálorsi epizódjában megmutatott jelenethez. És voltak ilyenre példák, hogy amikor a színész azt mondta, hogy ezt itt nem így csinálnám, mert hogy nem fog kapcsolódni. És ilyen téren nagyon fantasztikus volt, mert szabad kezet kaptunk, és társként voltunk jelen színész és rendező. És számomra az, amikor a társasjáték meg tud valósulni, és nem alul-felül rendelő viszony van, az maga a paradicsom.
Bocs, csak erről, hogy változott a forgatókönyv, csak eszembe jutott valami, amit még szerintem nem is mondtunk el soha egy beszélgetésnél, de csak a Comic-Con résztvevőinek most mondjuk el, hogy volt egy olyan forgatókönyv változat, amiben Mara és Hunyadi János még egyszer, ugye miután újra találkoznak, spoiler nélkül, bocsánat, mindegy, amikor ugye újra találkoznak a hosszú török évek után, akkor egyszer összejönnek még. És aztán azt kihúzták a könyvből, és szerintem egyébként egy nagyon bölcs gondolat, mert szerintem nagyon megkérdőjelezte volna azon a ponton például a morális értékeit Hunyadinak is, és akár Marának is. De hogy ez egy folyamat volt, mert nyilván annak is lett volna ilyen érdekessége, de végül úgy döntött például a showrunner, meg a rendezők, hogy az ne úgy történjen. Tehát, hogy ilyen változások abszolút vannak az utolsó pillanatokig.
Ugye a Hunyadi az a magyar mozgófilm vagy mozgókép történetnek az eddig legnagyobb költségvetésű sorozata. Ezt ti a forgatás közben mennyire éreztétek, és az, hogy ott voltatok, és tényleg grandiózus volt, és tényleg világszínvonalú technika, világszínvonalú kosztüm, smink, ez inkább nyomás volt számotokra, vagy inkább egy ilyen lehetőség, amiben fürdézni tudtatok, mint színész?
Nekem nem volt a Hunyadi sorozat előtt több számos filmes megjelenésem, forgatásom, úgyhogy sokan azt is mondják, és ilyen téren egyetértek, hogy én úgy csöppentem a filmes világba, hogy a top 1-jel, puff, bedobtak engem a legnagyobb költségvetésű produkciónak az elkészítésébe, és ezt tapasztaltam. Nyilván egyfajta nyomásként nehezedett rám. Emlékszem az első napra, megérkezem a setbe, több száz ember, több száz statiszta, kaszkadőr, és amikor végigvonulok, vagy végig megyek a díszleten, akkor így kb. Mindenki megfagy, néz, és így tényleg nem tudtam hová tenni. És akkor realizálódott bennem az, hogy fú, ez nem csak egy játék, itt most tényleg tétje van, és az, amit majd megformálok, az majd nektek, a nézőknek valamit fog adni, és én azt meg nem szeretném azt, hogy félmunka legyen, és nyilván akkor rengeteg önértékelő gondolat jelent meg, hogy biztos engem akartak választani, nem hibáztak, biztos, hogy elég jó vagyok hozzá, és tényleg most is ahhoz tudom visszafűzni a szálakat, hogy mivel egy hatalmas, egy hosszú időszak, egy éves forgatást vett igénybe az egész forgatás, ezért volt időm nekem, Kádár Gellértnek még jobban magamévá tenni azt a szerepet, és még jobban elmélyülni abba a forgatagba, amit ez az egész adott.
Igen, ez amit már említettem, hogy igen, amikor belép az ember egy ilyen setbe, az nagyon félelmetes is tud lenni, de ugyanakkor meg valahogy én ezt úgy éltem meg, hogy ebben a helyzetben nem teheti meg az ember a többiekkel, vagy azzal a sok-sok emberrel, akinek a munkája benne van, hogy ő nem nyújtja a maximumot. Szóval, hogy szerintem nyilván van egy nagyon nagy izgalom, de szerintem mindenféle izgalomból színészként lehet jól dolgozni, és valahogy én azt éreztem, hogy ez nekem szárnyakat adott az, hogy ennyire tényleg sok munka és pénz is van benne. És egyébként így összehasonlítva volt szerencsém párszor szerepelni ilyen külföldi filmekben, ugye az egyik a Vaksötét, ami egyébként egy nagyon alacsony költségvetés ahhoz képest, ami mondjuk általában egy amerikai produkcióval van. És nyilván ezt egyébként éreztem, igen, tehát hogy itt a Hunyadinál ez tényleg olyan 10-szer annyira nagy volumenű volt, meg sokkal több ember van benne ilyenkor a setben, és hát arról nem beszélve, hogy tényleg ezek az épített díszletek, a jelmezek, szóval ott tényleg ez a sok-sok munka, ez nagyon-nagyon látszik a setben, úgyhogy igen, ez érzékelhető volt nyilván a hosszúságából is, tehát az, hogy hány nap volt Gellért, 100 összesen?
178.
178 nap. Egy év, több mint egy évig dolgoztunk rajta, szóval ez egy hihetetlen kaland volt, ilyen vele még sose volt, hogy egy filmi. Tehát, hogy elkezdtük tényleg, nem tudom, mikor volt, augusztusban, talán az első napom, és aztán tényleg a következő évben folytattuk mondjuk akár ugyanazt a szekvenciát. Tehát ez egyébként kicsit ilyen szürreális is volt. Meg hát persze jönnek ezek a tipikus dolgok, hogy az első jelenet az a szakítás volt, mit tudom én, ugye a Murád Szultánnal, tehát olyan tök szürreális az egész, hogy mennyire össze-vissza ugrál ugye az időrend egy ilyen forgatáson.
Ha visszamehetnétek most az első forgatási napra, odaállhatnátok még a csapó előtt az akkori magatok mellé, akkor mit mondanátok neki? Milyen tanácsot, vagy csak jó kívánságot, vagy bármit, amit így a fülébe súghatnátok, akkor mi lenne az?
Hát én egy csomó mindent máshogy csinálnék nyilván, tehát hogy így az ember, amikor visszanézi magát, akkor egy csomó mindent. Vagy én legalábbis mindig van olyan, amit máshogy csinálnék, és aztán meg persze nem lehet tudni, mert én azt gondolom, lehet, hogy az a nézőknek tök máshogy csapódik le, és hogy nekik úgy kerek. Tehát volt már olyan velem, hogy például valamiről azt éreztem, hogy azt úgy elrontottam, és akkor valakivel megbeszéltem, aki mondjuk nézte, és mondta, hogy dehogy is, hát ez a kedvenc pillanata, mert neki azt jelenti, hogy. Tehát egy idő után szerintem ez már nem is a színészé ez a szerep, hanem a nézőké, és hogy bennük hogyan él tovább. De ettől függetlenül nyilván ez mindig egy nagyon-nagyon, hát ezek a premierek, én nagyon általában mindig így remegek közben, mert akkor az ember már nem tud mit csinálni, csak meg kell néznie, és egyszerűen nem tud rajta változtatni, és ugyanakkor pedig ezek a premierek és ezek a vetítések, ezek nagyon-nagyon tanulságosak így a jövőben.
Biztos, hogy vannak olyan jelenetek, amiket másképp csinálnék, de ezek most így szavakban lehet róla beszélni, változtatni nem tudok. Ha most az első napra visszamehetnék, és emlékszem, amikor ülök a székbe, csinálják a sminkemet, a hajamat, izgatott vagyok, pumpál a vénáim pumpálják a vért, a szívem nagyon hevesen ver, akkor tudja azt így, mert vállamra tenném a kezem, és azt mondanám, hogy nyugi van, élvezd. Mert pont ez volt a legfontosabb, amíg rájöttem arra, hogy ne megfelelésből csináljam azokat a jeleneteket, ne akarjak megfelelni a producernek és a rendezőknek, mert pont azáltal fogom elveszíteni a kapcsolatot saját magammal, hogy nem magammal foglalkozok, és azzal, hogy átadjam magam a jelenetnek, hanem a rendezőkkel. És volt egy ilyen pont a forgatáson, kb. Eltelt 1-2 hónap, amikor valamiért úgy keltem föl, hogy most már egyre több a kívülről jövő nyomás, én nem akarok senkinek megfelelni. Kaptam egy ekkora lehetőséget, ott vagyok a kamera előtt, és amikor azt mondják, hogy kamera forog, tessék, akkor azt az időt, azt a pár percet élvezd ki, és játsz. És akkor volt egy ilyen nagyon nagy elengedés, és onnantól kezdve minden nagyon fluidan ment. Szóval az első napon is ezt tudtam volna csinálni, akkor tök jó lett volna. Így is jó volt, de tudja, hogy azt mondanám, hogy élvezd, haver.
Hát nagyon szépen köszönöm, hogy itt voltatok velem. Már kicsit ki is futottunk az időből, de hát nem akartam egy ilyen jó beszélgetést félbeszakítani, úgyhogy szeretnék kérni egy hatalmas tapsot Törőcsik Franciskának és Kádár Gellértnek. Mi pedig rohbogunk tovább az MVM Budapest Comic Con nagy színpaddal, egy pár perces technikai átállást követően jön is a következő program.
Sziasztok!
Where were you?
Alicent came to Dragonstone. She will open the gates of the Red Keep and surrender to me.
You cannot trust her. The king has abdicated the throne. A new dawn is coming. A new line of unsullied kings. You are the Queen of Dragons. You have an absolute power within your grasp.
Soon or late, Rhaenyra will send her new dragons here. It would be the end.
This is the moment you become queen.
Szia!
Dear Mr. Potter, you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry.
We can expect great things from you.
Bloody brilliant! Wingardium Leviosa.
Dobby has to protect Harry Potter.
Serpent Sortia!
Not all wizards are good. There's a storm coming, Harry. We'd all best be ready when she does.
Every great wizard has started out as nothing more than what we are now, students. If they can do it, why not us?
Help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who deserve it.
Expelliarmus! Stupefy!
Expecto Patronum!
Na mi a helyzet Budapest Comic Con 2026 powered by MVM? Hadd halljuk a hangotokat! Are you ready for this next one? I am not quite sure because sometimes magic doesn't arrive with a thunder. I hope it arrives with a thunderous applause, by the way, but that's gonna be on you. It could arrive just a little bit more quietly, with a pinch of curiosity, with kindness, with a mind that sees the world just a little bit more differently. From the wizarding world to this very stage, she gave a life to a character who reminded us that being different is not a weakness, but rather an amazing gift. A dreamer, a truth seer, a soul impossible to forget. And beyond the screen, a voice of compassion, authenticity, and courage. So, this very day, ladies and gentlemen, open your minds, and maybe, just maybe, you will see things a little bit differently too. Annyira tetszik nekem, hogy így ide vagytok. Az első sor az már így remegve. Gergő, hagyd, ne húzz tovább a felkomfort. Ne húzz tovább a felkomfort, csak lássuk már a vendéget. Emiatt még lehet, hogy egy kicsit kínozlak titeket. Or, I'm just going to best possible thing to make sure that you get really excited. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, fiúk, lányok, itt az MVM színpadon, Ivana Lynch!
Hello, hello. Thank you. What a nice welcome. Thank you. Lovely.
These guys are excited. Rightfully so. How is...
That was a lovely introduction, by the way.
Okay, thank
All those things you identified about Luna. It's true that, you know, the quietness about her. And it's true, you do usually think magic is big and impressive. So, yeah, it was lovely what you said. And I love to be here and to connect with people who, you know, resonate with her frequency. And
how much of what I just announced is something that you can take home, take into your heart and be like, that's basically me as well? Was I making an okay job resonating with you, or was it more like fan service? What do you think? The announcement.
No, I think it was her and me, because I often feel about that quiet part of me. I feel like, I'm in the wrong industry where you have to be a really big personality. But there are loads of people doing it a different way. And, you know, it doesn't mean there's not a lot going on or there's not a lot to say. So, yeah, I like that you've highlighted that. And yes, I will take it home.
Have you ever been to Budapest? This is your first time?
My first time, yeah.
Okay. Hafthor, let's go. Hafthor made a good comment about the delicious food that we are having. So we have, us Hungarians, we have a praise king. You know, we could appreciate any positive thoughts that you have, any good impressions that we so far had a chance to made on you, any good things that you were like, oh my God, Hungarians in Budapest is like the best.
Well, I have to be really honest, I have not seen the city yet, and I have not been let to meet any of you yet. I've just been like...
It means we have a job to do, ladies and gentlemen. We do have to show her a great time.
But I will say I appreciate that you guys are not morning people. We have a slow, gentle start to the day, which I really... Me too.
You heard her, óvatosan, szépen lassan. We're gonna get her, sooner or later we're gonna get her. So first time in Hungary, first time in Budapest, but definitely not the first time meeting people such as these lovely folks at a Comic-Con or a Comic-Con vibey place. I think there are two types of actors and actresses that we have a chance to meet. One are those who are not really geek or nerds in their hearts, you know, and then they take these jobs, they appear in these fictional universes, but they have a hard time understanding how are we such huge fans. And then, every once in a while, you have a chance to meet someone who I believe absolutely understands what we are going through.
Yes, I would not be an actor if I wasn't a geek. It was being a really obsessive reader that brought me here. So I don't really relate to the other kind who don't go into forensic detail about, you know, their passions and their characters. Yeah.
Tell us about yourself from that point of view. What is it for you to be an avid fan, an avid reader, and just dwell into fictional universes? What connects you to people like us?
Oh, well, that keeps me alive when I have something to really be obsessive about. When I don't have a passion, I kind of don't see, I don't know what's the point of life. I get really, I can go down these dark places. So I need these things like books and movies that just keep the fire alive for me. And because it, you know, none of us know why we're here. None of us know what the meaning of life is. And then you find characters and you go, oh, I feel a real pull towards that series, or it's very meaningful for me. Yeah, because it is like stories for me really make sense of something quite meaningless that we just keep going on, and there's no map in life, and you find new philosophies all the time. And then, yeah, I'll read a story like the Harry Potter series and go, oh, I think there's something in this philosophy about, things like, for me, it would be about embracing our differences, or the power of friendship, like leaning into that supportive community. So yeah, that's what it is for me, that being a geek and being obsessive about stories really gives me meaning, yeah.
Any stories or fictional universes that you are really into these days as a fan, as a person?
Let me think. Well, I told you backstage, my current thing, my special interest is astrology. So I'm like, I just care about the planets at the moment.
Okay.
Which is just a bit too out there. But my fandoms would be, I love the Avatar fandom, not the the ones who control the elements. Because there's two Avatar fandoms.
The geeky one.
Is it the geek?
All right, a round of applause, mehet a taps. Hol vannak az avatarosok? Nagyon jó.
And then I've gotten really into just like romantasy as a genre, which is like fantasy, but for grown-ups. I just narrated one for like an Irish series. So yeah, I'm really into that.
Okay. Before we appeared on stage, there was this trailer for the whole Harry Potter series, which is available on HBO Max, obviously. And like, the fun thing about this franchise is that it just doesn't age, right? Year after year, Christmas after Christmas, birthday party after birthday party, we sit down and be like, yeah, sure, watch 8 movies straight, right? Because why not? How do you connect with someone that is like in a good sense frozen in time? Is It's just age is like fine wine. It's like the same, and I say that as a positive thing. How do you connect to the franchise these days?
Oh, well, I connect here at the conventions, that's how I like to do it, because I find the online world increasingly not real and quite dystopian, you know. So I like when I come here, and I almost I meet versions of my past self, like people who are just discovering Harry Potter, or people who are going through, it was very crucial to me because I got really into the books when I was going through some mental health struggles, and I meet other people who are having that too. So it really reminds me, that you'll move on and you'll find other things, but everyone's at a different stage in their journey. And what people were able to do for me then, like these stories were able to help heal me or help me feel seen and safe. I'm able to do that for fans too by just, a few moments of connection. And that's how I stay connected to it. And there's such a wholesomeness, such a sweetness about this fandom. Because I feel like whenever people meet me, you're right, they're connecting to this timeless series from their childhood, and that it's like their inner child comes out for a few moments, and I get to see that. Even if they've got kids or grandkids, or they have lived a whole life that I don't have these experiences, but I see their inner child for a moment, and what a privilege that is. That's a very beautiful thing, yeah.
Hallottam, hogy valaki elkezdett tapsolni, ezt ilyenkor jó, bátran el kell, így van. You mentioned that there is obviously some philosophy behind the Harry Potter franchise, behind the Wizarding World, and it teaches us a lot of things. What do you think, what is number one message that is a good message? As you mentioned, power of friendship, for example. What is the main message that is resonating with so many of us that we are still with the franchise all the time? What is the main message of the Wizarding World?
I feel like every time I reread the books, I find something new. I don't know if you've ever, because, as a child, you're so excited by the magic and that whole journey. And then as an adult, there's other themes that have really emerged. I think last time I read it, I was really struck by Harry's pain, at being orphaned and not having a family, for one thing. Thank you. And just how his trauma took him places. And this feeling of he's always feeling that he's ordinary, that he has, people are looking at him and giving him attention and expecting him to do something, and he feels he has nothing really to give. And yet, by sort of the courage in his heart, he does actually manage to do very extraordinary things. So it's not, I think that's a very powerful message for me, that it's not about being extraordinary, it's about courage to trust in your heart and to let that lead you who knows where. But yeah, definitely now that I read it as an adult, I do notice the pain and the trauma in these books. And that's just interesting to reflect on, yeah.
It's interesting that you mention it, because it's not just about the pain, but awareness of the spectrum of emotions. And I think the characters grow in that way in the series, is that they are able to detect. Sometimes it's a little bit on the nose, I can see this animal, I can see this, I can use this magic. But I think as characters, intellectually and emotionally, all of the kids are upgrading themselves, and now I'm able to see this, I'm able to sense that, I'm able to upgrade like this. Mm. As a person, how have you been growing ever since the series? What are the things that you be like, to be quite honest, to be quite frank, this is something new to me. What are the things that are new to you? How are you discovering yourself lately? What are the new things that you are still discovering about yourself?
Oh, gosh. Well, I never stop reading, for one thing. And that, it's terrifying to me how ignorant I am in the grand scheme of things, that especially now we've got AI, and the thing knows things instantly, whereas we have to go on this constant quest. So books for me have always been the thing that center me and help me grow and everything. But yeah, lately it is astrology, like how much of our charts and our destiny are kind of in the stars versus how much of the choices we make. Yeah, and I think I don't know if you're into, are you very into astrology? You're quite mystical, I know this.
I am. What is it? I am into astrology.
Well, no, just because...
Are you? Raise your hand if you're open, if we are just going to do some astrological thought. I mean, you guys are Harry Potter fans, so it would be like weird to say that, no, this is only science. The language of science is the only one I understand, right?
You'd be surprised.
I'm a Leo. I'm a proud Leo, by the way.
I'm a Leo too.
Obviously,
Hey,
right?
That was quite obvious. Oh, look at all the Leos.
Let's go, Leos.
You are too?
With my Aquarius rising.
What?
With my Aquarius
No,
rising.
it's not. The hair's doing everything. Yeah.
Wow, okay.
It's the mane. And you have got the mane, yeah.
I try to do my best, yeah.
Yeah. But no, I would say that's my big thing at the moment that's just blowing my mind. Especially the nodal axis, which is like, some people say it's about your destiny in this life versus your past life experience.
Okay.
And that's pretty cool to me.
What we're going to do is we are going to spend the entire interview
No, don't.
about I'm serious, because it's always a little bit of fan service, but once people are believing that you are really here and we are witnessing you, we're connecting you, I think it's important to talk to you, not just about you. So I'm really interested in what's happening with you right now. And I also know that you've been into charts, you've been into tarot reading as well. So just
all the witch stuff, yeah.
let's just jump right into it. Tell us about your chart. What is it that we should know about you from an astrological point of view?
Loads of fire, which I think is very different to Luna. So, and that's why when people say, "Oh, you're so like your character," I'm like, like she's very air. She's an Aquarius and very much that way. And yeah, I've always had fire, and I think because I am a bit quiet, people don't see that, but I really feel it. Yeah.
But they do say that Leo and Aquarius are like the opposites.
Yes.
And I think
they are
that's the reason
opposites on
why
the
it's
wheel.
easy for you to connect to an Aquarius character, because it's not the same, obviously, but it's so completely the opposite.
Exactly.
That you can contrast yourself.
I've had this revelation with Luna because I'm a Leo rising, so that means Aquarius is in my 7th house, which is the house of relationships, partnerships. Pretty much had a relationship with her my whole life. So that kind of says I'll be attracted to Aquarian type people. Yeah. So there's someone there giving out astrological advice, which I love. Please.
Well, raise your hand if you're a Leo. Also, I think they are quite okay.
Oh, love it.
We are gonna have this special after party with you guys later on. The rest are. You can go to other sections of.
No, but you can't say that because you'll connect with people who are like Leo, Venus in Leo or something.
Oh,
like there's so many different.
Love that.
It
Any
gets
other
deeper and deeper.
Any other houses of your? No. How do you ask that question properly? Any other aspects are in Leo? Are you connected to Leo other than your sun?
I got my Chiron in Leo, which is the house of the wounded healer.
Okay.
And that's kind of annoying because it's my first house, and then it's also the part where I have issues and have to learn lessons from it. So, yeah, that one bothers me. And I've got loads of Virgo, which is so annoying. Virgo is like the perfectionist, and yeah, it does. I feel like it tames my Leo a bit.
Okay.
Because the Leo's very like.
And is that okay to tame? Is that okay when someone tries to tame your Leo, or is it more like, gosh, why are you killing my vibe right now?
I think I'd be a bit annoying if I was just all Leo.
Okay.
What about you?
Sometimes Capricorns annoy me. I think they are again quite perfectionists, and
yes.
And they're like, I'm all there trying to have some fun, having this quite bombastic character of mine, and they are like judging me. And I'm like, am I that shallow of a person? And they are like, yes, you are. I'm like, okay, we're gonna have fun.
Do you find that the Leos get a bad rep.
Definitely.
Yes, and it's like
And
it's seen as kind of ostentatious or whatever, but you need someone to be in the light and to be leading.
Thank you so
and,
much,
and
yes.
taking that power.
Yeah.
If that's your gift.
we are necessary forces of nature, I believe.
It's turned into a little Leo love chat. I feel like we should embrace some other signs.
Well, what is happening right now is what gives an interesting reputation to Leos. They are sitting on the stage and they are talking about themselves, right?
Yes, and having hair.
So with that in mind, is that giving easy access to other people? Is it easier for you to make connections, or is it something that makes it harder to make connections? Because the power of friendship, we already mentioned this before.
Yeah.
With this mindset, with this spirit of fire, is it easier or harder to make genuine connections?
With which?
Just in your personal experience, in your life, is this attitude, this Leo energy, this fire energy, is it something that makes it easier to connect to people, or is it something that every now and then makes it a little bit harder because of all the fiery energy?
I mean, we're not all for everyone, are we? You know? So when I do meet a fire sign, like, it was not hard to connect with you out there. You came forward very confidently, very fire-like, and smiling, and that was like, cool, got it. Whereas, there are other signs that it takes a minute to click into them. So I think it's that. We all connect with different people and different parts of them, so I don't know if it's easier. It's quite direct, I suppose. Yeah, it's not as cerebral as it would be with some signs. Yeah.
Am I nailing this interview? Am I making a catastrophe out of this? I'm not quite sure, but I'm having a great time, so at least that counts
good.
for something, right? We know that you are quite vocal about a lot of issues out there. It seems like that there is some sense of judgment within you, like you need things to go in the right direction, from animal cruelty to just as human beings being able to raise our voices. What do you think? Where does it coming from? Why is it that? Because some people never really give a penny about things, and then here you are being vocal about stuff.
Okay.
Where is this coming from?
I will say my philosophy has sort of changed over time. I definitely, a few years ago, was the placard-carrying activist in the animal rights world. But in recent years, I've kind of felt I really feel you kind of change people by your example rather than your words, your opinion. I've always been changed by stories. When I read stories, that wakes something up in me. So I've actually pulled away from activism very intentionally, while still holding my beliefs. I'm more focused on like inner healing. I just feel like when people are balanced and at peace in themselves, they tend to make better decisions for the collective, you know? So that's my interest at the moment. But I would say that came from, so I'm from Ireland, which is a very Catholic country. My parents are both teachers, and in our household, like, I used to wish I had like stage parents, you know, who'd like push me out there and help with my career. They were so not that, still not that. They're clueless on, you know, how to get ahead career-wise. But in my household, kindness, that was it. That was how a person was valued, I think. So I think as soon as I got into the position, which, you know, in this film, which was an extremely privileged position in so many ways, there was a sense immediately of guilt, of going, why me? Why should I have this over other people when I don't? Like, why did my siblings not get something like this? You know, they're all teachers. They all have to work really hard to make their living. So I think I immediately had this sense of, well, I better do something to justify having all of this responsibility, all of this privilege, in a way that probably wasn't balanced. It was coming a little bit from inadequacy, of feeling like, I don't deserve this, so I better go and do something good. And now I'm trying to bring it back more to balance of speaking about things because I love to, because it's the world I want to create. Does that sort of make sense?
That's such a beautiful part of self-reflection when you are not idolizing something positive that you do, but realize that we are just, after all, human beings, or stardust, as we already established, and our motivations are coming from all different places. Last minute of this interview, turning our attention back to planets, blaming everything on the stars. If we are looking ahead of what's going to happen in these upcoming weeks and months from an astrological point of view, what is your number one advice to everybody? What is it that we need to look out for? What should we expect from a cosmical point of view?
Okay.
Read to this whole room.
Yes. Okay. Well, I'm very much a student of this, so I'm not advanced at all, and it's so complex. It is Aries season, as we know. A lot of planets just moved into the Aries sign. Which is all about fire. It's the first sign in the zodiac. It's about taking action. Obviously, it's at a time when there's a lot of conflict in the world. There's a lot of war, and I think we have to be like mindful to not take up those weapons and to be very, restrained warriors, to act from wisdom, things like that, and hold places of peace and creativity, which I feel like we're doing here in this convention. This is a very creative space, and it is all about the inner child and joy and everything. So that's what I'm focusing on at this moment, where it can be quite seductive to be that warrior archetype. I want to use that Aries fire to be really creative, to not be destructive.
Yes, let's hear it for her. Ladies and gentlemen, Ivana Lynch, thank you so much for bringing out your inner warrior.
Thank you. I so enjoyed that. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mennyire csodálatos Homo sapiens sapiens-szel volt lehetőség. Egy kicsit zavarba is vagyok. Ez valószínűleg átjött, ki is vagyok valószínűleg rúgva, de még nem azelőtt, hogy elmondjam nektek, hogy nem sokára a Boys című fantasztikus képregénynek az alkotóival fog majd kedves kollégám beszélgetni, egy rövid szünet után. Úgyhogy ha nem féltitek nagyon a helyeteket, elsősorra nézek, ugye nehéz ügy, akkor lehet, hogy most lehet egy kis friss levegőt szívni. Nem fog meglepetés vendég következik, csak most, hogy már néhányan elindultatok. Itt van Arató András. Képzeld el, itt van Hide the Pain Harold, úgyhogy a szünetben ezzel fogunk titeket szórakoztatni. Nagy tapssal ki lehet őt ám csábítani a backstage-ből. Hide the Pain Harold, Hide the Pain Harold. Na most nem tudjátok, hogy mi legyen, ebben a pillanatban sugták a fülembe. Ez egy improvizációs gyakorlat. Most, hogyha nyitott vagy, oda néz!
Hello, hello! Sziasztok! A Hide the Pain Harold hasonmás verseny második helyezettje vagyok.
Jaj, de nagyon szép!
Ne higgyétek el, én vagyok az igazi.
Annyira fantasztikus, hogy itt vagy velünk. Mi a helyzet?
Hát ez egy fantasztikus rendezvény. Vendégként vagyok itt, úgyhogy ez egy meglepetésként csöppentem be ide a színpadra, remélem nem utáltok el azért innen.
Nekem úgy tűnik, hogy a társaság nagy része ezt most pont végtelenül elviseli. Hello!
Ez egy fantasztikus hely. Tényleg nem tudok betelni vele. Elég sok helyen jártam a világban, hasonló rendezvényeken, Olaszországban, még Amerikában is, és abszolút megállja a helyét. Tényleg ez egy szuper, csúcs-szuper, worldwide.
Sokat nem kérünk
helyszín.
téged, csak el kell mondanod, hogy miért a magyar közönség a legfantasztikusabb az összes közül.
Hát miért, ki más lenne? Hát magyarok vagyunk, nem? Én is magyar vagyok.
Így van, óriási nagy taps, hello! Mi az, amire te vendégként a leginkább kíváncsi vagy a mai napból?
Igazából az, hogy ez igazából nem nálunk Magyarországon kitalált rendezvénysorozat, ez hova tudott kifejlődni, és hogy milyen perspektívák vannak még mögötte. mert hát rengeteg fele elágazik a dolog. Most informáltak, hogy egy ága lesz a Horror Fesztivál. Nagyon kíváncsi vagyok rá, és nagyon várom. Szóval ez tényleg egy olyan műfaj, ami terjed a világba, és rengeteg fiatalt, nem csak fiatalt, középkorút, még engem is meg tud szólítani, és mindig az ötletekre vagyok kíváncsi, és mindig vannak ötletek. Mindig vannak új játékok, új cosplayerek, mindegy. Szóval annyira kreatív emberek, akkora kreativitás áll mögött az egész iparág mögött, hogy ez fantasztikus kívülállóként is megnézni.
Lesz majd cosplay verseny itt egyébként a színpadon is, és beszélgetés megfelelő alkotókkal, úgyhogy majd mindenképp figyeljetek. Sejted, hogy merre mész majd tovább? Most azt gondolom, hogy arra fogsz elindulni, mert különben itt megzabálnának téged, de hogy hol lehet majd a rendezvény alatt elcsípni? Jössz holnap is?
Nem, csak ma vagyok.
Ma van, oké.
Hát egy pici rövid fotosession talán be lehet iktatni. Nagyon sokan megállítottak már, hogy jöttem idefele is. Mindenkit nem tudtam megállni. Tudnék, valakinek odaállok, akkor nincs vége az a helyzet. És hát így is elnézést kérek, mert általában nem szoktam a selfie kérőket elküldeni. De hogy itt annyian vagytok, hogy tényleg elkezdünk,
szóval
szervezetlenül elkezdünk, akkor annak ninc vége. És
szuper
akkor
lenne hagyni, hogy te is körül tudj nézni egy kicsit, ugye? Hölgyeim és uraim, a Hide the Pain Herald cosplay verseny második helyezettje itt volt velünk. Nagy tapsot kérünk neki, köszönjük szépen!
Én köszönöm, sziasztok!
Így van! Szeretem a meglepetéseket. Nyugodtan a szervezőknek szeretném jegyezni, hogy ilyeneket bármikor randomi lehet jönni a fülembe súgni, lehet ezt még fokozni szerintem. Szóval ott tartottunk, hogy egy pici szünetet tartunk, és utána nagyon durván rá fogunk szimpelni a The Boys-ra, és sok minden másra is a folytatásban. Sziasztok!
Where were you?
Alicent came to Dragonstone. She will open the gates of the Red Keep and surrender to me.
You cannot trust her. The king has abdicated the throne.
A new dawn is coming. A new line of unsullied kings.
You are the Queen of Dragons. You have an absolute power within your grasp.
Soon or late, Rhaenyra will send her new dragons here. It would be the end.
This is the moment you become queen.
Maybe we could discuss it further on stage. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. All right.
Hölgyeim és uraim, ladies and gentlemen, woo! I'm here to introduce two amazing people whose razor wit and completely bonkers satire has reformed comics. There are people that got through, that got into the main media. Gentleman over there, Garth Ennis, one of the best writers in the world. And Mr. John McCrae, whose name I'm completely butchering with him. He's a frequent collaborator, amazing artist. So, guys, let's give a big Comic-Con welcome and a huge applause to the gentleman. Nice. So before we begin our Q&A, if we wanted to do something else, as each year we have different art contests. Yep, they put up quite a things. So we have an art contest, and this year we have gotten some amazing pieces of art. The theme was The Boys, and to make like an alternate cover for The Boys. And the gentleman, so John, was the one that chose the winners. So we would like to ask the M to please join me on stage. So please, if you're here, come on, come on. There you go. So in the amateur category, I hope I'm saying it right. Busy Bee, was it right? That's the correct one. Thank you. Okay, good for her. Gratulálunk, és nagyon szépen köszönjük. Jó, köszi, nagyon köszönjük. Hey. And in the pro category, what's with your hair? Where's your hair? So, Tebeli Szabolcs, Brazil, he won the pro category. Thank you so much. Gratulálok. And for the rest of them, szia, te vagy a Gábor? Korcsó Gábor, second place, right? Third place, sorry. In amateur category, I don't know where the posters are. Thank you, congratulations. Yay. And whoever's not here, then we'll get the bags to them. Thank you so much. If anyone else? No, then take a seat and let's begin the discussion. I'll try to make it as personal and uncomfortable as it possibly is, if it weren't for the lights, which are already blinding. So you guys know each other for how long?
Since the late 80s.
Yeah. Late 80s. Yeah. So, and you have been working together since then, or was it like a work relationship or like a friend relationship that became like a work relationship?
Well, I knew John because he opened the first comic shop in Belfast. And when I was pitching a story to a British publisher, I asked him to do some art for it. He did. The story was picked up. John was the artist. And we've been working together on and off ever since, really. That would have been the spring of '89.
Jeez, I can't even count it how long that is. You probably both have a relationship that lasted a lot less than that. So what was the first thing you worked on?
It was called Troubled Souls, and it was a political drama set in Northern Ireland, where, of course, we grew up. And it was published, first of all, it was serialized in a political comic called Crisis, and then it was a collection, it was a graphic novel, and I always thought that having a 100-page full-color graphic novel as your first effort, I think it did us both a lot of good. A lot of publishers, especially in America, saw it, and it gave us a nice sort of running start.
Okay, so, and then the first big American thing the two of you did was Demon, right? You did like a longer...
That's right, yeah. We took over the Demon from Alan Grant and Val Zemeckis, who'd been doing it for about 30 or 40 issues. And then we took over and ran it into the ground, really. Yeah.
How did you get away with a lot of the stuff that was there? I mean, to have a character called Bader, who's usually referred as Master Bader.
Well, we didn't get away with that for the longest time. That whole joke was ruined when they figured it out. There was meant to be a double-page splash with all the demons from hell sort of screaming, "All hail the Masturbator," to which we would chuckle enormously. But they caught it at the last minute and changed it to "All hail King Bator," which ruined it entirely.
It did a bit. I remember the editor telling me that he went into his boss and asked him if they could do it, and the boss said no. And then he went back again a day later and asked again, and this time he got a really filthy look that told him his job was on the line, so he just backed off. But about 20 years later, when it was collected, I gave the collections editor a bottle of whiskey, and he changed King to Master, and all is well.
Beautiful, beautiful. And he grew into one of the best characters and one of the best series ever published by DC in the 90s, Hitman. That is probably like one of the longest forms the two of you worked together, right? Like 60 issues and some specials. How do you maintain a relationship? Like relationships are hard with anyone. Like for 60 issues, that's what, more than 5 years. How do you maintain a relationship like that?
It's fairly simple, really. It's just trust. Neither of us does anything that the other will find impossible. We're both pretty professional about it, and we keep each other entertained.
Was there anything that he's ever written that you said, like, I'm not going to draw that?
Have you seen the stuff I draw? So, no. Nah.
And vice versa, did he ever drew anything that you just went like, John?
No, I mean, there's been a couple of times I've gone, oh, fuck. There was a Dix cover where one of the lead characters was being forced to blow the devil, and it was a close-up. I think the devil is holding mistletoe over, and I remember when I because I didn't know about the cover, and I remember when I opened the box and thought, oh Christ, this has come through British customs. We could be arrested for this. But no, I don't think I've ever had any art on any of the things I've written where I thought that's gone too far. You know, certainly I can tell you that I run into my own limits sometimes before I do other people's. Like the publisher of Dix and Crossed and many other titles, William Christensen, seems to have absolutely no limits whatsoever, and some of the things I think he would like to publish go way, way beyond anything I can imagine.
Well, when you sent me over Crossed, some comps of Crossed to have a read of them, I read maybe 5 or 10 pages of the first issue and then just shut the book and went, that's enough of that. I read comics to be entertained, not chilled to my very core, and so I just took them down the comic shop and traded them in. Sorry. It was just too much for me.
That's perfectly fine. I mean, I can tell you that some of the other writers on Crossed, after we opened it up to other people, did go further than I would have. But that's just the luck of the draw. You know, the whole point of creative freedom is to follow your instincts to where the story is supposed to go.
Do you have personal, so just going back, and I will talk about Crossed in a second because I want to give a shout out to Horsecock because that character is just amazing. But do you have, like, from Hitman, you have like a personal favorite, like some character that's just, you know, that's a personal favorite?
Well, for me, it's either Six-Pack or Baitor. You know, both those characters are very close to my heart. You know, I love them both.
I'm not sure if I could pick a favorite. Six-Pack and Baitor, both good. Fond of Dog Welder. Bueno, I've got a soft spot for. Tommy himself is a very, very easy character to write because his essential instinct is to go get a beer, prop up a bar, and hope that nothing interrupts his day. I can really relate to that.
So Hitman, and this is not just my personal opinion, but I think it has one of the best comic book series endings ever. It's like you're not human if it doesn't bring some tears into your eyes because it's just one of the perfection. Did you, like, when was the moment that you guys knew like you have like a hit on your hands?
Well, let's see. It launched about 30 years ago. In the summer, yes, it was the summer of '96, and I think I think things were going quite well for me at that time, Preacher and Unknown Soldier and a couple of other things. And Star seemed to be on the rise, I suppose. Hitman didn't do as well as Preacher, but it did well enough to survive 60 issues. And I had the impression that people who liked it straight away, and anyone who didn't like it just dropped it. So we didn't have to worry about a sort of a fan base that maybe wavered with it. They were kind of with it all the way. But once we realized that it was going to survive long enough to tell the story we wanted to tell, then I could sort of start to plan things out. And the ending that you're talking about, I think I thought of that fairly early on, really just because there is an aspect to the story of live by the gun, die by the gun. And I think that was something I always knew I was going to have to work into the ending.
All right. And also that issue 34 bought you the Eisner, right? So as a best single issue, the one with Superman on the rooftop, also really it's an instant classic. This one's mainly for you, Garth. Let's talk a little bit about Hellblazer, because that was your... Yeah. If I can say, I'm sorry if I say, because you already did Judge Dredd by that time in the UK, so you were quite well known in the UK. But that was the big American break, right?
Yes.
How did you approach it? Because you had to follow some giant footsteps, because you had Alan Moore creating the character in Swamp Thing and establishing, and then Jamie made it into this murky, dark, basically, it could have been a happy ending, but he just always took what's the worst that can happen?
Yeah.
So how do you go from that to make it even worse?
Well, I think I felt the need to make an impression as quickly as possible. I was 20 when I began work on that book, and I felt very obviously like the new kid. And I thought, and I was a huge admirer of what Jamie did on the book, still am. I think he picked up on just the right clues that Alan left in the character. But yes, I just felt the need to make a big splash as quickly as possible and get noticed. And fortunately, it worked. Yeah.
Do you have like a favorite? I mean, I think everyone's what everyone knows is when John's giving the finger to the demons. But do you have something that sticks out that you're very proud of that you did? That's me.
Probably the character of Kit. Yeah. Everybody seemed to like her, and it was good to write a female character that I felt was a match for Constantine. You know, she was his equal, if only because she had the intelligence to run like hell as soon as trouble came along. Because I think when you're talking about someone like Constantine, he's essentially a very dangerous person to know. Spent much time in his company, and you will eventually suffer a nasty, grisly fate. Whereas Kit, I think, although she was attracted to him, she probably saw him more as probably being a bit like a drug. You know, like, this is fun, but I know that trouble's going to come along, and I have to know when to get out of this. And she had the intelligence to do that.
Absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about Punisher, because I think everyone here is a huge fan of your work, both runs. It's such an interesting thing, because you did two very massive long runs on Punisher, and they're like written by two completely different people, because one of them is just crazy bear punching, grizzly bear, polar bear punching, mobster throwing off the top of the building, kind of fun, and the other one is just that serious and touches some insanely difficult subjects like human trafficking and war. How do you, and this is for you, John, because you drew some of the most craziest issues of the first run with the that's going to fumble that. So the Confederacy of Dunces, which is just one of the stupidest, and I'm saying it with affection, it's just one of the stupidest Punisher stories with steamrollers.
That's why he brought me in on art.
And over the top.
Stupid enough to draw this.
So when did you know, like, I'm going to finish this and I want to start something completely different?
It was actually around the time of 9/11 in New York when I had a strong sense of suddenly this new world, this new century being ruined, and understanding that between the event itself and the Bush administration's reaction to it, things were going to get bad. And that sort of optimism of the 90s was going to give way to something pretty grim. And I thought, well, I have the perfect character with which to write about this, the Punisher. It wasn't that I wanted to write about the events, the specific events and causes of 9/11, but I wanted to write about a world in which things like that happened, when the cavalry wasn't coming over the hill, when no one was coming to save you, when it turns out, yeah, things are just going to get pretty shitty. And I mean, you mentioned the human trafficking. The Punisher was a pretty good character to write in a story like that.
I think that's one of my go-to issues. I think the end of the Slavers, the first issue ended when Frank says, like, I'm going to go out and hurt like a lot of people tonight, where you, like, the rare time where I have a problem when people identify with the Punisher, like being the good guy. I always find it scary because he's not. He's a psycho. He's just as bad. But there's always that certain nuance where you feel like, okay, yeah, he's right this time.
Well, yes, it's the classic notion, I suppose, of making the villains significantly worse than the anti-hero, so that at the back of your mind you are thinking, yeah, they do deserve it, and I would like to see them get taken out. I remember actually why that story came about was my wife and I were walking through Central Park, and I happened to mention to her that I wasn't quite sure what to do next with the Punisher. I don't know who to set him loose on next. And she said, you know, I've just read something that I think you might find interesting. And it was an article about human trafficking. It was only 3 or 4 pages long. There's a sequence in the story where there's a social worker giving a lecture on the topic, and she cites a few examples. They're all taken directly from that article. But I remember reading it, and I'd heard of human trafficking before. I knew what it was, but I didn't know the details. And I think it was reading that when I thought for the first time, yes, I would like there to be a Punisher. I would like there to be someone who could be unleashed on people like this, because this is human depravity at its vilest. But that's where that story comes from.
Hard subject, so this is going to be very tough to go to some more light-hearted adventures.
The other Punisher, the one you're talking about that John drew the last 5 issues of, that was very much born of its time, the 1990s, when there didn't seem to be any particular reason to take a violent character like that all that seriously.
Yeah.
And the notion of Frank, like, basically working his way through the Marvel universe like a chainsaw, and mercilessly denigrating all the Marvel characters. Well, that just seemed like fun. When you come from, I have an unusual background in comics in that I don't have a superhero background. Although John and I grew up only about 5 miles apart, by a quirk of distribution, I very rarely saw superhero comics. Not with any kind of continuity or coherence. I never read them as a kid. So I have a completely different background in comics than most other people. The first American superhero comic I read cover to cover was The Dark Knight, which is a weird way to come to the subject, especially when you realize that none of the other comics are remotely like it.
That's up. So, and does it, like, do you have any say, or you when you're writing a story, like, okay, this one's for John, you have that in your mind sometimes?
Well, that one was specifically written for John, actually. because he was, I think at the time you were looking for work at Marvel, and Joe Quesada said, why don't you write him a Punisher? But what I want you to do is I want you to fill it, I want you to take all the superhero characters from your Punisher run and put them in one story. So that was like Spider-Man and Daredevil and Wolverine, who had all sort of been through the ringer in previous issues. And I knew John liked the Hulk, so I stuck the Hulk in there too.
Yeah, I mean, the Spider-Man is my favorite superhero, and I loved Spider-Man growing up as a kid, and I'll never forgive you.
Well, I remember there was an excellent editor in American comics called Archie Goodwin, very good writer as well. But I remember, maybe you're familiar with a book called Martial Law.
Of course.
Right.
Pat
Martial
Mills,
Law.
Kevin O'Neill, rest in peace.
Yeah, just fantastic. Martial Law, of course, is far more vicious about superheroes than anything I've ever written. I mean, it really stamps them into the dirt. And Archie, who was the editor, said that he felt a bit weird about it because he said that making fun of somebody's favorite superhero is a bit like calling their mother a whore. And of course, you know, there are people who take it that seriously. I've always, with that Punisher material and Hitman and The Boys, which are all fairly, you know, anti-superhero, I've always found that there are people who, yes, really enjoy the adventures of their favorite superhero characters, but also quite enjoy seeing them mocked. And it's that audience, I suppose, that I kind of rely on. Yeah.
Definitely. Moving on. So the other book that was a huge hit before The Boys was Preacher. Mm-hmm. Preacher also became this massive TV show, but before that, quite a few years, it was like one of it's probably the longest book you've ever written, like 66 issues plus all these...
I think The Boys is longer.
It is?
Yeah, I think so. The Boys comes out at almost 100.
Wow. Sorry. See, there's my knowledge.
Yeah, Preacher was about, I think when you add it all up, it's about 75.
So Preacher, to me, is basically a romantic comedy. It's a road movie. It's on its heart. It's a very romantic, you know, comic book that is also like hilariously violent and just over the top in many, many things. I remember, so I was one of those that still read the floppies and read all the letter columns as well. So is it true that you actually send it to different church groups, or is that a legend?
No, that's a different title. I'd say what I think you're talking about is the next book I did after Troubled Souls with John back at the beginning was called True Faith. And it was serialized in Crisis, and then it was published as a graphic novel. And the guy who did publicity for Crisis was an American guy living in London called Igor Goldkind. And he thought it would be a good idea to send copies of True Faith, which was pure blasphemy, I should explain, like a sort of prototype Preacher. He thought it would be a good idea to send copies of the graphic novel to every Christian group and church in the UK. And, well, he certainly got plenty of attention, and the thing was promptly withdrawn from sale. And it remained lost in limbo for about 10 years, and then Vertigo eventually published it. But, yes, certainly, you know, the seeds of Preacher lay in True Faith, but True Faith was the one that got sent to various churches. Yeah.
Okay. I will need to make a note for that for myself. Let's talk a little bit about The Boys. So The Boys is right now one of the biggest hit shows on, I don't even dare to say television because I don't think that exists anymore, but basically but it's one of the biggest. Did you think like this is going to become that huge thing, or?
Whenever someone asks that really about anything I've done that succeeded, I always say that no, its success didn't surprise me because I can see why people like it, but equally, if it had fallen flat, if it had failed, I would have understood that too. That's very much true of Preacher. Preacher, yes, I can see why people like it, but if it had failed, I would have gone, yes, it's just too weird. I get that. When Steve and I began Preacher, we had no idea what was going to happen. The Boys, I can see why people like it. I think it was very fortunate that the show came along when it did, because by then, all the Marvel and DC films and TV shows had educated a mainstream audience, meaning an audience beyond comics, to the notion of a shared superhero universe, to the idea that you could live in a world where you'd be walking down the street and Spider-Man would swing past and suddenly the Hulk would burst out of a building and Doctor Doom would, whatever he does, and the X-Men would be there. In other words, everyone lives in the same world. There are superheroes everywhere, and they meet up and do things all the time. And I think once you had a mainstream audience throughout the world, really, that were used to the idea of superheroes, it was the perfect time for the Boys to come along. Because you think about it, whenever any subject becomes popular, eventually there'll be something that comes along that mocks it and attacks it.
Yeah.
And that's the Boys in a nutshell. The Boys says superheroes are bastards, they need a slap, and the Boys are the ones who are going to do it. I mean, that's so simple. That's your Hollywood logline right there.
So, Herogasm. There's been rarely any book that I said, like, how the hell did you get away with this? And Herogasm was probably like on top of it because it was still done by a larger publisher. It's, beautiful covers by Derek Robertson. And then you open the book and you see all these depraved, massive like orgies of superheroes doing weird stuff. How much it is you, John, and how much is it Garth?
Oh, it's all him.
That's not true. That's not true. And there was a lot of stuff in that where, again, I looked at it and thought, oh, fuck. So a good deal of that was him.
There's one bit of it that I really have regret, though, because I missed a trick, are there kids in the audience? Oh, well. Anyway, it was when there was a woman being fucked by a dog, and I forgot to draw a little crypto cape onto the dog, and I was like, I missed a trick there. Damn, that would have really made me more popular with DC if I'd done that. And then I'd have got more work at DC Comics.
Yes. Well, I think at one point, Dog Welder was going to dog weld Crypto and Ace the Bat Hound. Have I got that right? But obviously that wasn't going to happen. Herogasm came about because with my disdain for superheroes, one of the superhero stories I liked least is the big company crossover. John and I had to actually take part in a few of those when we were doing Hitman, and it was annoying as piss.
But you made the best of it. Hitman 1 Million or that Dark Knight, Final Night, whatever. They're beautiful, perfect issues of basically using the best of whatever you've been given. But I understand how annoying it is because it puts
pretty much ignoring what you were given
and into the flow, and you have to shoehorn in whatever.
So that's why when it came time to do the Boys version of one of those things, I just sort of thought, okay, well, every time there's a crossover, the superheroes all get together and they meet up and they fight whatever it is the threat is, and then everything goes back to normal. And I thought, well, what if they said they were all going off to fight an intergalactic threat on another planet, but actually they were just flying to a tropical island and fucking each other silly? That seems rather more likely to me. And that's where Herogasm came from. The name comes from, I saw a shoe store in New York called Shoegasm, and I thought, that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. And then I thought, no, wait a minute, that's kind of brilliant. Herogasm. Yeah.
And I can, after this, safely assume like Highland Letty was also like immediately written for John.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I knew that John was going to be doing the mini-series, but also some stuff on the regular book. You ended up doing quite a lot of Huey stuff because one of the arcs you did on the regular book was where he goes to Mallory and finds out the secret history. Sure. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I think I ended up doing about a fifth of all the issues or something like that.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Which surprises me.
Yeah, and then there was the sort of double issue you did with Russ, where you and he kind of traded off. Yeah.
Tag team. Yeah. I mean, one of my big regrets is turning down The Boys. You actually, after Hitman ended, Garth rang me up and said, "I've got this idea for another book called The Boys. Do you want to draw it?" And I, much to my regret, said, "No, I'm knackered. I just want to draw a couple of shorter things." And
wholesome superhero comics.
Yes.
Yes. Of the Venom.
Well, I just was knackered at the end of drawing Hitman, so I just didn't feel up to like 60 issues of whatever. But as it turned out, it took so long to gestate through that I probably could have done it. And my wife never stops smacking me round the back of the head for that choice. Oh well.
Do you think you'll ever do like something long form together?
I don't see myself doing any long form books again at all. I'm far more comfortable with miniseries and one shots. John's drawing one of mine right now, but it's a 40-page one shot, and after that we're going to do another one shot with another character, but I couldn't see myself committing to 60 issues of anything again.
I'm too tired. I'm an old guy and I'm fucking tired.
No, it's definitely. I need to ask because I think a lot of the people are the fans of the show. After us, we're going to have Karen come out. But I wanted to ask, you have someone it's like someone in the show that's your favorite. You say like, oh my God, like I should have done what they're doing now with the TV show because it's slightly different than the book.
Well, I think that Anthony Starr absolutely
he made it in his own.
Nails the Homelander. I met Anthony a couple of times, and he's got a real sort of quite blithe exuberance for life. He's got a very infectious sense of humor. I really enjoyed meeting him, but I think he absolutely nails the Homelander, who, just the cruelty of the guy, the petty cruelty, the meanness, like the spiteful little teenage boy in a man's body, a Superman's body.
Definitely. Do you watch it?
After I got long COVID, I couldn't watch anything that made me jump. All my horror movies, etc., I couldn't watch them anymore because it gave me heart palpitations. And the exploding heads on The Boys was just what did it for me. I watched the first season, and then there was a courtroom bit where just everybody's head exploded, and I was just like, no, I can't. I'm out. I can't do this anymore. I nearly had a heart attack. So no, I don't watch it anymore. Sorry.
It happens. Any other project that's being turned into? So how are we doing with the Crossed movie or series?
The Crossed movie is being edited right now.
Ooh.
That was shot last year, towards the end of last year. At any given point, most of the stuff we do together and separately is being looked at by someone in Hollywood, and occasionally, it goes a bit further. I've had nice option money on a number of projects that never went any further, but that was true of Preacher and The Boys for a long time as well. So you can be pretty sure that someone's looking at something at any given time, and right now there are 2 or 3 things in development which may come off, may not.
Yeah, I just had a Universal option on Dead Eyes, but they optioned it twice, and then, it's not going to happen now. So I guess Jerry's going to talk to somebody else.
I actually wanted to state this on stage that Dead Eyes ruined wiping my butt forever.
Sorry, pardon?
Dead Eyes has ruined wiping my ass forever.
Oh, sure, okay.
So
well, I'm
read
happy.
it and you'll understand it.
I'm happy.
There's a splash page.
It's a splash.
Well, we're out of time. I want to thank you full-heartedly for joining us here. Give us a huge applause. Thank you so much for joining.
Thanks very much.
We're downstairs on the main floor. Thank you so much for coming, and give it up for Karen. Thank you.
Új és szenzációs. Vagy időtlen klasszikus.
Nem hisztéria, Astoria.
A Filmión megtalálod.
Jaike, végre.
Nézd magyar filmeket laptopon.
Mi lesznek a hangok?
Okos tévén vagy okos telefonon.
Modernizálódás van.
Regisztrálj most, fizess elő vagy kölcsönöz. Filmió. A magyar filmek otthona.
Hello, everyone. Are you ready for our next guest? You're not ready. Our next guest is an actor who you have seen in many very specific genre shows, movies, and the like. You know her from TV shows like The Boys, Suicide Squad, Kipo and the Wonder Beast, and She-Ra. Please join me in giving a very warm Budapest welcome to Karen Fukuhara. Karen Fukuhara.
Oh, hi. Oh, thank you. Hello.
Please.
Wow. Do we have a massage chair?
Yeah, they're bringing over the Iron Throne from the other hall as we speak. So.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I'm so excited. Okay. Great. Hi. Sia? Sia?
Sia.
Sia. Hi.
Hi, Karen. Welcome to Budapest.
Thank you for having me. I just learned how to say Budapest. In America, we say Budapest because we're clueless. And someone at the con just now said, say it with the SH, Budapest. And so, yes. Hello, Budapest.
I think you nailed it.
Thank you.
It's your first time here.
Mm-hmm. It's my first time here. We just did a premiere of the last season of The Boys in Rome, and just popped on over from Rome to Budapest, and it was a quick hour and a half, 2-hour flight. Really excited to be here. I have obviously never been, and my good friend Charlene is with me, and we're just going to be little tourists for a few days here.
And Rome is where the premiere happens a bit more than 2 weeks from now, right?
Yes, April 8th is when we release the first 2 episodes. And make sure you guys watch it on the first few days because it helps our ratings. And we're really excited. I think from, the very, very beginning of the season, a lot happens. And you're at the edge of your seat and you don't want to miss a moment. So we always say grab dinner, popcorn, drinks, and start watching. But I don't know, you might lose your appetite in the first few minutes.
Okay. That doesn't sound foreboding at all.
Yeah, but you get it. If you guys are here and you like the show, you get it.
So last season, what a ride so far. Is there anything you can tease from what's waiting, apart from countless amounts of goo and blood and all that?
Oh my God. There's always going to be blood. There's always going to be, bodily fluids. But, I think this final season, Eric, our showrunner, really wanted to do it right, especially for the fans. A lot of times, you love a show, and then sometimes in the last few episodes, it kind of goes to shit. So we want to land the plane. We want to give the fans what they want. And so hopefully you guys like it. We did our very best. And if I were to tease anything, Kimiko's talking this season.
Ooh.
She's talking. She's a bit of a chatterbox, and so it can be really quite different from previous seasons, but it'll show a different side of Kimiko that you guys have never seen. So I'm excited and also kind of anxious to see the reception of it.
Now you have to memorize lines.
I know. I've gotten through multiple seasons without having to do that, and now, but no, one thing that I really want to emphasize is that Kripke gave me the gift of sign language, and I feel like the sign language community is often looked glazed over. And my sign language coach, Amanda, she has always been hard of hearing, and her parents were also hard of hearing, and so her whole family has been signing and communicating that way. And her community has experienced so much I don't know what the word would be, but I'll give an example, and she doesn't mind me sharing this. It's her experience, but, she has a hard time going to anywhere where she has to order quickly, or there's loud music playing in a cafe or a restaurant, and because of her hearing aid, it's really difficult for her to hear the other person, even with the hearing aid, with loud music, because I guess the hearing aid doesn't adjust volume.
Yeah.
So my voice is really loud right now, but for her, the voice that you hear me doing right now, the volume at that is the same as someone in the crowd in the back. Mm. So she can hear that at the same level, which is quite difficult to decipher what's going on. And she's trying to read lips and everything. And so she kind of, she has had experiences where the other person is unwilling to help her. And so she's ordering a cappuccino at a cafe and they're frustrated that she can't hear. And it's just so, it makes me angry, and I just think that we can be a little more kinder to people that don't speak your language. And sign language is a language, and it's just as powerful and important. And there's a whole subset of people that speak the language, much like English, much like Hungarian, much like, Korean and Japanese and all of the above. So I'd like to say that Kimiko's always been speaking. She's been saying something, but this season you'll be able to hear it.
how different it is to prepare for a speaking role as opposed to a non-speaking role. So, if you have a speaking role, you can link it to when I say this, I do that. But when you don't have that first layer, how different will it become?
I think it's a different muscle that you have to practice and you have to use, because obviously when you can't speak out loud, you have to really emote with your face. Otherwise, nobody understands what you're saying or what point you're trying to get across. And as an actor, I think I learned through the seasons where she wasn't speaking out loud that I kind of had to fight for my screen time, because
physically,
yes. Well, because if you think about it, it's a long day. Everything is moving slowly but also quickly, and you're trying to get a lot done in one day of filming. And so there's been a lot of times where the director, if there is a speaking line, they know to shoot a close-up of you with the camera. But when you don't have a line and you're just doing reactions, they tend to forget that you're there as well. And so there have been moments where I have to go up to them and tell them, like, oh, this is what I'm trying to do. Or if I had a line here, I would be saying this. And it's about speaking up for your character and fighting for those moments, because it's without those moments, Kimiko, like you have no idea what she's thinking.
Yeah. Now, Kimiko is probably, sorry, am I pronouncing it right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes.
So she is one of the most complex characters on TV, and she's got this very real, raw physical presence, but also a deep emotional side. And what's the challenge in bringing those two polar opposites together in one character?
I had a lot of fun. I don't know if it was a huge challenge. I've grown up doing martial arts and karate mainly, and then for Suicide Squad I did a bunch of sword fighting training, and have gotten to work with some of the best stunt coordinators in the industry, and I just have such a great time. We get to practice for weeks to months on these fight choreographies, and let me tell you, it is the most satisfying feeling when you're fighting stunt guys and you're the one beating them up, because you're not actually hitting them. You don't make contact. If you do, it's very little. It's very soft. And you pull back the punches so you don't actually hurt the other person. But they make you look so good. Like, I just do one slash and they're like flying across the room, and you're like, wow, I did that? I didn't do it. It was them. But, you feel good doing it. But I could do it. You just feel good, and they make you look good. And I also love rehearsing with them, and it almost feels like a team sport. And at the end of the day, when you accomplish something, it's just such a good feeling. And I have lifelong friends that I've made through through doing all of that. Like I've stayed, I think the first few seasons, maybe one or two of The Boys, I stayed with a stunt woman in a different, in same apartment, different room, and I met her during Suicide Squad. So it's nice. It's nice going back to the same city and getting to do all of these things with a group of people. And to answer your question, the emotional beats, I think I got really lucky because Kripke writes really well. He doesn't just go for shock value. I think a lot of the boys scenes, it's bizarre and it's crazy, and we have fun watching it because you've never seen anything like that on any other show. But at the same time, you're able to care about these characters because he creates a backstory. And you can see that in Kimiko. She's so violent, but you kind of deeply care for her because of her emotional beats with Frenchie. And then in the same way, like Homelander, right? He could just be an evil fucking bitch, but evil fucking bitch. But you kind of root for him in a way, which is weird, and you kind of you love the character, but it's kind of like Breaking Bad, where you question your own moralities because you're like, wait a second, why do I like this character?
Sympathize with this.
Yes, this little bit. Yeah.
Your words, not mine.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. So yeah, it's all in the writing, and I've just had a blast being on the show. Yeah.
You had some of the most intense physical scenes in the show. You had your neck snapped, you got shot, you got in the head, you got blown through a wall. How much is that? How much of it is CGI, and how much of that are practical effects?
We have a lot of practical effects on our show. So I think most of the boys' side, at least, I don't know about the soup side because we're not on set for that. It's all pretty practical. So I'm on wires, my stunt double is on wires. I will say, if I'm going through a wall, it's my stunt double. There was one sequence, I don't even know if you'll remember it, but it was in, I think, season 4, going into one of the mansion scenes. And Kimiko has to scale up a wall outside. And for some reason, we drove all the way out 2 to 3 hours from Toronto to the Niagara Falls. It's so far. And we shot that at like 2 a.m., really cold winter. And I thought, we're like next to the Niagara Falls because we want to shoot this beautiful like backdrop of the waterfall and like me scaling on the wire work and like dangling in the wind. But then Phil, our director, said, "Oh, no, we don't have the rights to film the waterfall." So I said, "Oh, why are we here then, Phil? Why are we here?" And I don't know why we were there, but like that was all practical. We could have very easily just CGI'd that or like on a green screen wall, but that was practical. A lot of location shoots. I'm trying to think. Everything, like I guess all of the starlight, like blasts, that's all CGI, but we have a lot of blood on our set. That's practical. Prosthetics. I've been in so many different versions of it. I think one summer we Toronto ran out of fake blood.
Because of you guys?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, because we were saying like more blood, like we need more blood, and they said we don't have any more, so we had to wait a few like a month or two, I think, for them to like make more.
That leads nicely into my next question, because I actually wanted to ask you about all the blood and goo that happens on the boys. So most of it is real; it's not CGI.
Yes, and then I think in some scenes they must add it, but
even more.
Even more, yeah.
So what are the challenges in you're drenched in this stuff, you're stepping on it, you're slipping on it. It must be very hard.
Oh my goodness. I feel like in the world of the boys, Huey and Kimiko are the bloodiest. And it's so funny, spoiler alert, but when one of the characters dies in season 3 or 4, when Newman goes. Anyway,
let's ask the fans.
Yeah,
I'm sure they know.
I'm sure they know. Okay, 4. Okay, 4. That was in 4. Thank you, thank you. So when Newman dies, she's her fake body is in the air, and then we had a humongous bucket, like probably the size of that speaker, was like all blood, right? And then there's a guy on the side that has like a button and it goes, "Okay, everyone get to your positions," and you're like on your marks, and they're like, "Okay, you're looking at the body, and 3, 2, 1, go!" And the blood just drops from the top and just like gushes down, and Jack and I got drenched, like completely head to toe. Like I couldn't open my eyes because there was like this sticky blood in, like it was just all over the place. And then I look over to Erin, who's Starlight, and she is pristine, not one drop of blood. I was like, "Erin, what the fuck? Like, what's going on? And she was like, I guess I didn't get the blood. So yeah, like Jack and I get blasted with the red sticky blood all the time. The best way to get it off is shaving cream.
Okay.
I don't know why. I'm not sure what the science is behind it, but it comes off clean with shaving cream.
Now, you have been together with the team for 7-8 years now?
Yes.
And I'm sure the audience agrees with me that there are the TV shows that you watch. Yeah, people did it. That's a cast, okay. But there are the special shows where you can feel that the people who worked on it really grow together as a family. I know it's a cliche to say family, but and there not all shows are like that. But I think what I felt from all the content you guys post, that you really became this tight-knit group. Is that real? So are you guys really like that?
Yes. I do also agree. It's really corny for, a group of actors to be like, we're family. And I always joke that, we're like, we don't want to be like Fast and Furious. We're like, you know what, one last ride because we're family. But it's really true. Like we've grown so close. And I think it's because we had the pandemic. And we shot during the pandemic, and so we did like 2-week quarantine in Toronto in a hotel, and then we, one of the seasons we had those like plastic cones on set. So like, when dogs get surgery and then they like get the we had one of those during one of the seasons, and we couldn't see anyone else. We could only hang out with each other, and I think that brought us together. The first few years, we went out a lot to like. Usually it's just dinners, but our dinners would start at like 8, and then we like stayed out in the same restaurant for like hours and hours till like midnight or 1. And it just brought us together, as a cast. And what's beautiful is that every single person is incredibly kind, and they're like my brothers and sisters now. And this press tour and this final season is very emotional for us. And there's been a lot of moments where we like start tearing up because it's going to be different, we're going to be friends forever. I've gained lifelong friends through it, but I also acknowledge that, everyone is, coming from a different country. Everyone is going to be shooting all over the world, and it's going to be harder and harder to have that like core,
There's like a sort of grief process.
It is
to go through.
A huge grief process. I think last year I had to. It was mourning for Toronto and the people that I met there. The crew was amazing. Saying goodbye to my character was really difficult for me. Putting on Kimiko's outfit for the last time, and working with hair and makeup and the wardrobe department, and like saying goodbye to that was really difficult for me. It almost feels like a graduation of sorts. And a long one because it's 7-8 years. It's longer than college.
Yeah, it's a high school and college put together.
Yes, exactly.
So you all got the boys' PhDs by the end.
Sorry?
You all got the boys' PhDs by the end.
Yes, we are professionals. We're experts in the field.
Now we can't talk about Kimiko without Frenchie, and And this is exactly what I wanted to ask you about. Do you know how this ship lives on in the fandom? Have you seen, fan art, fanfic, or all that about these two lovebirds?
Yeah, I mean, I see all the fan art, and I love every single one of them. Tomer and I sometimes print them out and put them in our trailers, and we just. It's just so cute. I remember there was one that one of the fans made of Kimiko and Frenchie in Marseille at a cafe, and it was just so beautifully done, and it looked like a postcard. And they actually gave it to me at a convention one time, and like I kept that. It's somewhere in my box of like all the fan stuff that I keep. And it's like it's beautiful, you know. And I never would have thought that people would ship them so hard, because like I thank you. I mean, in season 1, we didn't know if they were going to be romantic partners, and I don't think Kripke even knew. We kind of it all came from our chemistry together, because it could have gone
the chemistry
either way.
between you and Tomer.
Yeah,
as actors.
yeah. Because I think I asked Kripke in the beginning, I was like, oh, should I act like I like him, you know, in that way? Because in the comic books, it's very platonic, and it's more father-daughter relationship, I think, for most of it, until the very end, obviously. But it's just a beautiful love story, and you'll see where it goes this final season. I think it's a little like unexpected, which is good. Yeah.
Now, The Boys doesn't shy away from social commentary on all sorts of topics, from racism to sexual harassment to the impact of social media. And if it wasn't portrayed right, it could have felt preachy. But I think The Boys managed to land the message through the very character of the show and the sheer chaos that is going on. What do you make this balance really work, or what makes it land on the point?
Yeah, I think it's all in the writing. As a viewer, when I watch our show, I find that a lot of the jabs that we make towards these subjects, it's something that has already crossed your mind before, you know? Like, a lighthearted one would be like the A-Train commercial, what was it, Pepsi commercial for poking fun at the Kendall Jenner one. Or like the one where all the actors decided to sing about hope during the pandemic. It's very like tone deaf. And, you know, we all thought it. We were like, that's weird. But, like, to see it done by these, like, superheroes on our show makes it like, remember that? That's so funny. Like, remember we all thought that, and then now it's in the show. So I think I like our humor, but I've grown up watching Seth Rogen movies, so I think I'm a little biased. And, yeah, I mean, I think it's important to showcase, like, things that actually happen in our real world, right? Like sexual harassment, like that kind of thing happens all the time. And like, what is the point of making something if we're not like addressing some of the important topics within our society?
Yeah, exactly. As a related question, the series often shows how easily violence or celebrity or ideology can get normalized. And has being part of this changed anything in you, how you look at all the real-world counterparts, or real-world media or social media or politics?
Yes and no. I think I don't know if my ideology has changed personally or anything, but I do understand sort of like the importance of like speaking up when things are like not looking right, especially in your personal life, right? I think that we all think that we don't have the power to change things, and one of the biggest, like tying it back to Kimiko, one of the biggest things that she says to Frenchie in one of, I think, season 4 is that even if you feel like what you've done in the past is too tragic and you might feel irredeemable, there's always acts of kindness that can be done, and that's the only way to sort of like own up to what you've done, because like you can't go back in time to change those things, but moving forward, you can do good. And so, yeah, I think we all forget how much power lies within ourselves, and I hope that her messaging is felt by many.
We have a few minutes, and I'd like to ask a few more questions outside of the boys' realm, but just one last one.
Yes.
What was the absolutely, positively, the weirdest thing that happened to you on set?
Oh my goodness. There's been so many fun, weird moments. I really loved the whale sequence. Yes, because that was one of the most epic days on set. It was 2 or 3 days, I think. And that director, Steve Boehm, is like an epic director that comes from stunts. So I think he used to be a stuntman and then became a director. And I'm not sure if you guys have been to the California Disneyland. This is awesome. This is a very niche thing. If you ever go to Disney's California Adventures, there's a ride where you're on an airplane and then you're going through all the different sites of California, and it's a ride and it's virtual. So you have this huge screen in front of you, and at one point there's a part where the airplane that you're on is going through the orange fields of California, because we're known for oranges, and you're on a paraglider or hang glider.
Hang glider?
Hang glider, yeah. And you smell the oranges on the ride, and it's a very memorable part of the ride. And Steve Boehm, our director, is the one that had a GoPro on his head, and he's the one that actually did the hang gliding, so that you guys have the footage to feel like you're on it, but he's the one that actually did it. So anyway, he was crazy. He was an amazing director, and so I just remember we were on our boat, the 5 of us, plus Kenji, and then Steve is on a helicopter, above, way, way above. And you can see, he's just, in his element, and he's, holding on to this, and, the doors are open on the helicopter, and he's action! And we're, on this boat, and we're Carl is going so fast, and I'm on the back of the boat, fighting for my life, but also, trying to look badass, because I'm a superhero, or, I'm Kimiko, and Kimiko would not be ah! So I was trying to be okay, Karen, just, look like you enjoy this, and this is badass, but really I'm fighting for my life on the back of the boat. So that was a very memorable few days on set, and it's fun when you're going through something like that with people. It's kind of if you're amongst friends and all doing on a project, or you're going on a trip together, or you're it's an initiation for a fraternity maybe. So I think that really brought us together in one of my favorite days on set.
Sounds like a day of fun.
It was, okay, I will say it was a lot of fun, but it was also really difficult because we all got really seasick, and we had the patches on the back of our ears, and also anti-nausea medication, but 3 days on a boat is you're kind of you go home and you're showering and you're am I still on the boat? This is crazy. But yeah, I think that was one of my favorite.
Now, you have spoken earlier about learning new skills for different roles. Are there any that either changed you as a person or stayed with you, and something that even you use even today in your private life?
I don't know. I think some of my favorite things that I've done are, sword fighting. That was really, really cool. I did not keep up with it. So I don't know if I can wield a sword anymore. Maybe just a few weeks of practice and I'll get back on the horse. But aside from that, I'm trying to think. I feel like a lot of the skills that I've learned are things that I have carried over from prior training. So I used to sing in college, and so that helped me out for the musical number. And then with the fight choreography, I think a lot of that like is ingrained in me from doing karate. So I don't know if it like, you know what I would love to do? I would love to do a movie where I have to play like an instrument, like the guitar or a piano, so then I can actually like finally sit down and practice and be good at it.
Okay, script writers out there.
Yes,
listen
let me
to the lady.
know. Beethoven, I could play Beethoven. I could be Beethoven. We look the same.
So, your acting career started about 10 years ago, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, oh my goodness, I think so.
That could go well with the 2016 trend going on social media right now.
Whoa! The one where you like...
Yeah, post what happened, what you've been doing 10 years ago.
Oh my goodness, I should. You know, 10 years ago was 2016. 2016, I think, is when Suicide Squad came out. And so...
Okay, so a bit more than...
But, like, that's perfect. Yeah, no, you're right.
In these 10 years, what is it that has gotten easy for you? And what is it about acting that proved harder than anyone ever told you that it will be?
I think the easier part is knowing you have more access to things than before. So when I auditioned for Suicide Squad, I had no idea what it was an audition for. I didn't get the script. I just got, a few pages. Now I have a lot of times I can ask for the script, and I think that just comes from having good agents and managers who are fighting in your corner to give you the best shot, and having that entire script and access to I feel like I still don't really have access to the directors and the writers before on audition, but I know that some actors do, right? And having that information is so important as an actor, because what if there's an inside joke in there? Or what if, you're missing the type of humor that your character has because you don't know, like they don't tell you. So I think having access has gotten easier over the years. And then difficulty, I think every job has its own challenges. Obviously, like for Kimiko, it was a challenge to figure out how to emote with just my face. And then I had to learn how to do sign language. And then, now it was a whole new challenge of how do we want Kimiko to sound? What is her personality going to be when she's speaking? It's almost like constructing a whole new person. And so every job has its own challenges, and I think I'm working on a show called The Rookie North. It's a spin-off of the Nathan Fillion show, The Rookie, and we just shot the pilot episode in Vancouver, and hopefully, crossing fingers that it's getting picked up to series, but that one I'm playing a cop, and one of the funniest things, I feel like I'm pretty athletic. I'm not the most athletic, but I am pretty athletic. And as a cop, you're always chasing suspects. And I don't really do cardio, so I should have probably started practicing beforehand, but I didn't. And we shot the pilot, and there's a scene where I'm running behind a stuntman, and the stuntmen run so fast. They run so fast. And you're wearing this huge cop belt.
Utility belt?
Hmm?
Utility belt.
Utility belt, yes.
Yep.
You're wearing the utility belt, and the utility belt is so heavy, guys. It's really heavy. It's 5 to 10 pounds, I think. And you're just I have short legs. I'm trying to run after someone, and I was please run slower because I need to look badass here, and you're not helping. So yeah, new challenges every single time. You live and you learn.
Unfortunately, our time's up, but before I let you go, and you partially already answered the question, what's next for you? When and how can the fans will see you, meet you?
Yes, so The Rookie North if we get picked up, we'll be coming out sometime in the next year. And what else? I just want to say, watch The Boys. You know, it's our season finale. I know, and series finale, and I know you guys will not be disappointed. It's just as like bizarre and crazy, and you'll feel all kinds of emotions. It's just like a fun show to watch, and we're really excited to experience that with the fans that have been with us, especially since season 1. And since we're doing weekly releases, we are reading the comments. We want to know what your thoughts are. Please be nice. But, you know, it's exciting. I think, you know, in the past few years, I've had a really good time, like, healthily checking in, you know, every week to see, like, oh, like, what did they like about this episode? And it's fun because, like, we make the show for the fans. And so it's just nice to know, like, what people think. So
please be nice or else.
Or else.
Karen
I will cry.
Karen Fukuhara, thank you very much for visiting.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Kusi? Kusi. Yeah. Oh my gosh, thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Everyone's like standing outside.
And I guess see you tomorrow.
Yes, see you tomorrow. And see you in person today, hopefully. Yes. Awesome, thank you.
My pleasure.
I like the shirt.
Thank you.
I just noticed that.
To jest fajne, coś przygoda tego, zetknięcie piórka z papierem między ustami a brzegiem pucharu. Strasznie trudno jest malować takie niebo. Tu chodzi o sens tego, co się myśli. Bo my wszyscy jesteśmy to ogromni samotnicy. Siedzimy i dłubiemy w tym.
Dzwony kościelne dzwonią.
Coś tam dzwoni. Wzywa na modły. No, do nieba, stary. Niestety za karę do nieba pójdziesz. Kurczy byku, no. Już nabroił w życiu, no, do nieba.
Where were you?
Alicent came to Dragonstone. She will open the gates of the Red Keep and surrender to me.
You cannot trust her. The king has abdicated the throne.
A new dawn is coming. A new line of unsullied kings.
You are the Queen of Dragons. You have an absolute power within your grasp.
Soon or late, Rhaenyra will send her new dragons here. It would be the end.
This is the moment you become queen.
To jest fajne, to jest przygoda tego, zetknięcie piórka z papierem między ustami a brzegiem pucharu.
Strasznie trudno jest malować takie niebo.
To chodzi o sens tego, co się myśli. Bo my wszyscy jesteśmy to ogromni samotnicy. Siedzimy i dłubiemy w tym.
Dzwony kościelne dzwonią.
Coś tam dzwoni mi. Wzywa na modły. No, do nieba, stary. Niestety za karę do nieba pójdziesz. Kurczy byku, no. Już nabroił w życiu, no, do nieba.
Jól van, most legalább a nagyja az újságra ment. Ügyes vagy, Kriptó. Én, Kara Zor-El. Ünnepélyesen ígérem, hogy a 23. lesz a legjobb évem. Az is igaz, hogy ezzel nem teszem annyira magasra a lécet.
Nem tudtam, hogy volt, aki túlélte. Milyen volt egy nap alatt mindent elveszteni?
Nem egy nap volt a pusztulás. Nem volt olyan szerencsénk. Hát sajnos nagyon nem tűnik úgy, hogy ennek jó vége lesz. Számotokra.
2026 nyarán.
Más kriptoniaknak is van ilyen erejük.
Nincs, igazából ketten vagyunk, csak ilyenek.
És Superman milyen?
Ő mindig a jót látja. Én az igazat.
...2026-ban a mozikban.
Szia!
You must decide what you want.
There's no turning back.
Do you know why I do this? Because I enjoy it. And I'm fucking good at it.
And so it begins.
Narrative is important. So you might as well control it.
Sir Duncan the Tall.
How good a night are you?
What's DTF?
Down to...
Whoa.
How's that?
This is college. You get to reinvent yourself.
Hey, sailor.
Cock a doodle do.
If I can do it, you can do it. I got a really good feeling about this.
A few years after high school, I don't know if life was exactly what I wished.
You walk up into my house, and you don't even introduce yourself.
You messed up my life.
Rhaenyra will do what she has to do. And what she has to do will be dire.
La seule règle qui compte ici, c'est qu'il y en a.
I trained my entire life for this.
You're not ready to get up in front of the class until the ring says you are.
You must decide what you want.
There's no turning back.
Do you know why I do this? Because I enjoy it. And I'm fucking good at it.
And so it begins.
Narrative is important. So you might as well control it.
Sir Duncan the Tall. How good a night are you?
What's DTF?
Down to...
Whoa.
How's that?
This is college. You get to reinvent yourself.
Hey, sailor.
Cock a doodle do.
If I can do it, you can do it. I got a really good feeling about this.
A few years after high school, I don't know if life was exactly what I wished.
You walk up into my house, and you don't even introduce yourself.
You messed up my life.
Rhaenyra will do what she has to do. And what she has to do will be dire.
La seule règle qui compte ici, c'est qu'il y en a.
I trained my entire life for this.
You're not ready to get up in front of the class until the ring says you are.
Új és szenzációs. Vagy időtlen klasszikus.
Nem hisztéria, Astoria.
A Filmión megtalálod. Ja, igen. Végre. Nézd magyar filmeket laptopon.
Ti lesztek a hangok.
Okos tévén vagy okos telefonon.
Modernizálódás van.
Regisztrálj most, fizess elő, vagy kölcsönöz. Filmió. A magyar filmek otthona. Megérkezett a Magyar Filmek magazinja.
Amikor a kamera forog, és azt mondják, hogy action, az az idő az enyém.
Sztárinterjúk, kulisszatitkok, exkluzív hírek, filmek és filmesek a reflektorfényben.
Nem is volt csók jelenetünk.
Nem? Ja, azt nem vették tényleg.
Schwenk. Közel hozzuk a magyar filmeket.
Jól van, most legalább a nagyja az újságra ment. Ügyes vagy, Kriptó. Én, Kara Zor-El. Ünnepélyesen ígérem, hogy a 23. lesz a legjobb évem. Az is igaz, hogy ezzel nem teszem annyira magasra a lécet.
Nem tudtam, hogy volt, aki túlélte. Milyen volt egy nap alatt mindent elveszteni?
Nem egy nap volt a pusztulás. Nem volt olyan szerencsénk. Hát sajnos nagyon nem tűnik úgy, hogy ennek jó vége lesz. Számotokra.
2026 nyarán.
Más kriptoniaknak is van ilyen erejük.
Nincs, igazából ketten vagyunk, csak ilyenek.
És Superman milyen?
Ő mindig a jót látja. Én az igazat.
...2026-ban a mozikban.
Új és szenzációs. Vagy időtlen klasszikus.
Nem hisztéria, Astoria.
A Filmión megtalálod. Jaj, végre. Nézd magyar filmeket laptopon.
Ti lesztek a hangok.
Okos tévén vagy okos telefonon.
Modernizálódás van.
Regisztrálj most, fizess elő, vagy kölcsönöz. Filmió. A magyar filmek otthona.
Na mi a helyzet? Budapest Comic Con 2026 powered by MVM. Hagyjuk a hangotokat! Hát, Man of Tomorrow-tól egy kicsit többet vártam itt a harmadik sorban, szóval még egyszer neki megyünk. Hello, Budapest Comic Con 2026 powered by MVM. Hagyjuk a hangotokat! That's more like it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Látom, hogy ott néhányan még tanakodnak. Szeretném-e végignézni a legfantasztikusabb cosplay műsort, ami ever megtörtént Budapesten, vagy sem? Szerintem tegyétek meg a voksatokat és csücs le. I'm not sure if anybody could be ready, ladies and gentlemen, because what you are about to see and witness is not just fandom, it's creation itself. Because in this world, characters don't just stay on screens, they are built by hand, by skill, and I am dare to say by obsession. From armor crafted with precision to characters brought to life in every detail. These are not just simply costumes, these are transformations. 3 artists, 3 visions, 3 different ways of becoming something more. Please welcome to the stage of Comic-Con 2026, we have Erza, we have Aokiji, and we have CK on the floor. Let's hear it for them. Come on, everybody. Please take whichever seat you fancy. All right. So glad to have you guys here. I think you share the backstage with those who are going to take part in the competition. Have you had a chance to screen their costumes, and what do you think so far about the lineup?
Yes, so far there is a really high level backstage. I can tell you there is plenty of details on costumes, a lot of effort. So I can wait that they show it to you guys because it's amazing.
We are very surprised with the lot of work they put in their costumes. We have also different type of costumes. We have armors, we have costumes with a lot of details, special effect makeups, a lot of sewing skills as well. So you guys will enjoy the show. Honestly, they made a very good job.
Yeah, actually, we was also super surprised about some super creative methods to create special armor pieces and to use material what you normally see as a blanket on a table or something like this for the embroidery or for the detailing. And this is a thing that is really nice in cosplay because cosplayers are super creative and we use everything for our costumes. That's the reason we don't drive away any leftovers.
May we have a showcasing of your very own costume today, one by one, if I could have you here in the middle and just turn around and just tell us about the details and introduce yourself as who you are today. With a huge round of applause, obviously. Tell us about all the specific details and your persona for today.
I'm Rumi from K-pop Demon Hunters. I don't know if you know it. You know it? It's fine. Actually, it's a really nice Netflix animation series, which is kind of famous for the last year. And I made the jacket and everything by myself, and also the embroidery and the embroidery files. Yeah, that means this jacket costs around 120 hours of complete work and also over 18 kilometers of thread only for some embroideries.
All right. From a professional point of view, could you ask her a question about the details of the outfit? Because I think your questions, what you are seeing right now, is just basically more interesting than through my lenses.
I do have a question, because it's very complicated to do embroidery on fake leather. How did you manage to make the embroidery of the Rumi jacket on the leather, please?
So actually, you can't embroider really much on fake leather because the structure will rip off and you destroy the complete material. That means you have to embroider first on casual fabric. I used 100% linen in yellowish, and after this you have to cut out and clean up the seams and then sew it on the leather. Simply, easily, but you have to try to don't destroy your embroidery after hours of work.
Okay, love that. Any question?
Sure, my question will be about the wig, because this wig is just a pain in the ass to do. I am trying to doing myself the same one, so I can tell. Can you explain to the audience how you managed to do this helmet wig?
I mean, I could take it off right now, but then you see my ugly, my super pretty egg face. So actually, it's made by a helmet, so you cover a wig head, and to make a hardish helmet, it sounds super fun. It's like an eggshell, which drape it on the complete wig. That means I can put it off directly. It is super hot down there, but always it takes the shape, and you can manage to make this.
Let's hear it for her. Come on, everybody. All right, let's switch things up. What do you think? Who should go next?
I mean, I'm super scared of the granny today, so I choose my granny of Nation of Love.
All right, take center stage, please. Introduce yourself and all the amazing details that went into this creation of yours.
Hi, today I am Kureha. I am Doctorine. I don't know if some of you guys have seen One Piece. Do you know One Piece?
Raise your hand if you're into. All right, let's go.
So
we are getting into more niche and niche territories. Could you come just a little bit over here so nothing covers you?
So obviously you know this is the most famous doctor from the TV show, right? I'm an old lady, very old in the TV show, so you see this costume is pretty simple, by the way, but the makeup, like edging my face if I am an old lady, is very difficult, especially at 7 o'clock this morning. And I hope you will appreciate that.
Okay. Now, business is going to be the same. What are the questions that you are having for your fellow member of the judge?
Okay.
No, it's okay. Stand up. It's much better if the audience sees you.
Don't be scared.
For CK, I would ask her, how did you manage to make the flame details on the leather? Because it's very complicated to paint or make a lighter paint effect on a dark leather.
Okay.
That's an interesting question. This is a magic stuff called flex. The word in French is flex. You can just cut it. Basically, it's leaf you can cut and iron them on your fabric using cooking paper. And with that, you can put all the motifs you want, like the t-shirt part or the flame part. It's the same technique. And so you can make really complicated drawings on computer and make them cut by a Cricut. But you can also cut it by hand directly on the paper. So that worked. It's not so difficult. It's really open to new ones. It's okay.
For those of you, akik nem beszélnek annyira angolul, éppen most a bőrcsekire hogyan applikáljuk rá a lángokat. Aki szeretne, az kérjen sugást a mellette ülőtől. In the meantime, what is your professional question about this particular costume?
I mean, she looks so amazing. I'm always confused by the Googles because I don't know where she's looking for. But my better question is, maybe in the first rows people see it, but in the white you will see that this is a fake piercing. So maybe you can tell us how you did make it and what it is.
It's a very funny detail. You know, this is really, I made good costume, huh? Usually. I just wear a very simple one today. I'm sorry, please check my Instagram. So, to be back at this.
That's how you do it.
Korea has a very big piercing. So I take a ring I have at home, and it's not... It's an interesting ring. I don't think people will notice, but it's a ring from Lord of the Rings, actually. Because I had it at home, so I say, okay, it's a perfect shape.
Oh, it's like the one ring is just lying outside in home, and you be like...
I didn't know how to glue it on my belly. I just take face tape, you know, skin face tape.
Okay, so if you're out there and too many fans are lining up, you just go invisible like
go
this,
there
right?
And then
Oh, you are still here somehow. All right.
Nobody saw me.
Nagy tapsot kérünk, csodálatos ez az outfit is, fantasztikusak vagytok.
Thank you.
And last but definitely not least, let's have a better look of this amazing outfit. Hello. All right. Tell us the story behind it. Identify yourself and the work that went into this.
So my name is Aokiji, and today I'm cosplaying as Olrox from Castlevania Nocturne.
Okay, let's go!
Do you guys have any fans of Castlevania here, of Vampire? I see. I don't see many. Okay, quite a few. So I decided to cosplay one of the main enemy of the Belmont family from the Castlevania series because I really like the vibe of the character, and he's very classical costumes. He comes from the old New Orleans, from the 19th century, which is called the Bayou. And I really loved the story. And when I saw the character, the challenge that I could have, whether it's for the makeup, for the special effects, or the costume, so I took the challenge to cosplay him.
Okay, love it. Same as before. Question from your dear colleagues. Let's go.
He's shy. Actually, I think the most people are super interested in how your teeth works. Did you make it by yourself? Did you bought it? And how it's glued?
I basically made one version from Polymorph. Polymorph is a plastic balls that once you put them in the hot water, they become transparent and you can mold them. I was not even satisfied, so I wanted to go more for a professional effect, something more natural. So I bought them and I glued them with the polymorph that I used to make the actual teeth before.
Okay, thank you. What about you?
What I like about Aokiji is like he's a really shiny boy, you know? He loves beautiful fabrics with a lot of texture and glittering and everything, even if it's a dark character, you know? So where do you find your best fabrics?
So in my hometown, South France, I'm lucky enough to find some good shops that are affordable, because when I make a costumes, I like to bring realism to the costume. For example, if it was a prince, I will use prince-like fabrics. So according where the character comes from, I will try to adapt my costumes. And thankfully, in my hometown, I have access to very affordable costumes in shady places. Some of them, you know, the streets are very dark, they're very dirty, but this is where I found my best fabric at the best price, compared to Paris, which is extremely expensive. So.
Okay, another round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You guys look absolutely gorgeous. Please take a seat and continue the convo. I just wanted to delegate some of my job to you, so you are interviewing each other and asking much more professional questions. Let's imagine that some of the folks here are already cosplayers as they are, or dreaming about to become one day. So what is your number one advice for someone who is about to take this more seriously? Like, what are the banana peels that they can slide off and make terrible mistakes? What would you have in mind if you had to start it all over again?
I would suggest you, whether if you are a novice, a beginner or not, start with a very simple project, you know, with the skill that you like or you feel like you handle the most. For example, someone who likes sewing, I would suggest to go with full sewing costumes. Someone who like, you know, crafting or is very good with DIY, more like a DIY costumes. And each next costumes maybe add a little bit more challenges, more difficulties. You know, next time I will improve my makeup, I will improve my wig, I will try to, you know, challenge myself to step by step, you know, be able to bring something more detailed.
So there is like a flow to it, right?
Exactly.
Bigger challenges, but with more skill and motivation. Love that.
My advice will be to choose wisely your character, because it will be time-consuming, money-consuming. So you have to, don't crush the character, you have to love the character you're gonna cosplay, because it's gonna take your whole free time for a long time to build it. Even a simple one. It's not a question of just snapping and going to a cosplay. No, it's really long to bring a character to life, especially if you love it and want to put a lot of effort into details to be as perfect as you can. Don't be too hard on yourself, but choose wisely this first character, because it will be easy to be, I think, disappointed and
demotivated,
yeah. So if you love the character, no matter all the obstacles, you will find a way through, okay? So you have to really be a fan, a really big fan, and choose something that make you alive, you know? Because it's gonna be long and hard, but it will worth it.
Okay, that's a good one. What do you think?
So actually, there's a lot to say to beginners, especially. But I think one of the most important thing is cosplay is not a competition. Of course, we have here a special area. We have a cosplay competition on stage. This is completely different. But don't feel overwhelmed by other cosplayers, which may be doing the same character, maybe better, you know. But cosplay is art, and art is a living tree which grows over the years bigger and bigger. And every year you learn so much. And I'm cosplaying since 22 years, and I can say I learn with every costume, with every project, so much more. So if you have the feeling someone other with the same cosplay is maybe better than you or something like this, don't be ashamed, feel awful. Ask the cosplayers if they have nice advice for you or tips or tricks. Looking some tutorials of them and learning by doing, and don't push you too hard in the scenario to be better than everyone. This will happen, and I think the cosplay community is super social and friendly, so try to ask and looking for help, and please don't do gatekeeping. Tell the people if they ask you how they can make it better.
Also, I would like to jump on what Elsa said. Beside also asking cosplayers, nowadays there are so many tutorials online that were not there 10 years ago. So now you can find so many tutorials, whether on YouTube, on social media, a lot of Instagram, on TikTok, on Pinterest as well. So do not hesitate to, look on internet, find a lot of DIY, because sometimes even something that we can use for home DIY would be extremely helpful and useful for cosplay.
Okay, love that. 2 minutes on the clock before we start the actual competition. When it is about stage presence, when it is not just about the costume that you've created, but the way you actually connect with the material, with the fabric, with the armor, with the details. What is your number one advice for stage presence? How does one should look into their soul? How does one should step onto the stage? What happens with you when it's not just you anymore in your shed, in your home, in your workbench, but it is actually stepping out into the limelight? Any advice for those who are about to appear here?
Okay. I'm going to start with this one because stage is my favorite part about cosplay. Role-playing is a war thing. So the biggest mistake people made on stage is that they are just telling a story. And it's a start. It's not that bad, telling a story. But you just don't have to tell it. You have to live it on stage. You have to trust the story you're telling to people, right? Yeah, you have to do rehearsal all by yourself at home, filming, judging yourself, looking at what you are filming, and progress. And also you can ask some help from the outside. And remember that the people in front of you, sometimes they don't know your characters, they don't know who you are, so you have to think for everyone. Everyone have to understand your character. So when you leave this story on stage, they have to understand what you are telling to them, no matter the language of the character. And very, very important, because it can be very stressful to be on stage. Just don't forget, never forget to enjoy it.
Okay. I second that. I think people are looking for other people on stage who are enjoying themselves first and foremost. If you are not really into this kind of thing, why would they care, right? What do you think?
Actually, we want to see someone who show what the character actually is. But I also really like it when people catch the audience, which don't know what is the character, what is the label or something. This is really funny. And a little advice to the audience, please clap for everyone, because it's so hard to be on stage and everyone is worth it a big applause.
Do you understand, Budapest, what needs to be done right now? You absolutely going to have to get crazy for the competitors. Any last words?
I would say pretty much the same as my colleagues, they said. I feel like you have to it's weird what I'm going to say. I feel like you have to rehearse the character emotion. And when you make a stage performance, you have to be able to be not always keep the same energy or the same feeling. You need to have like ups and downs, for example, some quiet moments, some more emotional moment, and maybe more moment where, you know, you're gonna bring something wow to the performance. So it's a lot of emotion of feeling management, but with rehearsal, you know, watching the character, you know, on the show can help you, you know, improve your stage presences.
All right, love that. Having that said, ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Erza, Aokiji, and CK. Thank you so much. Egy pici mozgóképpel próbálunk titeket lenyűgözni, amíg átredezzük a színpadot, és utána indítjuk is a versenyt. Ne felejtsétek, ez a buli akkor fog jól működni, hogyha minden egyes cosplayesért megőrültök majd, mint hogyha éppen a kedvenc embereteknek az esküvőjén lennétek, és nem próbáltátok volna lebeszélni őket erről korábban, jó? Ezt a hangulatot kell megütni. Are you guys ready? I'm not quite sure how we're going to do this, so I'm going to give my colleagues in the backstage a couple of minutes while we are getting ready. Are you ready, Budapest? Hagyjuk a hangotokat! Hype-olódjunk fel, nem sokára kezdődik a verseny.
I'm sorry, they don't seem to be ready for the show. Can you repeat one more time, please? The energy is not too good. I think you should try again.
You hear that, guys? They are already judging. It seems like it's not only the cosplayers, but we are being judged. So one more time. Comic-Con 2026 Budapest, powered by MVM. Are you guys ready for the cosplay competition?
Yeah.
B minus.
It's
a little bit better.
8 from 10. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Budapest, I expect better.
You are pushing me to my limit.
Okay, but this was wonderful. But we want to see it for all competition people. You can do this 19 times, 16 times. I don't know, 18.
90 times.
90 times. Can you do this? Yeah. I didn't hear you. I'm old. Please.
The good news is that these guys will be able to take the lead once they are going to find their beautiful position in the first row, right? Let's hear it for them as they are finding their seats and going to make sure that you guys are on your best behavior. That seems to be the correct place, right? Inkább arra? Erre? Maybe that way, right? No more backstage for these three. Ide még be se jöttem. De ez csak egy prop, az igazság, hogy itt most nincsen popcorn. Szerintem szét fogják tolni a környéket, de most egy kicsi technikai átállás. Kérlek, szórakozzatok nagyon jól, hogy a szponzoraink is nagyon jól szórakozzanak, amikor legközelebb is megbíznak bennünket, és utána már is kezdünk. Let's go!
With all due respect, we've been training for what, 2 months? And I haven't even worn the ring yet.
Don't get hung up on the jewelry, Junior. You're just a fucking substitute teacher. You're not ready to get up in front of the class until the ring says you are.
All right.
I could have died.
You want me to train you? I'm training you. Something is off here. I can feel it.
This is my town. You're a big shot. Noted. But stay the fuck out of my way.
Think she hates your guts?
It's the way she hates them.
This is a stupid plan.
That's stupid.
That I don't doubt. The Green Lantern's oath is to protect people. And we both know I do a better job of this than you.
This is my job. As long as I'm alive, that ain't changing. So take a deep breath, Junior.
You're old. You're tired. And your time is up.
I don't understand. Who are you exactly?
Hal Jordan, Green Lantern.
Have you ever talked with the other Lanterns?
I'm the only human. They're aliens. One of them's a fucking squirrel.
Where were you?
Alicent came to Dragonstone. She will open the gates of the Red Keep and surrender to me.
You cannot trust her. The king has abdicated the throne.
A new dawn is coming. A new line of unsullied kings.
You are the Queen of Dragons. You have an absolute power within your grasp.
Soon or late, Rhaenyra will send her new dragons here. It would be the end.
This is the moment you become queen.
Megérkezett a Magyar Filmek magazinja.
Amikor a kamera forog, és azt mondják, hogy action, az idő az enyém.
Sztárinterjúk, kulisszatitkok, exkluzív hírek, filmek és filmesek a reflektorfényben.
Nem is volt csók jelenetünk.
Nem? Ja, azt nem vették tényleg.
Schwenk. Közel hozzuk a magyar filmeket.
És már robogunk is tovább az MVM Budapest Comic Connal. Ahogy Gergő már említette korábban, a következő programunk a cosplay verseny lesz, és engedjétek meg, hogy megosszak veletek egy személyes történetet. Azt hiszem, hogy immár 5. éve vezetek Budapest Comic Conon műsort, és amikor reggel jövök ki ide a Hungexpo-ra a kocsival, akkor mindig általában ilyen 7-8 körül már jövök ki, és már akkor az egész városon keresztül, pláne itt a Hungexpo környékén ellepik az utcákat a cosplayerek, és ez engem mindig már így hangulatba hoz, hogy amikor beérek ide, és végignézzük az egész színpadot, akkor már tudom, hogy ti srácok kint várakoztok, hogy megmutassátok magatokat itt az egész Comic-Con közösségének, jól érezzétek magatokat, és fotózkodjatok, mert hát erről szól az egész, úgyhogy aki szeretne fotózkodni, az most se fogja vissza magát, és engedjétek meg, hogy a színpadra szólítsam Jobbágy Ildikót, azaz Okidót, a mostani cosplay verseny főszervezőjét. Egy hatalmas tapsot szeretnék kérni neki.
Sziasztok! Nagyon örülök, hogy itt
lehetek.
Szia! Igen, igazából a cosplay verseny szerintem mindig egy ilyen gyöngyszeme a komikonoknak, mert ugye egy olyan fan élményt tud hozni, amit sok program nem igazán. Úgyhogy itt maximális belemerüléssel várnak már a versenyzők, hogy megmutassák a munkásságukat. Viszont ez a verseny azért különleges most, mert egy új struktúrát terveztünk a verseny lebonyolítására, valamint a pontozására, és ez egy maximálisan craftsmanship hangsúlyos verseny, ami azt jelenti, hogy elsősorban a pontosságra, az ambícióra és a kivitelezésre fektettük a hangsúlyt, és ami pedig most fog történni, a show, az pedig nektek szól, úgyhogy remélem, hogy élvezni fogjátok.
Arról még mesélj nekünk egy pár szót, hogy egészen pontosan mit fogunk látni itt a színpadon, mi lesz a koreográfia, hogy jönnek majd be a srácok, lányok.
Igen, mivel ez egy craftsmanship hangsúlyos verseny, ezért nem a színpadi performance-on van a hangsúly, hanem magán a jelmezen és a minőségén. Itt a színpadon egy catwalk jellegű felvonulással fogják megmutatni nektek a versenyzők a munkájukat, és ugye így a legjavát fogjátok ti is látni az ő kis jelmezeikből.
Mielőtt átadjuk a színpadot a versenyzőknek, hiszen ez az egész program róluk szól, még egy dolgot árulj el, hogy te kinek öltöztél?
Én Wednesday vagyok, meglepő módon a Wednesday sorozatból, és ugye ez a Velencei Gála ruhája. Nagyon kényelmes már, egy kicsit hűvös van azért.
No, hát akkor szerintem rá is fordulhatunk a nap fénypontjára, a cosplay versenyre. Lehet, hogy könnyebb, ha itt álljunk középen, vagy álljunk egy kicsit ki a szélére, szerinted hogy jobb?
Nem mi vagyunk a lényeg.
Nem, úgyhogy kimegyünk mi is szerintem ide a főszponzorunk logója mellé. És akkor engedjétek meg, hogy az első versenyzőnket a színpadra szólítsam. Fogadjátok nagy szeretettel, mert hát vikingnek lenni nem könnyű, pláne nem akkor, hogyha vikingként még mindenféle pikkelyes lénnyel is meg kell küzdened, de azt hiszem, hogy ő megmutatja, hogy aki tüzet okád, az nem feltétlenül ellenség, úgyhogy fogadjátok hatalmas szeretettel Pihoker Dánielt, azaz Dani the Yuri Crusader-t, aki az Így neveld a sárkányodat könyv verziójából cosplayei harmadik hablaty, harákoló Haraldot. Úgyhogy hatalmas tapsot neki! Színpadon. Segítesz egy kicsit Okkidó, milyen cosplay stílust képvisel itt a versenyzőnk?
Nagyon rendhagyó jelmez, hiszen nem a mindenki által ismert animációból érkezett hablaty, hanem a könyvverzióból, amelyet nem tudom, hogy tudjátok, de egy 10 éves kislány készítette az illusztrációkat, úgyhogy nincs egy konzisztens képszem, úgyhogy Dániel nagyon jó munkát végzett abban, hogy kihozza a maximumot azokból az illusztrációkból.
Második versenyzőnk, ő is a ő konkrétan a pikkelyeseket képviseli, méghozzá nem is a kedvesebbik fajtából, de valamiért itt ezzel a hozzáállással is összehozta a Diablo emberiségét, úgyhogy fogadjátok hatalmas szeretettel Pintér Patricia Juditot, azaz Athránát a Diablo 4-ből Lilith megszemélyesítőjeként. Lilith a Diablo univerzumban Mephisto lánya, tehát démoni királyi családból van, de kiszakad a démonok közül, és összejön egy angyallal, és ketten együtt hozzák létre Sanctuary-t, és azon az emberiséget, illetve mindent, ami azon található. A legutóbbi Diablo 4-ben hát központi szerepet kapott, úgyhogy nem szívesen találkoznánk vele szemben, még akkor sem, hogyha ő az emberiség anyja.
Igen, és épp ezt akartam, hogy emberiség anyjaként azért anyák napján nem biztos, hogy a vacsin szívesen látnánk őt. Viszont ugye nagyon-nagyon mély a karakter, úgyhogy akik játszották a játékot, biztosan tudnak ezzel most azonosulni.
Hatalmas tapsot kérünk Lilithnek! Következő versenyzőnk egészen Night Cityből érkezett ide hozzánk. azt hiszem, hogy neonfényből mi is tudunk egészen jókat prezentálni itt neki. Hackerből remélem kevesebb van a közönségben, mint amennyi Night City-ben van.
Én nem tudom, hogy érzékeltétek-e, hogy a térerő egy kicsit azért akadozik, és az internet elérés, és úgyhogy reméljük, hogy nem ő a hibás.
Hát azért én felé néznék, hogyha továbbra sem mennek át a hívásaink. Fogadjátok hatalmas szeretettel Pál Árpádot, azaz Blade-et a Cyberpunk 2077-ből szamurájként. Úgy tudom, hogy a Cyberpunk világában a szamuráj szó az nem csak egy harcost jelent, hanem az egy rockbanda is, és hát ennek a rockbandának volt Johnny Silverhand a vezető alakja, gitárosa, jól emlékszem?
Igen, nagyon jól emlékszel, de ugye még az is igaz erre a játékra, hogy lehet customizolni a karaktereket, tehát itt is úgy látom, egy free buildet látunk most a Cyberpunk Samurájhoz.
Gondolom ez cosplayerként tök jó, hogy megcsinálsz a játékban valamit, és aztán utána azt el tudod készíteni a való életben is. Kérünk egy hatalmas tapsot Cyberpunk Samurájnak, azaz Pál Árpádnak. És úgy látom, hogy az anyák, akikkel nem szívesen futnánk össze az anyák napi ünnepségen, dominálnak itt a versenyünk első felében, ugyanis a Resident Evil tájára kalandozunk, ahol hát most már nem a legutóbbi, mert megjelent a Requiem, de az azt megelőző felvonásban láthattuk ezt a karaktert, aki Tóth Simonetta hol el nektek, Lynette Cosplay néven fut, a Resident Evil Village-ből Mother Miranda, hatalmas tapsot kérünk! Ahogy azt erről a cosplayről is észrevehetitek, a Resident Evil Village-nek a hangulata az elég erősen a gótikához kapcsolódik. Ennek a motívumai felfedezhetők mind a játékban, mind ezen a cosplayen, ami mellett a romániai folklórnak az elemeiből lett még Mother Miranda összegyúrva.
Igen, és ugye itt ebben a játékban is fokozottan igaz az, hogy nem menj be a kastélyba, de a játékosok bemennek. Úgyhogy igen, találkoznak ilyen karakterekkel.
Így van. Bár ugye Lady Dimitrescu egy kicsit mémesebbé vált, de hát Mother Miranda az, aki igazán elvitte a sót, és elvitte a sót itt a színpadunkon is. Hatalmas tapsot kérünk Tóth Simonettának. És hogyha van itt a torkotokban egy visszafolytott harci kiáltás, akkor azt hamarosan kiadhatjátok, ugyanis egy igazi harcos népből származó versenyző jött hozzánk, egészen Szerbiából teszem hozzá, tehát hogy ezért még egy extra tapsot kap, hiszen hosszú út van már mögötte. A Baldur's Gate 3-ból hoz nekünk egy karaktert, fogadjátok szeretettel Anna Magdicsot, azaz Steampunk Jinxet, a Baldur's Gate 3-ból lézert formálja meg. Hatalmas tapsot neki! Jöhetnek azok a csatakiáltások.
Ugye Lézer azért egy elég karakán karakter, tehát hogyha neked ő azt mondja, hogy csináld, akkor csináld, vagy majd ő megoldja.
Hát igen, ő ugye a gitjánkik maguk egy ilyen militarista társadalomból származnak, ők nem azok eleve, akikkel így a Forgotten Realms-ben szívesen húznál újat, de úgy látom, hogy erre a cosplay készítésre azért egy nagy 20-at sikerült dobni. És Gondolom azt a fegyvert is valami elég komoly dungeon mélyén találhatta, mert nem hiszem, hogy ez a kezdő szériában benne van. Bíztassuk hatalmas tapsal Annát. Hogyha azt halljátok valahonnan, hogy die, akkor ne lepődjetek meg, jó? Szóval ez most így a széria tartozék része a következő versenyzőnknél.
Van tippetek erről, hogy die?
Hát igen, itt már találják is, úgyhogy szerintem nem is kell több hintet adnunk. Maráci Marian az Overwatchból Reaper cosplayét hozta el. Hatalmas tapsal bíztassuk őt!
A cosplaynek az érdekessége, hogy az eredeti alkotó nem viseli most ezt a cosplayt, hanem az ő fiát látjátok a színpadon. Tehát ez, hogyha már anyákról volt szó, akkor a mintaanyuka az, aki a kisfiának elkészítette az állam cosplayt.
Igen, azt hiszem, hogy mind inkább arra vágyunk, hogy egy Reaper jelmezt kapjunk, mint mondjuk, nem tudom, egy pestist a nyakunkba a Diablóban. Úgyhogy, hát Marian, köszönjük, hogy egy ilyet hoztál nekünk. És köszönjük a modellednek, hogy bemutatja. Azt hiszem, hogy itt most nem várhatunk arra, hogy füstté válva vonuljon le a színpadról, de nem is baj, mert a tapsvihar közepette is egészen annyira regeneráló, mint a füstfelhő.
És azonnal érkezik is a következő versenyző.
Igen, ha már füstről és árnyékról beszéltünk, akkor egy sokkal szakrálisabb, azt hiszem, hozzáállású karakterről beszélhetünk, aki szintén a Baldur's Gate 3-ból érkezett hozzánk. Szekrényes Rebecca, aki Aoi Nekopara néven található meg a cosplayer közösségben. Baldur's Gate 3-ból Shadowheartot hozza nekünk, méghozzá a Wave Mother szetet. Hatalmas tapsot neki! Megszólalt a Tünde kórus a háttérben, ami nem véletlen, hiszen ugye Shadowheart, ő egy fél elf klerik, és Sár istennőnek a követője, aki a sötétség és a titkok istennője. Az alapvető, azt hiszem, hogy a Shadowheartnek az alapvető ruházata, ez jobban vissza is adja ezt, hogy a titkok.
Igen, ez ugye nem a standard ruhája, hanem a speciális Wave Mother set, amit ugye óriási kihívás elkészíteni.
Hatalmas tapsot kérünk Shadowheartnak, azaz Rebecca-nak. A D&D és a Forgotten Realms sem feltétlenül az a világ, amiben úgy szívesen elvesznél, pláne a háború közepén, de most a következő versenyzőnk hoz egy másikat, ahol aztán végképp nem vágysz.
Igen, és erre nagyon rá tudok csatlakozni, mert nekem ugye már 6 darab Warhammer 40k cosplayem volt.
Igen, hát a 41. évezredben nincsen más, csak háború, úgyhogy ezt fogja elhozni nekünk Vida Simic, aki Szerbiából érkezett hozzánk, Vid Art néven találjátok meg a közösségi felületeken, és a Warhammer 40k-ból hozza Adepta Sororitas Repentiát. Úgyhogy hatalmas tapsot neki!
És Berjegen az Eviscerator.
Ahogy láthatjátok, a legendás láncfűrészes kard, amit oly sokan szeretünk a Warhammer 40k játékokban, illetve a Space Marine-ek kezében is látni, de hát itt most egy egészen másik birodalmi szolgának a kezében látjuk.
Én a repentiákról különben azt kell tudni, hogy ők olyan bukott Adepta Sororitas, akik valahogy nem teljesítették a küldetésüket, és leborotválták a hajukat.
Hatalmas tapsot neki! Hát a következő versenyzőnk sok ember szívét elrabolta, de nem abban az értelemben, sőt oda is adta a saját szívét valakinek. Ő szó szerinti értelemben a karib vizek felé fogunk most egy kicsit evezni. Fogadjátok szintén Szerbiából hatalmas szeretettel Damian Silbaskit, Damian Cosplayt, aki a Karib-tenger karilózaiból hozzá el nektek Davy Jonesot. Hatalmas tapsot neki! Kicsit féltem, hogy a bolygó Hollandit felbukkan, és akkor építhetjük újra a színpadot, de szerencsére ez nem történt meg. Ki az, aki esetleg a szívét még odaadná?
Ennek is érdekességként, hogy amikor ez a film kijött, Davy Jones teljes arcát CGI oldották meg, ami akkoriban ilyen igazi csúcs technológia volt, és szerintem még a mai napig jól néz ki a filmben.
Igen, és a csodálatos Bill Nighy játszotta, akit azóta rengeteg mindenben láthattunk. Úgyhogy még egy hatalmas tapsot kérünk Davy Jonesnak. Én addig itt a tengeri herkentyűket eltakarítom utána a színpadról. A következő versenyzőnk ahhoz, hogy tiszteletet parancsoljon, nem is igényel különösebben nagy ilyen láncfűrészes kardokat, egyetlen botra van szüksége, de így is a kínai mitológiának elképesztően alapvető karaktere. És akit most láthattok, az a legutóbbi Black Myth Wukong című játékból lévő megjelenítése lesz. Fogadjátok szeretettel Rédecsi Mónikát, azaz Redmond Cosplayt, Black Myth Wukongból Wukong megtestesítőjeként. Hatalmas tapsot neki! Ugye a majom királynak egészen sok mindenkit köszönhetünk a popkultúrában, például ugye Dragon Ballból is, Goku karakterét róla mintáztánk, de ugye a kínai mitológiának az egyik legfontosabb alakja.
Sok feldolgozásban megjelentő már, mint majom király, és ugye maga a botja is meg tud nőni, és ő maga is sokféle alakot fel tud venni.
És hát ugye a Black Myth játékokban is nagyon jó volt őt irányítani. Jó mozgékony karakterként. Hatalmas tapsot kérünk! A következő karakterünk Tejvat világából érkezett közénk, ahol a kaland, az mondhatom azt, hogy sosem áll meg, és sokszor az ellenfelek azok olyan aranyosak, hogy szinte nem is nagyon van szívünk felvenni velük a harcot, de hát ő azért fölveszi. Bulgáriából érkezett közénk Gergana Dojcseva, aki Eriként található meg a neten, és a Genshin Impactból Jahodát hozta el közénk. Hatalmas tapsot neki!
Azért az utóbbi évek egyik legnépszerűbb ilyen ingyenes játéka lett a világon. Szerintem közületek is nagyon sokan játsszák. Fel a kezekkel, hogyha van közöttök a Genshin Impacthez.
És azt tudtátok, hogy a Genshin Impact világjának az összes régióját valamilyen valós kultúra ihlette? Bólogassatok, ha igen, válaszolni nem tudtok. Jó, hát hogyha nem tudtátok, most már tudjátok. Következő karakterünk waifuként is szoktak hivatkozni rá. Lehet, hogy a nézőtéren is vannak páran, akik most hevesen bólogatnak. Ez a démon lány bebizonyította, hogy a hűség néha erősebb, mint egy időhurok. Fogadjátok szeretettel Romániából Darla Aletta Dukát, azaz The Sewergust, aki a Re:Zero Starting Life in Another World-ből hozta Remet nektek. Hatalmas tapsot neki!
A karakternél nagyon érdekes kontraszt az, hogy ilyen kis cuki mély ruhában van, de mellette, hogyha valaki beszól, az simán lecsapja a buzogányával. Van köztetek olyan, akinek Rema waifuja? Igen, azért jelentkeznek.
Ott azért láttunk pár egy nevet, de hát reméljük, hogy az idő visszaállítást ezt most nem fogja itt használni, mert nem biztos, hogy neki mennénk még egyszer így nap elejétől kezdve a programoknak. Bár lehet, hogy egy pár vendéget még szívesen látnátok, úgyhogy nála lehet lobbizni, hogy egy kicsit mókoljon még az idővel. Hatalmas tapsot neki, hatalmas tapsot Remnek. És akkor egy kicsit hagyjuk el a galaxisunkat, és egy messzi-messzi galaxisba kalauzolunk el titeket a következő versenyzőnkkel, aki egy klónkatonát fog megszemélyesíteni a meglehetősen friss Star Wars Zero Company játékból. Király Dominikot várjuk majd a színpadra, aki Trick, azaz CT3301-et hozta el nektek. Hatalmas tapsot neki!
És ugye a klónok, ők mind ugyanabból a génállományból származnak, viszont ahogy fejlődnek, úgy alakítanak ki önálló személyiséget is. És ugye a sorszám az annyira nem egyedi, úgyhogy a Trick név az egy kicsit jobban hangzik.
Igen, azt hiszem, hogy velük a klónok igazán a Clone Wars sorozatban kezdtek el közel kerülni a szívünkhöz. Reméljük, hogy Dave Filoni vezetése alatt még sok ilyen remek sorozatot és játékot láthatunk majd a Star Wars univerzumban, és láthatunk még klón történeteket.
Viszont ami nem változott évtizedek óta, hogy a klónoknak a célzóképessége az nem a legjobb.
Hát és aztán még a leginkább a Stormtrooperekre ez az örökség átörökült. Hatalmas tapsot szeretnénk kérni Tricknek, azaz Király Dominiknak.
És ő Szlovákiából érkezett, tehát ugye nagyon sok nemzetközi versenyzőnk van most.
Remélem, hogy itt a technikus kollégák készültek egy bonfire-rel valahova közelbe, hogyha esetleg a következő versenyzőt nem élnénk túl, akkor gyorsan visszaérjünk a színpadra. Fogadjátok hatalmas szeretettel Karaffa Ádámot, azaz Grim.m-et, így találjátok meg a social felületeken, aki a Dark Souls-ból Knight Artoriast hozta el nekünk. Hatalmas tapsot neki! Hogyha nem tudjátok fejből felidézni ennek a karakternek a lore-ját, akkor az teljesen elfogadható, hiszen a Dark Souls arról híres, hogy leginkább tárgyleírásokból és falfirkákból lehet összerakni a történetet, de azt hiszem, hogy még emellett is sikerült egy nagyon-nagyon legendás és nagyon-nagyon emlékezetes boszt összehozni Artorias képében, akinek az a különlegessége, hogy ugye az egyik keze sérült, és úgy harcol mégis, és valószínűleg meglehetősen sok mindenkinek, sokunknak mondhatom talán azt okozott fejtörést.
Igen, de hát ő ezért egy nagyon nehezen játszható karakter.
Hatalmas taps jár, hatalmas taps. Ha annyit mondok, hogy vörös kabát, abból még nem biztos, hogy kitaláljátok, hogy ki lesz a következő karakterünk, de hogyha azt mondom, hogy dupla pisztoly és egy óriási kard, abból már előfordulhat, hogy sokan rájöttetek, hogy a Devil May Cry franchise-ra gondolok, úgyhogy Kovács András, azaz Norek a Devil May Cry-ból fogja elhozni nektek Dante-t, hatalmas tapsot neki!
És ugye Dante, ő gyakorlatilag egy rockstar, és hogyha véletlenül berendel egy pizzát ide a színpadra, azért nem vállalunk felelősséget.
És még az is lehet, hogy ő is játszott a Dark Souls játékokkal, mert hatalmas gamer is amellett. Ugye legutóbb a játékok mellett a Netflixen is láthattunk egy Devil May Cry sorozatot. Úgy tudom, hogy egyelőre még csak egy évadot élt meg. Két pisztolya, Ebony és Ivory. Most az egyiket láthatjátok is.
A másik pedig a hátán van felcsatolva.
Azt talán nem biztos, hogy mind tudjátok, hogy a Devil May Cry az egy Resident Evil prototípusként indult, és az egyik bug az olyan jól sikerült a Resident Evilben, hogy egy saját játékot is kapott. Hatalmas tapsot szeretnénk kérni Andrásnak. Következő versenyzőnk egy meglehetősen friss játékból hozott nekünk egy karaktert, méghozzá egy olyan játékból, amit egyedül nem is tudtok játszani, csak ketten.
Nekem ez a legnagyobb bajom, mert otthon én vagyok a kockább, és nem tudok egyszerűen magam mellé szedni senkit, akivel együtt tudnám játszani, úgyhogy csak így várok.
Igen, ez a stúdió, ami ezt a játékot fejleszti, ők ebben elég erősek, mindig ilyen dupla, kétemberes játékot fejlesztenek, a Way Out-ot is ők fejlesztették, meg most nem fog eszembe jutni a másik játéknak a neve, amiben a család két tagját alakítjuk. Minden esetre most a Split Fictionből hozzá el nektek Zoét, Szórádi Evelyn, azaz Magic Crafts. Hatalmas tapsot neki!
Ugye, hogyha valaki nem tudná a játékban, gyakorlatilag két író éli meg a saját történeteit. Az egyik szál, ugye ez a fantasy szál, amit Magic Craft is mutat nekünk, a másik szálon pedig egy sci-fi világban kell játszani.
Igen, és hát rengeteg ilyen komikus jelenethez vezet, amikor egy reálisabb beállítottságú sci-fi író és egy felhők között járó fantasy író találkozik. Úgyhogy aki még nem próbált, annak mindenképp érdemes. Közben ugye az It Takes Two volt a másik játékuk, azt is érdemes játszani ennek a fantasztikus fejlesztő csapatnak. Hatalmas tapsot szeretnék kérni Magic Craftnak, azaz Evelynnek. És hát nagy szomorúsággal jelentem be, hogy az utolsó versenyzőnkhöz érkeztünk. Na de milyen versenyzőnkhöz? Ugye James Cameron elég komoly világokat alkotott már nekünk, és ugye az egyik hatalmas szerelme, az Avatar világa, Pandora bolygója, erről érkezett a következő karakterünk. Úgyhogy hatalmas szeretettel és óriási ovációval fogadjátok Somogyi Liliánát, azaz Eziria cosplayt, aki az Avatar tűz és hamuból hozta Varangot. Halljam a tapsot!
Én ugye, amikor az első része megjelent az Avatarnak, sok éven keresztül vezette a listát a legnagyobb bevételű filmek top listáján.
Én nagyon szeretem az Avatar filmeket, már csak azért is, nem is inkább mint film, hanem mint természetfilmek. Egyszerűen csodálatos nézni azt a Pandora élővilágot, amit megálmodott nekünk Cameron. De hát a Na'vi faj, amiből Varang is származik, az ő szociális berendezkedésük is tök érdekes, úgyhogy aki még nem látta a legutóbbi felvonását az Avatar filmeknek, azok most láthatják az egyik szereplőjét, és aztán otthon meg is nézhetik. Hatalmas tapsot kérek Liliánának, illetve az összes versenyzőnek, aki jelenleg itt volt, és nagyon köszönöm, hogy itt voltatok velünk ezen a versenyen. Okido, én még egy pár mondatot azért kérdeznék tőled. Először is, hogy ez most a verseny, de mi lesz a díjátadóval?
Igen, ugye most véget ért maga a catwalk itt a színpadon, azonban következik egy panel Christopher Judge-al, amit szerintem nem mulasztatok el, és utána azonnal eredményhirdetés lesz. Úgyhogy a zsűrinek most lesz egy kicsivel több mint fél órája arra, hogy meghozza a döntését, és 3 helyezést fogunk kihirdetni, ugye értelemszerűen első, második, harmadik helyezettet, és ugye abban a szerencsében fogunk részesülni, hogy ők még jelmezben fogják átvenni a díjakat.
És ha jól tudom, akkor még holnapra is tartogattunk nekük dolgokat, úgyhogy egészen nyugodtan buzdítsd a közönségünket, hogy miken vehetnek még részt.
Igen, egy nagy újítást fogunk bevezetni szintén a holnapi naptól. Ugye azt vettük észre, hogy a rendezvényeken, a versenyen kívül nagyon sok szuper cosplay szokott lenni, és ezért holnapra egy ilyen szabad catwalkra jelentkezhetnek helyben nevezős versenyen, ami az Expo színpadon lesz majd holnap délután. Úgyhogy ma is, holnap is, aki úgy gondolja, és benne van egy móka központú versenyben, ahol tényleg a színpadi bolondozás a lényeg, mindenkit arra buzdítok, hogy keresse majd a toborzókat és jelentkezzen. Nem kell saját magatoknak készíteni a jelmezt, hanem az egész cosplaynek ilyenkor a play vibe-et szeretnénk megragadni. Úgyhogy látom, hogy itt többen cosplayben vagytok, mindenkit buzdítok arra, hogyha holnap itt lesztek, próbáljátok ki magatokat.
Illetve én pedig mindenkit, nem csak azokat, akik cosplayben vannak, arra buzdítok, hogy nyugodtan menjetek oda bárkihez, aki cosplayben van. Javíts ki, hogyha tévedek, de örömmel veszik, hogyha készítetek velük egy fotót, akár a versenyzőkkel, akár akik csak a móka kedvéért öltöztek be. Úgyhogy fotóra fel, nagyon szépen köszönjük a figyelmeteket, és Christopher Judge után jövünk majd vissza a cosplay verseny díjátadójával. Addig is egy kis technikai szünetet tartunk. Köszi szépen!
Köszönjük szépen a figyelmet!
With all due respect, we've been training for what, 2 months? And I haven't even worn the ring yet.
Don't get hung up on the jewelry, Junior. You're just a fucking substitute teacher. You're not ready to get up in front of the class till the ring says you are.
All right.
I could have died.
You want me to train you? I'm training you. Something is off here. I can feel it.
This is my town. You're a big shot. Noted. But stay the fuck out of my way.
Think she hates your guts?
It's the way she hates them.
This is a stupid plan.
That's stupid.
That I don't doubt. The Green Lantern's oath is to protect people. And we both know I do a better job of this than you.
This is my job. As long as I'm alive, that ain't changing. So take a deep breath, Junior.
You're old. You're tired. And your time is up.
I don't understand. Who are you exactly?
Hal Jordan, Green Lantern.
Have you ever talked with the other Lanterns?
I'm the only human. They're aliens. One of them's a fucking squirrel.
Jól van, most legalább a nagyja az újságra ment. Ügyes vagy, Kripto. Én, Kara Zor-El. Ünnepélyesen ígérem, hogy a 23. lesz a legjobb évem. Az is igaz, hogy ezzel nem teszem annyira magasra a lécet.
Nem tudtam, hogy volt, aki túlélte. Milyen volt egy nap alatt mindent elveszteni?
Nem egy nap volt a pusztulás. Nem volt olyan szerencsénk. Hát sajnos nagyon nem tűnik úgy, hogy ennek jó vége lesz. Számotokra.
2026 nyarán.
Más kriptoniaknak is van ilyen erejük.
Nincs, igazából ketten vagyunk, csak ilyenek.
És Superman milyen?
Ő mindig a jót látja. Én az igazat.
...2026-ban a mozikban.
Uno más, köszi.
Maga Johnny Cage. Gyerekkoromban imádtam az aranyketrecet.
Kösz szépen, jó ezt hallani.
Kéne neki egy reboot.
Nem kell az senkinek. Ez egy új évezred.
Johnny Cage. Kiválasztottak a harcra.
Ugye nem begőzölt rajongók vagytok? Ezt hogy csinálod?
Akkor jössz, vagy nem?
Hol a francban vagyok?
Ez egy bajvívó torna. Mint halálig.
Biztosan törvényellenes. Nem lehet csak úgy gyilkolásznotok.
A neve Mortal Kombat, és okkal arc.
Hamarosan.
Ezen múlik a világotok sorsa.
Nyomjuk vagy sem! Nem bajvívó vagyok. Nincsenek ilyen transformer karjaim. Villámot se tudok szórni. Semmi közöm ehhez. Én színész vagyok.
Bosszantó alak vagy.
Arcra nem ér.
Készülj fel! A következő szintre.
Itt az ideje, hogy beteljesítsd a hősök sorsát.
Jól van, te randa szönnyszülött. Mehet a műsor.
Gyere csak ide!
Only the strong survive.
Mortal Kombat 2.
Kivégzés!
Nincs semmilyen képességed! Halálosan jóképű vagyok.
Hamarosan a mozikban.
Where were you?
Alicent came to Dragonstone. She will open the gates of the Red Keep and surrender to me.
You cannot trust her. The king has abdicated the throne. A new dawn is coming. A new line of unsullied kings.
You are the Queen of Dragons. You have an absolute power within your grasp.
Soon or late, Rhaenyra will send her new dragons here. It would be the end.
This is the moment you become queen.
Szia!
Jól van, most legalább a nagyja az újságra ment. Ügyes vagy, Kriptó. Én, Cara Zor-El. Ünnepélyesen ígérem, hogy a 23. lesz a legjobb évem. Az is igaz, hogy ezzel nem teszem annyira magasra a lécet.
Nem tudtam, hogy volt, aki túlélte. Milyen volt egy nap alatt mindent elveszteni?
Nem egy nap volt a pusztulás. Nem volt olyan szerencsénk. Hát sajnos nagyon nem tűnik úgy, hogy ennek jó vége lesz. Számotokra.
2026 nyarán.
Más kriptoniaknak is van ilyen erejük.
Nincs, igazából ketten vagyunk, csak ilyenek.
igazat.
– 2026-ban a mozikban.
Fajne coś, przygoda tego, zetknięcie piórka z papierem między ustami a brzegiem pucharu.
Jest strasznie trudno zmalować takie niebo. Chodzi o sens tego, co się myśli. Bo my wszyscy jesteśmy to ogromni samotnicy. Siedzimy i dłubiemy w tym.
Dzwony kościelne dzwonią.
Coś tam dzwoni. Wzywa na modły. No, do nieba, stary. Niestety za karę do nieba pójdziesz. Kurczy byku, no. Już nabroił w życiu, no, do nieba.
Megérkezett a Magyar Filmek magazinja.
Amikor a kamera forog, és azt mondják, hogy action, az idő az enyém.
Sztárinterjúk, kulisszatitkok, exkluzív hírek, filmek és filmesek a reflektorfényben.
Nem is volt csók jelenetünk.
Nem? Ja, azt nem vették tényleg.
Schwenk. Közel hozzuk a magyar filmeket.
Dear Mr. Potter, you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry.
We can expect great things from you.
Bloody brilliant! Wingardium Leviosa.
Dobby has to protect Harry Potter.
Serpent Sortia!
Not all wizards are good. There's a storm coming, Harry. We'd all best be ready when she does.
Every great wizard has started out as nothing more than what we are now, students. If they can do it, why not us?
Help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who deserve it.
Expelliarmus! Stupefy!
Expecto Patronum!
You must decide.
what you want.
There's no turning back.
Do you know why I do this? Because I enjoy it. And I'm fucking good at it.
And so it begins.
Narrative is important. So you might as well control it.
Sir Duncan the Tall. How good a knight are you?
What's DTF?
Down to whoa.
How's that?
This is college. You get to reinvent yourself.
Hey, sailor.
Cock a doodle do.
If I can do it, you can do it. I got a really good feeling about this.
A few years after high school, I don't know if life was exactly what I wished.
You walk up into my house, and you don't even introduce yourself.
You messed up my life. Rhaenyra will do what she has to do. And what she has to do will be dire.
La seule règle qui compte ici, c'est qu'il y en a.
I trained my entire life for this.
You're not ready to get up front of the class till the ring says you are.
Új és szenzációs. Vagy időtlen klasszikus.
Nem hisztéria, Astoria.
A Filmión megtalálod.
Ja, igen.
Végre. Nézd magyar filmeket laptopon,
Mi lesznek a hangok?
okos tévén vagy okos telefonon.
Modernizálódás van.
Regisztrálj most, fizess elő vagy kölcsönöz. Filmió. A magyar filmek otthona.
Dear Mr. Potter, you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry.
We can expect great things from you.
Bloody brilliant!
Wingardium Leviosa.
Dobby has to protect Harry Potter.
Seven Sortia!
Not all wizards are good. There's a storm coming, Harry. We'd all best be ready when she does.
Every great wizard has started out as nothing more than what we are now, students. If they can do it, why not us?
Help would always be given at Hogwarts to those who deserve it.
Expelliarmus! Stupefy! Expecto Patronum!
most legalább a nagyja az újságra ment. Ügyes vagy, Kriptó. Én, Kara Zor-El. Ünnepélyesen ígérem, hogy a 23. lesz a legjobb évem. Az is igaz, hogy ezzel nem teszem annyira magasra a lécet.
Nem tudtam, hogy volt, aki túlélte. Milyen volt egy nap alatt mindent elveszteni.
Nem egy nap volt a pusztulás. Nem volt olyan szerencsénk. Hát sajnos nagyon nem tűnik úgy, hogy ennek jó vége lesz. Számotokra.
2026 nyarán.
Más kriptoniaknak is van ilyen erejük.
Nincs, igazából ketten vagyunk, csak ilyenek.
És Superman milyen?
Ő mindig a jót látja. Én az igazat.
...2026-ban a mozikban.
Megérkezett a Magyar Filmek magazinja.
Amikor a kamera forog, és azt mondják, hogy action, az idő az enyém.
És tessék!
Sztárinterjúk, kulisszatitkok, exkluzív hírek, filmek és filmesek a reflektorfényben.
Nem is volt csók jelenetünk.
Nem? Ja, azt nem vették tényleg.
Schwenk. Közel hozzuk a magyar filmeket.
Jól van, most legalább a nagyja az újságra ment. Ügyes vagy, Kriptó. Én, Kara Zor-El. Ünnepélyesen ígérem, hogy a 23. lesz a legjobb évem. Az is igaz, hogy ezzel nem teszem annyira magasra a lécet.
Nem tudtam, hogy volt, aki túlélte. Milyen volt egy nap alatt mindent elveszteni.
Nem egy nap volt a pusztulás. Nem volt olyan szerencsénk. Hát sajnos nagyon nem tűnik úgy, hogy ennek jó vége lesz. Számotokra.
2026 nyarán.
Más kriptoniaknak is van ilyen erejük.
Nincs, igazából ketten vagyunk, csak ilyenek.
És Superman milyen?
Ő mindig a jót látja. Én az igazat.
2026-ban a mozikban.
To jest fajne, coś przygoda tego, zetknięcie piórka z papierem między ustami a brzegiem pucharu.
Strasznie trudno jest malować takie niebo.
Chodzi o sens tego, co się myśli. Bo my wszyscy jesteśmy to ogromni samotnicy. Siedzimy i dłubiemy w tym.
Dzwony kościelne dzwonią.
Coś tam dzwoni mi. Wzywa na modły. No, do nieba, stary. Niestety za karę do nieba pójdziesz. Kurczy byku, no. Już nabroił w życiu, no, do nieba.
Új és szenzációs. Vagy időtlen klasszikus.
Nem hisztéria, Astoria.
A Filmión megtalálod.
Ja, igen. Végre.
Nézd magyar filmeket laptopon,
Ti lesztek a hangok.
okos tévén vagy okos telefonon.
Modernizálódás van.
Regisztrálj most, fizess elő vagy kölcsönöz. Filmió. A magyar filmek otthona.
To jest fajne, coś przygoda tego, zetknięcie piórka z papierem między ustami a brzegiem pucharu.
Strasznie trudno jest malować takie niebo.
Chodzi o sens tego, co się myśli. Bo my wszyscy jesteśmy to ogromni samotnicy. Siedzimy i dłubiemy w tym.
Dzwony kościelne dzwonią.
Coś tam dzwoni mi. wzywalne modły. No, do nieba, stary. Niestety za karę do nieba pójdziesz. Kurczę byku, no. Już nabroił w życiu, no, do nieba.
You must decide what you want.
There's no turning back.
Do you know why I do this? Because I enjoy it. And I'm fucking good at it.
And so it begins.
Narrative is important, so you might as well control it.
Sir Duncan the Tall. How good a knight are you?
What's DTF?
Down to whoa.
How's that?
This is college. You get to reinvent yourself.
Hey, sailor.
Cock a doodle do.
If I can do it, you can do it.
I got a really good feeling about this.
A few years after high school, I don't know if life was exactly what I wished.
You walk up into my house, and you don't even introduce yourself.
You messed up my life.
Rhaenyra will do what she has to do. And what she has to do will be dire.
La seule règle qui compte ici, c'est qu'il y en a.
I trained my entire life for this.
You're not ready to get up in front of the class till the ring says you are.
Új és szenzációs. Vagy időtlen klasszikus.
Nem hisztéria, Astoria.
A Filmión megtalálod.
Ja, igen. Végre.
Nézd magyar filmeket laptopon,
Ti lesztek a hangok.
okos tévén vagy okos telefonon.
Modernizálódás van.
Regisztrálj most, fizess elő vagy kölcsönöz. Filmió. A magyar filmek otthona.
Szia.
Dear Mr. Potter, you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry.
We can expect great things from you.
Bloody brilliant!
Wingardium Leviosa.
Dobby has to protect Harry Potter.
Seven Sortia!
Not all wizards are good. There's a storm coming, Harry. We'd all best be ready when she does.
Every great wizard has started out as nothing more than what we are now, students. If they can do it, why not us?
Help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who deserve it.
Expelliarmus! Stupefy! Expecto Patronum!
Uno más, köszi.
Maga Johnny Cage. Gyerekkoromban imádtam az aranyketrecet.
Kösz szépen, jó ezt hallani.
Kéne neki egy reboot.
Nem kell az senkinek. Ez egy új évezred.
Johnny Cage. Kiválasztottak a harcra.
Ugye nem begőzölt rajongók vagytok? Ezt hogy csinálod?
Akkor jössz, vagy nem?
Hol a francban vagyok?
Ez egy bajvívó torna. Mint halálig.
Biztosan törvényellenes. Nem lehet csak úgy gyilkolásznotok.
A neve Mortal Kombat, és okkal az.
Hamarosan.
Ezen múlik a világotok sorsa. Haha, nyomjuk vagy sem!
Nem bajvívó vagyok. Nincsenek ilyen transformer karjaim. Villámot se tudok szórni. Semmi közöm ehhez. Én színész vagyok.
Bosszantó alak vagy.
Arcra nem ér.
Készülj fel! A következő szintre.
Itt az ideje, hogy beteljesítsd a hősök sorsát.
Jól van, te randa szönnyszülött. Mehet a műsor.
Gyere csak ide!
Only the strong survive.
Mortal Kombat 2.
Kivégzés!
Nincs semmilyen képességed!
Halálosan jóképű vagyok.
Hamarosan a mozikban.
Mi a helyzet? Budapest Comic Con 2026 powered by MVM, hogy halljuk a hangotokat! Ki az, aki itt volt már a cosplay verseny előtt is? Emlékeztek, hogy leszúrt titeket? A judge, a jury. Azt mondta, hogy azért ehhez még össze kell, hogy szedjétek magatokat. És az a cosplay verseny volt, ami miatt nagyon izgultunk. Mennyire izgulunk a következő beszélgetés miatt, srácok? Egy 10-es skálán. This one is only going to happen if we are worthy for making it happen. Can I get a hallelujah or something like? Can you actually make some noise, Comic Con? Let's go! Láttam ott a srácokat a második sorba, ők még nem döntötték el, hogy vagy nagyon beleteszem ebbe magam, vagy lehet, hogy ők ilyen cinikus cosplayt vettek fel, hogy semmi extra, csak a Judge jön, érted, simába lehozom. Átváltok angolra, hogy ilyen elképesztően brutális, aréna hangos felvonulás legyen ez az egész, oké? Hogyha nem annyira értesz angolul, akkor csak csinálj úgy, mintha egyértelmű lenne. Azt várom mindenkitől, hogy ilyen áldörzsölős, hát persze, szerintem is. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the thing is, it's okay if we are not just ready, because some voices, they don't just tell stories, they carry some weight. They carry some pain, they carry some discipline, and out of all those things, they carry and maintain some control. From distant stars and galaxies to the frozen realms of Midgard itself, he gave life to warriors who speak little but say everything that truly matters. A man who showed us that true strength is not what you unleash, but what you actually can hold back. You know him as Teal'c, but you also experience him as Kratos. He is a presence, a voice, a force. You don't just hear, you actually have to witness. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the good news is you will be able to witness him as he about to appear on stage here at Comic-Con 2026. Here comes Christopher Judge. We have a full house for you today, sir.
Wow, that's lovely. Hello. Take my tay.
The buttons don't work. These are props, actually.
Oh.
We wanted to make sure that you feel comfortable, but then we realized that, why do we have a USB slot here? I don't know. I'm trying to...
This is like my first wife. None of the buttons work. What?
Wait, who said that? I'm trying to maintain a calmer presence right now. You are someone who... The most famous characters that most of us know when it comes to you are almost like stoic in nature.
Yes.
But what I enjoy about your true persona and character, the way you display yourself, is that you send a message that you do understand how to have fun.
Oh, yes.
There is a certain juice to your character, right?
Yes.
How does someone like you get into the skin of stoic characters? What's happening in your mind where you're like, okay, this is a little bit different maybe?
Well, it was two different ways, actually. It was much more, it was much different doing Teal'c than Kratos. Teal'c, to me, was quiet because he was around a new group of people that he took a chance on trusting. And so his silence, I think, was due to the fact that he didn't 100% trust them in the beginning. He was hoping. And it's funny, when we started the show, I went to Brad Wright and Jonathan Glasner, the two showrunners, and I asked them to not have Teal'c talk so much. And they looked at me like I was crazy, and I was like, what's wrong? I said, we've never actually had an actor come say, I want less lines. But I thought that having him speak less not only gave him an air of mystery, but then it made every time he talked important. And thankfully, they agreed with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's go. The cultural background of Teal'c is somewhat similar to ancient Sparta in a way that they do have to control themselves from the beginning. But the journey through which these characters go is obviously totally different. And by the time you get the part of Kratos, he became a changed man.
Yes.
Were you familiar?
Well, he was starting the journey.
Okay.
Yes.
Most precisely, yes. Was it something that you realized at the very first minute when you started to get into that shape, realizing that, okay, I have to take him through a journey? Was this clear from the very beginning?
No.
No. Okay.
Because when you audition for things now, you never know what you're auditioning for. They don't give you the name of the project. They don't give you the name of the character. You just get sides, which are pieces of a script, and you kind of have to interpret it the way you think it is. So it wasn't till one of my kids saw the script I was working on, and all my kids had played God of War. And my son said, "This sounds like God of War." I was like, "Oh, okay," because I hadn't played it. And I really didn't, you okay? I really didn't, I hope that came up from your nose. Otherwise, congratulations.
Secretly, he is really hoping for you to scold him.
Keep your flatulence to yourself, boy. So I knew that God of War was popular, but I didn't know until E3 of 2017, I believe it was, when Kratos was introduced and the place went crazy. Up till that point, it was just this great character that I was doing, no pressure, so we're just, I'm just flying through every day going, oh man, this is great. And then when that happened, I was sitting backstage with Cory Barlog, and he looked at me and I looked at him, and I was like, oh, you didn't tell me this. And he's like, yeah. So from that day on, there was all this pressure. And Cory was going through his own pressures because Sony wasn't really sold on it. Well, the head guy who is kind of like the Obi-Wan of Sony didn't really get the changes in Kratos, and he didn't really like them. There's a great documentary called Raising Kratos, which kind of gives the whole story of what was going on. And you would have never known from Cory because he never brought it to set. It was just such a great place to be. But the pressure that I felt after the E3 reveal was incredible. And it was, thank God everything worked out.
Yeah, a huge round of applause to everybody who worked on that show, because that was absolutely crazy. I remember back in the day, the audience didn't know that we are actually talking about God of War. I remember they were sitting inside and they were like, okay, this seems like Nordic. That's like a dragon over there. What's happening? And I remember the original footage shows that people are like, oh my God, is this going to happen? Yeah. And then it did happen. And then we hear your voice. And I remember back in the day, oh my God, I had a similar experience years ago. I was actually an avid fan of Stargate Atlantis. And then all of a sudden, I think it was around season 4, there is the episode where Teal'c appears.
Yes.
And I'm like, oh my God, she just got real. It's been quiet real in that distant galaxy, right? They had their troubles, but like this is where the fun actually begins.
Right.
and then comes 2017 E3, and then again you come in, and I'm like, oh my God, they are taking it to another level. It seems like when producers and writers thinking about how can I summon a voice, a presence where people do realize that this is going to be a different level of the game that we are playing, they are looking to you.
Oh, God, from your mouth to God's ears.
My question is, sorry if it's a boring one, but the human nature works in a way that we do not understand how great our voices are if we have a great voice. So I do believe that this is something that is clear for you because of the feedback that you are receiving through years and years and years. What was the point in your life where you wake up and it became natural to you that everybody is like falling in order and following orders and be like, yes, sir? What was the first day for Mr. Judge when he looked into the mirror and be like, everything is going to go my way because of my voice?
Hopefully that happens next week. No, my voice has always been kind of the bane of my existence. When I was young, I had a very deep voice. My kids have very deep voices. And my voice is in a range where it's very difficult to hear. And I'm also a mumbler. So a lot of my early years, even before I was an actor, would be people going, what? Like, what did you say? Speak up, or quit mumbling. And so it really wasn't anything that I really took pride in, or until I remember the first time that I thought, hey, maybe I got something. I had just graduated from college and I was modeling for Nike. And one of the designers said, hey, do you do voiceovers? What the hell's that? I don't even know what that is. So they sent me to a studio to read. To me, it was just a bunch of words. And it turned out to be the first year of the Air Jordan shoes, and their whole Air shoe thing. It was their first year of it. And so my first audition I got, and it happened to be for Nike, and it was still, I remember to this day, the Air Revolution by Nike. Gravity is just a game.
Oh my God. A couple of weeks ago, I downloaded God of War, Sons of Sparta. And every now and then, the game basically pauses, and then there is some narration. And ever since I knew that I will have the pleasure and the privilege to have this discussion, I've always wondered, how often do you connect with the cast? Is it like, because obviously we don't know the future, right? I wish we knew the future, but we don't. And and I also saw the documentary that you just mentioned, and the whole, because of that documentary, me as a fan, I can connect to this whole franchise on a more intimate level. And so I'm thinking, are you guys in contact, maybe daily, weekly? How can we imagine Santa Monica Studios and you guys? What is happening behind the curtains? Is there something that is happening? I'm so bad at this. Like, I want to squeeze something out of you, but I also want to look nice. I don't know.
I kind of have heard kind of the same rumors as everybody else. I mean, they're doing, they're doing, the game that just came out, and then they're remastering the early games, which I always want to say, God of War exists now because of what T.C. Carson did as Kratos. TC is not only a wonderful man, he is one of the great voices that has ever existed. And I was so fortunate that I hadn't, before my audition, Googled God of War and Kratos, because I was a huge fan of T.C. Carson.
Okay.
And I had met him a few years previous with his mother, and just had a lovely interaction with him. But I was so in awe of his voice, who he is as a person, that it would have completely thrown me. And so the reason that I didn't was because, you know, I knew that someone had played Kratos before, but now, and I wasn't sure what it was, but they were doing something different. So I didn't want to be bound by what I heard from someone else. So I just went into it kind of just how I perceived it to be, which thank God I didn't know it was TC, because it would have been a losing proposition for me to try to copy that magnificent voice.
Okay, let's hear it for him one more time. And there is actually going to be a remake about the original trilogy, but what I'm curious about is when they announced Ragnarok, and then we talked about the journey, and okay, before doing the 2018, let's say, soft reboot of God of War, you had no idea what is happening. But once you got the recall to Ragnarok, obviously the field is different now.
Oh, yes.
And from the very first recording day, you know what is happening. How was it a different experience to start this recording without auditioning, but like started from day one and looking ahead for the journey?
Well, the great thing about great writers, they take the time, and the writers, both directors, excuse me, Corey and Eric, and then the DLC director, Bruno, they're like my brothers. And a lot of actors say we were like a family. You know why they say we were like a family? Because they weren't like a damn family at all. But we really were. You know, and so we really got to know each other. And I still, when you become close to a writer, especially brilliant writers, brilliant directors, they use your personal life in the story. So 2018, and I've said this many times, 2018 to me was a love letter to my children. It was me hoping that they understood when they were young why Daddy wasn't present all the time. Why, you know, I wasn't there as much as I thought I should have been. Ragnarok was very much about me personally. When you have a cause, it's very easy to get behind the cause and put yourself second. Ragnarok was very much, in my mind, about you've achieved the goal of your child not making all the same mistakes that you did.
Okay.
That your child is now ready to go out into the world on their own. But then what happens to you? What happens when you don't have something else to focus on? You just deal with you. So I think when any actor achieves any level of success, they go through, it's called, help me.
Could you scold me a little bit more precisely for not being able to help?
It's called imposter syndrome.
Oh, okay.
So in your mind, you're not doing anything different than when people told you you were shit for 10 years. But now in your mind, you're doing the same things that you did then, but now everyone loves you. So it really plays on your psyche. And that's very much where I was. Like, what did I do to deserve this? Like, I'm no different. I don't know why. As great as it is, you can't wrap your head around why it's happening. And so there was a final scene where Kratos sees the last triptych and he is being celebrated and loved by people. And they hadn't shown me the triptych before we rehearsed it. So when I saw it, it was such a parallel to me. I mean, I just broke down. I couldn't get it back. And so there's the film parts of it have to be within a certain time frame to be usable because they have to fit into the game in very definitive places. So this thing went on for 3-4 minutes. And Eric, the director, who I love dearly, walks over and puts his arm around me and he says, "That was great, big man. Now can you give me one we can use?" But it was very, very much what I was going through in my life. And I always say man, they paid me a hell of a lot of money for therapy.
Less of a spiritual question, more of a materialistic, geeky question. In real life, which Kratos weapon would you choose?
Oh, the Blades of Chaos.
Blades of Chaos, definitely, right?
Oh, yeah.
Without a question. I remember it's a core memory for me when in the first game you actually go for the Blade of Chaos with Athena and everything. It's like it is about identity, who we are as a man, as a god, as a human being, and that just resonated with me so much. And it was like returning to something more ancient, returning to something older within your own system, within your old body. Was it the same for you, reflecting on the past?
Yes, and there's a story that goes along with that. Wow, you're great. Yeah. Shooting the Blades of Chaos, retrieving the Blades of Chaos, was the second scene of the first day of 2018. The scene before that, our very first scene, was just what seemed like written on the page, a very simple scene. It's Kratos and Atreus getting into a boat and shoving off from shore. So I had been taking voice lessons, not to do anything, but to learn a British accent. So we do the first take, and I said, "Boy, stay away from the water." And I hear, "Cut!" and Corey is this wonderful guy. But with us, he's very non-confrontational. He always approaches everything with reason and calm. And so he takes about 2 minutes to get from me to you. So I know something's wrong. He kind of comes over and he says, "Was that a British accent?" And I said, "Well, I guess not a very good one if you have to ask." And he says, why the hell are you doing that? And I said, because you guys just paid me for 3 months to take these British lessons. I said, no, we didn't. I said, no, yes, you did. The check's cleared. So apparently there was some sort of miscommunication between Corey and the studio had decided that Kratos would sound better with a British accent.
Oh my God.
So I hope I don't offend anyone. Corey said, fuck that, do what you did in the audition. That's why we hired you. So yeah. So it got off to a little bit of a rough start. And then the second scene of that day, first day, is retrieving the Blades of Chaos. So I knew that they wanted Kratos to be different, but I didn't know how far away from the original Kratos I could go. So I asked Corey, I said, man, like, how far are you prepared for me to go with this? And he said, Chris, let it fly. And that's kind of what shooting was after that. Not just from me, from everybody. Just let it fly. And so everything.
Yes, and it did fly.
And it's very rare. Like, sets can be brutal. So it's very rare that a set is a safe place. But we were all so invested, every single actor, every single character was so invested in their character and in the project, and we were so invested in each other that there was just so much love and care and respect given between all of us that it made it a safe place to whatever you were going to dredge up from your past to use. Everyone supported you. And it was just, it truly was being around a group of virtuoso actors who had no fear. And just, as you can tell by everybody's performance, they just let it fly.
They did, yes. Another epic scene that had a huge impact on me. It takes place in the expansion Valhalla. And I do believe you are thinking about the same thing already, right?
Oh, yes.
He actually meets his younger persona.
Yes.
And was like, I spent days after first reaching that level just reminiscing, just thinking about my very own past. And I was thinking, oh my God, everybody who had the chance of cooperating in this probably had to go through the same thing. This is some existential, deep, amazing stuff to do. What happened to you personally? What happened to you while Kratos was looking at that older version of his? What were you looking into?
Well, once again, it was so personal for me that it was easy because it was Chris Judge talking to young Chris Judge, and you know, talking about being allowed to be boxed in and being one thing, being told what it is to be a man rather than just experiencing and living and being your own man, and then having evolved enough to say you've always been more than that. You've always been more than this big, you know, muscular, you know, somewhat funny guy who, you know, was so unsure of himself that he always had to be the funny guy. You know what I mean? So it was very much Chris Judge talking to Chris Judge. And also me giving myself permission to tell people you love them, to tell people you matter. It's doesn't make you less of a man to tell someone, hey, I got you. I love you. It's okay to want to be loved and to tell others that you love them. I don't know when telling people you love them became a bad thing. I don't know when supporting people or uplifting people or just listening to someone that you meet became a bad thing. But that was kind of the start of the talk of not only toxic masculinity, but also this whole cuck syndrome. You know, I still kiss my kids on the lips and they're in their 30s. And if somebody wants to step to me and says, oh, you're gonna make them gay, well, come on, motherfucker. You know, and awards and shit are great. Love them. But the greatest reward is being able to come to conventions like this and have people say it changed their relationship with their father. It changed their relationship with their child. It changed their relationship with their mother. It changed whatever it is, you know, and it gives people authority over themselves. That like, shit, no matter who I'm in love with, no matter who I'm attracted to, no matter what my ideals are, I deserve love. And I deserve to give love to others unjudged and unabashedly. And that's what makes human beings great, is not only freedom to do what they want, but the freedom to let other people the fuck alone and not judge them and just support them or leave them the fuck alone.
Man.
That's the end of my soapbox.
Unjudged would be a cool podcast that you could host. I wasn't sure to bring this up, but you just gave me the courage and strength to do it. A couple of days ago, I've seen a documentary on Netflix. It's called the Inside the Manosphere. And when it comes to manosphere and red pill movement, misogyny, and they're always talking about strength and power, but then I look at inspiring men who are really like inspiring, and somehow they are always telling a different story. When we are looking at the inspiration, dare I say provocation and manipulation that are targeting young boys, what do you see outside the world? What is happening right now? Because I think this voice of yours, and right now I'm not talking about the tone of it, but the content of it, should be like spread everywhere. Because men who are truly powerful are talking like this. What could we do as other men to support each other and make sure that the red pill movement and the manosphere gets smaller and smaller every day? What can we do to spread this message instead of that one?
Well, literally, like when you say, how are you doing today to someone, wait for an answer. Really listen to how they're doing today. You know, when people need help, when people just need someone to talk to, just listen to them. It's not difficult. It's not this great expenditure of energy. It's what we were built for. When you need help, don't be afraid to ask for it. That doesn't make you not manly. It doesn't make you less feminine or whatever you are. It doesn't make you less of anything. It makes you more of. Because the healthier you are, the more you can help other people be healthy. You know, and it's a cooperative on this earth. It's supposed to be. And these idiots that are running America now are doing, and yes, they're fucking idiots. You know, going into places and bombing, that's not manly. Make fuckers fight wars like they did in 1812 when you had to go face to face, you know, and you were in peril. And not to say that the brilliant people who protect countries aren't in peril, but there'd be a lot less rush to war if we were fought hand to hand. not by drones and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And just that we have no regard for our children whatsoever. None. It's mind-boggling how we got to this place, you know? And I literally think this is what is gonna change it. Having open and honest conversations about it is what's gonna change it. Because, I mean, thanks to gaming and anime and all these different, we have greater access to our children and to people in general than they will ever have. So, I mean, I think this is where it starts.
Ladies and gentlemen, Christopher Judge, the man himself. Thank you.
Thank you.
As a final act of kindness, but also as a final act of giving directions, could you once again step into the role of Kratos and give directions based on this to the lovely people of Budapest Comic Con 2026? How should we lead on throughout this weekend? Just some final directions to Comic Con 2026.
Do not try. Be better.
Yes! Not gonna lie, ez az egyik legszebb napja az életemnek. Nem sokára a cosplay verseny díjátadója következik, és utána Fabian Frankellel fogjuk széttolni a környéket, maradjatok velünk, de ha nem mentek éppen ki a teremből, akkor csak a csodálatos emberünknek a javaslatát követve arra szeretnék mindenkit kérni, hogy nézzen rá a mellette ülőre. Jó? És csak 3-ra annyit fogunk mondani a másiknak, hogy rettenetesen szeretlek téged. 1, 2, 3! Rettenetesen szeretlek titeket! Köszönjük szépen, mindjárt jövünk vissza!
You must decide what you want.
There's no turning back.
Do you know why I do this? Because I enjoy it. And I'm fucking good at it.
And so it begins.
Narrative is important, so you might as well control it.
Sir Duncan the Tall. How good a knight are you?
What's DTF?
Down to whoa.
How's that?
This is college. You get to reinvent yourself.
Hey, sailor.
Cock a doodle do.
If I can do it, you can do it.
I got a really good feeling about this.
A few years after high school, I don't know if life was exactly what I wished.
You walk up into my house, and you don't even introduce yourself.
You messed up my life.
Rhaenyra will do what she has to do. And what she has to do will be dire.
La seule règle qui compte ici, c'est qu'il y en a.
I trained my entire life for this.
You're not ready to get up in front of the class till the ring says you are.
Dear Mr. Potter, you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry.
We can expect great things from you.
Bloody brilliant!
Wingardium Leviosa.
Dobby,
job it has to protect Harry Potter.
Seven Sortia!
Not all wizards are good. There's a storm coming, Harry. We'd all best be ready when she does.
Every great wizard has started out as nothing more than what we are now, students. If they can do it, why not us?
Help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who deserve it.
Expelliarmus!
Stupefy! Expecto Patronum!
To jest fajne, coś przygoda tego, zetknięcie piórka z papierem między ustami a brzegiem pucharu.
Strasznie trudno jest malować takie niebo.
Tu chodzi o sens tego, co się myśli. Bo my wszyscy jesteśmy to ogromni samotnicy. Siedzimy i dłubiemy w tym.
Dzwony kościelne dzwonią.
Coś tam dzwoni. Wzywa na modły. No, do nieba, stary. Niestety za karę do nieba pójdziesz. Kurczy byku, no. Już nabroił w życiu, no, do nieba.
Jól van, most legalább a nagyja az újságra ment. Ügyes vagy, Kriptó? Én, Kara Zor-El. Ünnepélyesen ígérem, hogy a 23. lesz a legjobb évem. Az is igaz, hogy ezzel nem teszem annyira magasra a lécet.
Nem tudtam, hogy volt, aki túlélte. Milyen volt egy nap alatt mindent elveszteni?
Nem egy nap volt a pusztulás. Nem volt olyan szerencsénk. Hát sajnos nagyon nem tűnik úgy, hogy ennek jó vége lesz. Számotokra.
2026 nyarán.
Más kriptoniaknak is van ilyen erejük.
Nincs, igazából ketten vagyunk, csak ilyenek.
És Superman milyen?
Ő mindig a jót látja. Én az igazat.
...2026-ban a mozikban.
Halihó, sziasztok! Akiknek már hiányzott a cosplay, és éppen nem találtak egyetlen cosplayert sem, azok nem keresték eléggé, mert ez szinte kizárt, de valóban kevesebbel találkozhatatok most, hiszen mindenki itt van velünk a backstage-ben, úgyhogy Okkidót már magam mellé is szólítom a színpadra, ő volt az idei cosplay versenynek a főszervezője, és a díjátadót is ő fogja prezentálni nektek. Hatalmas tapsot kérek! És Okkidó, ha jól tudom, mielőtt belevágunk, a színpadra szólítunk még egy pár kedves, lelkes cosplayert, úgyhogy gyertek a színpadra, srácok! Come to the stage, guys! Let us see you! Hatalmas taps neki, kicsit motiváljátok őket!
Igen, úgyhogy még egyszer itt egy alkalom, hogy szempillantást vessetek a teljes mezőnyre, ami szerintem nagyon-nagyon magas színvonalú volt, úgyhogy nem volt egyszerű dolga a zsűrinek kiválasztani a kedvenceiket és a nyerteseket. Úgyhogy gyertek egy picit, hogy mindenki elférjen. És hát elérkeztünk a legizgalmasabb pillanathoz, úgyhogy szeretném a zsűri tagjait színpadra szólítani. Először is Erzát Németországból. Erza, please come on stage.
Hatalmas tapsot kérünk.
Másodszor Szikét Franciaországról. És a harmadik zsűritagunk pedig Aokicsi, szintén Franciaországból. És mielőtt megtudnánk, hogy kik a 3 dobogós versenyzőnk, a zsűrit annyira lenyűgözte ugye a versenyzők szakmai tudása, hogy szeretnének külön díjban részesíteni 3 kedvenc cosplayerüket, úgyhogy át is adnám nekik a szót, és ugye innentől angolul történik majd az átadás. So please proceed and name your honorable mentions.
Yeah, it was not easy for us to choose. So actually, we think about to choose some judges' prizes. That means after the show, I think, around 5, you come to our booth and choose a print of your choice, because every one of you was amazing, and please give a big clapping for this audience. So, and actually, I choose one cosplayer as my judges. Choosing?
Your favorite one?
My favorite one, yes, one of my favorite ones.
Your personal favorite?
My personal favorite one, because the sewing stuff was really nice, the work was super clean, and Rem, you are my chosen one for a print of mine. Go further. You're so amazing.
So I just would like to remind that we picked each of us. We picked our favorite costumes that we will give later a print or a personal gift, just to thank you for your work and to motivate you for the next projects. So please come later. Those we just called, come later at the booth, and we'll give you something special for you. Thank you.
So, I gotta pick up my favorite. It's a character from Baldur's Gate 3. And I call from Lysel. Congratulations. I really appreciate your work. Keep going. Thank you so much.
And my favorite one was a cosplay that I really liked, because the overall look was really cool. There was a different type of work, crafting, sewing, and wig work. So my favorite one was Genshin Impact. I don't know the character name, I'm sorry, but I think you can cheer up.
Okay, so before we announce the podium winners, I would like to share some information about the scoring system, because as this was a craftsmanship-focused cosplay contest, 20% of the score went to accuracy, 10% of the score went to the ambition part, and 70% went to the construction. So the most important part was the quality of the whole cosplay. So this was how the judges made their decision, and I would like to ask them now to announce the third, the second, and the first places.
So my turn. Okay. So just little reminder, everyone here put so many effort. I want to congratulate all of you because everyone is making great work, okay? But we need to pick up 3. I'm sorry about that. We want to give prize to all of you, but it's only a free prize for now. So for the third prize, audience, are you ready? I want to hear you now. Third prize from Resident Evil Village. I call Mother Miranda. Congratulations.
The award for the third prize is 100,000 forints and also some tools for the future projects. So please have a Dremel light and also some Worbla for your future projects. Congratulations, and you were amazing.
I think we can applaud one again. Thank you.
So now I have the honor to tell you who won the second place. And actually, maybe you know it or not, it's not necessary. I'm from Germany and I believe in math. So we was really happy. The math did the thing, you know, we get some points and sometimes it's really horrible to choose between people. So math is the thing. If you go to school, go to math, it's important, yeah. And yeah, you ready for the second place? So the second place goes to Le Fan Diablo.
The prize for the second place is 150,000 forints together with the tool, a Dremel light, and also some Worbla to make amazing breastplates like you are wearing now. So congratulations.
So I think it's already time to announce the first prize, the first place, sorry. Budapest Comic Con, are you ready? I don't think you are ready. Budapest Comic Con, are you ready? Okay. So the first place goes to Wukong! Congratulations! Congratulations, thank you.
And the prize for the first place is 250,000 forints, along with the same prizes, so a Dremel light and some Worbla for future projects. Congratulations. You were amazing. I hope you can hold all of these things. So as the judges mentioned, everybody was so amazing, and we congratulate everyone for the participation, because it's always really difficult to make a decision. I am happy that I wasn't really part of this time. So thank you, everyone, for coming here and participating in our very first craftsmanship Budapest Comic Con cosplay contest.
Applause! Applause! Thank you, Comic Con!
And of course, the judges are open for questions, so please feel free to visit them at their booth from 5 p.m. today. And also the honorable mentions can also get their personalized prints there from 5 p.m. Thank you so much.
If you want to have any feedbacks about the costume or any feedbacks, please come visit us at the booth, like she just said, and we will be happy to give you feedbacks. Thank you very much.
Big applause again, and please, photographers, use this time to make the big group photos. So please, contestants, go to the front of the stage.
I want to do Jojo.
Really good, really good.
Jöhetnek a tapsok, jöhetnek a kiabálások, jöhetnek a csatakiáltások. Thank you guys, thank you so much. Jöhetnek a fotók, és akkor ezzel itt a nagy színpadon el is köszönünk a cosplayereinktől, de még találkozhattok velük az egész rendezvény során, úgyhogy, illetve a holnapi Catwalk Competition is lesz, ha jól tudom.
Szeretném tovább népszerűsíteni a holnapi lehetőséget, mert most is látok sok nagyon jó cosplayt a nézőtéren. Holnap helyben nevezős Catwalk verseny, ahol inkább a móka lesz a középpontban, és nem csak épített, hanem vásárolt jelmezekkel is lehet jelentkezni. A lényeg az, hogy minél jobban visszaadjátok a karaktert a színpadon.
Úgyhogy még egy hatalmas taps, köszi srácok, és nagyon óvatosan egymásra figyelve elindulhattok majd lefelé. Thank you guys, thank you.
És aki szeretne a zsűritagokkal személyesen találkozni, látogassák meg őket ma 5 órától a kis pultjaiknál, vagy holnap szinte egész nap lesz rá lehetőség. Úgyhogy köszönjük még egyszer, hogy megnéztétek a cosplay shownkat.
Mi pedig egy tényleg nyúlfarknyi szünetet fogunk tartani, csak hogy visszarendezzük itt a színpadot, és már is robogunk tovább a következő és egyben utolsó beszélgetésünkre. Úgyhogy maradjatok velünk, mindjárt jövünk vissza.
With all due respect, we've been training for what, 2 months? And I haven't even worn the ring yet.
Don't get hung up on the jewelry, Junior. You're just a fucking substitute teacher. You're not ready to get up in front of the class until the ring says you are.
All right.
I could have died.
You want me to train you? I'm training you. Something is off here. I can feel it.
This is my town. You're a big shot. Noted. But stay the fuck out of my way.
Think she hates your guts?
It's the way she hates them.
This is a stupid plan.
Not that stupid.
That I don't doubt. The Green Lantern's oath is to protect people. And we both know I do a better job of this than you.
This is my job. As long as I'm alive, that ain't changing. So take a deep breath, Junior.
You're old. You're tired. And your time is up.
I don't understand. Who are you exactly?
Hal Jordan, Green Lantern.
Have you ever talked with the other Lanterns?
I'm the only human. They're aliens. One of them's a fucking squirrel.
You must decide what you want.
There's no turning back.
Do you know why I do this? Because I enjoy it. And I'm fucking good at it.
And so it begins.
Narrative is important. So you might as well control it.
Sir Duncan the Tall. How good a knight are you?
What's DTF?
Down to whoa.
How's that?
This is college. You get to reinvent yourself.
Hey, sailor.
Cock a doodle do.
If I can do it, you can do it. I got a really good feeling about this.
A few years after high school, I don't know if life was exactly what I wished.
You walk up into my house, and you don't even introduce yourself.
of my life.
Rhaenyra will do what she has to do. And what she has to do will be dire.
La seule règle qui compte ici, c'est qu'il y en a.
I trained my entire life for this.
You're not ready to get up in front of the class until the ring says you are.
Na mi a helyzet 2026 Comic Con Budapest powered by MVM? Can you make some freaking noise out there? De szépen alakul. Emlékeztek, amikor még a zsűritagok jól leoltottak titeket, hogy nagyon maximum egy ilyen 3-as alá? Szerintem volt ez egy ilyen 3-as fölé is most már, de mindjárt mutatok nektek egy olyan embert, akitől teljesen meg kell őrülni, majd ez lesz a feladat. Tudom, hogy nagyon nem szabad embereket megkérni, especially a nőket, hogy mosolyogjanak, úgyhogy én is próbálom összeszedni magam, de megtennétek, hogy tudom, hogy mindenki érzelmileg nagyon investált, és így a nap vége van, de én belőletek élek így érzelmileg, úgyhogy ha az van, hogy így make some noise, és örültök-e egymásnak, te meg így nézel rám, hogy így nagyon sok aláírást összegyűjtöttem, most már ne kérjetek tőlem ilyet, akkor így nehezen megy a buli. Fantasztikus napunk van, és az van, hogy most így ez a záró epizód, és nem kell nézni annyira szigorúan a visszaszámlálót. Úgyhogy most nem fogom így tökéletesen másodpercre kiszámolni, hanem ezt így kigurítjuk rendesen, amíg csak bírjuk. Ki az, aki holnap is velünk tart? Tegye fel a kezét. Így van! Hétvégi jegyek, let's go! Karakterbe lépek és szétküldjük, jó? De akkor most ennek 5-ösnek kell lennie. Fáradt már a csapat, látom, hogy néhányan nem is bírták tovább, leléptek, ők mondjuk nem is lesznek királyi testőrségtagok. Lúzerek, ugyebár. Nektek most bele kell, 2-szer annyira kell megőrülni. All right, Budapest. The thing is, you might not be ready for what's about to happen to you because, as you see, not every warrior is defined by the battle they win or the thunder they bring, but by the ones they carry within themselves. In a world full of dragons, power, and, obviously, shifting loyalties, this man brought to life a man torn between honor, desire, and the direst of consequences. A knight who stood at the center of it all, not as a king, but as something far more dangerous, dare I say. A man with something to lose. You know him as Sir Criston Cole, but today, that character of discipline, conflict, and raw human intensity is going to show another side of him, because today, you don't just meet the knight, but you are going to meet the person behind the armor. Ladies and gentlemen, on this very stage of Budapest Comic Con 2026 powered by MVM, we have none other than the man, the myth, the legend, Fabian Frankel!
Thank you.
What an absolute blast to have you here today.
Thank you so
And
much.
I know for a fact that you had the chance to check out this lovely city of ours. What are your experiences so far?
I went to see the castle, you know, the area, what's it, castle, thank you, brother. Hello, everyone. Yeah, we went to see the castles yesterday. I went to a bathhouse, which was sweaty. And yeah, I've done a bunch. I drank at a few good bars, had some Palenka, woke up hungover, and here I am.
And how long are you going to enjoy your company here in this beloved country of ours?
Well, it depends how much Palenka I get given while I'm here. But, you know, the more I drink.
These guys are excited. Yeah. Wonder why. Yeah. You also gave me a hint about the project that you are working on right now, and I know that we're not going to be able to discuss it in its entirety, but it seems like that it was quite, you know, easy for you to get here because you are doing some shooting these days.
Yeah, no, I'm shooting out here at the moment. I can't really say anything about it, but I am making a movie out here at the moment, which is we're shooting like 25 minutes from the center of Budapest. So I'll be here for the next month.
Okay, plenty of time to try to catch you, never being able to, but like doing our best. Unfortunately, just because we organize Comic-Con, we don't get a schedule to him, so it's not like gonna be selling other tickets to like other happenings throughout the country and the city. And we have a praise king here in Hungary. I told this to many actors today, and you mentioned that the industry is booming here in Hungary. From your perspective, from your point of view, what were your experiences?
I just find it amazing. Like, you know, I did a movie in Budapest 3.5 years ago in like the stark winter. It was freezing cold, and then I'm back, you know, 3 years later, and like last week, I don't know if, I mean, everyone was, I was like, are you guys here? Everyone lives here. But it was, you know, very hot, very sunny, very beautiful. Everyone out on the streets, drinking coffees and palenka, and so many cigarettes.
That's the smile we are looking for when it comes to showing palinka to someone abroad. Any favorite taste of palinka so far?
I did the raspberry one. It was very
sweet.
I mean, I think if by the third palenka, you don't know which one you're tasting.
I see that you had a chance to meet Hatho, the man who embodies the mountain. It was such a wholesome moment because I think you've never met each other before, right?
And it's quite sad actually because I also play a knight in the Game of Thrones universe. But when you stand next to him, you're like, all right, well, I'm fucked, you know. I'm so glad I'm not in the same show.
It was like he was a real car and you were the Hot Wheel next to it, right?
He's like an aeroplane and I'm like a tiny little helicopter. That
a tiny drone.
Yeah. And I always feel like I wear armor, you know, in the show, and it looks like but when you, and I'm like a normal height. He is a true, like, you know, exemplary human being. Blown away.
And his character obviously struggles with a different conflict than yours. And we had him, we had Chris Judge before, and they are embodying characters who had to, you know, not unleash the physical raw power of their characters. And then we arrived to Sir Kristen Cole. He is struggling with something else, not doing the best job, possibly.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree.
What is your take on dealing with a heartbreak? Like, is it the way to do it? Is it another way to do it? It's something that everybody has to go through, but I wonder, is there like a better way to do it than his?
You know, I think that like murdering a man at a wedding is probably not the best way to go about heartbreak. You know, I'd like to think that like I won't be murdering anyone anytime soon. But, you know, I think it's an odd thing because obviously when you're playing a character like that, you're trying the best you can to like understand the mentality of someone like that. So you find justifications for actions. You know, I watched this great interview with Christoph Waltz talking about playing Hans Lander, and I don't know if you saw it in Inglourious Basterds. He's like, they ask him, you know, how is it to embody such a villain? And he's like, I don't see him as a villain, even though he so clearly is. And so, you know, although I suppose Kristen Cole's actions are so questionable at times, you know, you do the best you can as an actor to find a way into that, and it's so eloquently written as a show. So a lot of the answers are in the text, but there's also, you know, I think in a weird way, someone described it, they said, you know, you put someone who doesn't belong in a world inside a castle and lock him there for 25 years, he's going to start to lose his mind a little bit. Not to mention falling in love with both queens, you know, shifting allegiance.
I mean, at least if you are breaking some vows, you want to go straight for the A's, right?
That's right. Come on, man. If, you know, if you're going to take some risk, take all the risk. And that's what he's doing. So.
When first I seen you in Game of Thrones related footage trailer, and I wasn't sure about the context, I was like, oh my God, are they going to film a young Robert Baratheon? I'm a huge Baratheon fan, not that anybody asked, but
same here.
I'm a huge Baratheon fan. And do you have a favorite house? Like, do you Do you connect with the franchise on a fan level? Is it for you? Is it just going through the POV of Sir Criston Cole, or do you actually experience the fandom as well?
I mean, I loved Game of Thrones. You know, when I was at drama school, I remember, like, you know, I'd just come out of drama school, and Game of Thrones was like the biggest show on TV. And I was, you know, you go around, and I was working like in catering, like, you know, for fancy events. And I remember, like, I was with my brother, and, you know, it was like someone asked me, a family friend, like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Well, I'm an actor." And my brother was like, "Dude, you're not really an actor yet. You know, you need to be in something like Game of Thrones." And then, like, 3 years later, I was like, "Psych, motherfucker."
How do you like them apples?
I was like, what about that? Nah, I'm only joking. But yeah, no, I was a big fan of Game of Thrones. Obviously, like, you know, everyone. It's the best, one of the best shows ever made.
So did you have a favorite house?
Yeah, I like the Martells a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, man, because they're Dornish, you know, like, that's my people right there.
Right there,
Pedro
okay.
Pascal. Like, if I grow a moustache, maybe, you know, no, it won't be as good as Pedro.
So you were, I can reckon, a big Oberyn Martell fan back in the day.
He was awesome, dude. Yeah.
So doing the first season, obviously, new material, new character to get into. But by the time you start shooting a second season, obviously this is a different vibe. Obviously the first time you sit next to the script of a second season, that's different. When you were going through the pages of season 2, was there like a vibe to Criston Cole, who yet again makes some questionable decisions? Did you have a moment where you're like, brother, again and again and again, what are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, you're always like reading the script going, oh, buddy, not again, dude. But I was, you know, I had such a good season in season 2, and I think, you know, Sarah, one of our writers, described that, you know, you only have so many POV characters that you're following their journey, and they're not serving so much someone else's. And I was lucky enough in the second season to kind of get my own path. Now, that path wasn't the biggest success, but, you know, it was cool to lead a war, albeit, you know, an ill-fated one. But, yeah.
You are taking an amazing role in The Tusk as well these days. Is there like an HBO family that we can talk about? Like, sometimes you have this feeling that there is maybe, like when you see Pixar movies and someone comes up with a theory that it's all connected, because if you look at that one toy and that car, and then they are making these hints. Sometimes I have this feeling that obviously these are different universes, but like, is there like an HBO family sort of thing, a vibe to these productions that like connected to each other?
You know, I mean, it's in a lot of ways, like, like anyone, I think HBO, no shade on anyone else, but I think HBO make the best TV in the world, and I think they have done for the last, you know, 25 years. So I feel immensely proud to have, you know, been able to work with them on 2 separate shows, and a lot of the publicity team for House of the Dragon is the same publicity team that was also on Tusk. So in that sense, there is a family. And it's the same, you know, the bosses are all the same, you know, the people that, like, choose whether we live or die are the same. So, you know, yeah, it's just they make such good TV because they care so much. And that's, you know, that's why they don't just make anything. You know, I think with some of these, at times there's so much commissioned at so many different studios, and I think HBO is so selective on what they make, and they champion filmmakers so much. And so I think if you're, you know, an aspiring writer or an aspiring producer, director, there's no studio you would want to work for more than HBO, and I feel the exact same as an actor.
A round of applause for the crew members out there at these amazing shows. Is there any position in a crew that you look at, have no idea about their business, but you admire them so much, the technicality, the courage, the vibe that they bring to the set?
Yeah, that's such a great question. You know, I think that there's a lot of hidden gems on a film crew. Like the stunt guys, the stunt men and women, like don't get any credit. And I'm like, you know, the Oscars has a category for just about everything. There is no category for best stunts. And I think that's wild because, you know, these men and women are putting their lives at risk so that we can look cool jumping out of an airplane, you know, because none of us are going to do it unless we're Tom Cruise. And so, yeah, I have huge admiration for them and the PAs who are the people, you know, who greet you in the morning, the first people there, the last people to leave, and they don't get anywhere near the credit they deserve. And so there's, you know, there's so many facets, and obviously, like, as the actors, we're put front and center as the vision of the thing, but we are, like, just a very tiny percentage of what makes these shows tick. And I really mean that. Like, you know, we do the least amount of work. That's the truth.
That's such a respectable way to put it. Some would argue that maybe saying the least job is extreme, but I always love when an actor comes out and says great words about the cast members. I'm looking at this particular picture over here, and I noticed that you are wearing your lovely white armor. And I've seen the new show, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, and then we see members of the King's Guard. This is the third show where you meet members of the King's Guard. Do you have this, the DiCaprio meme, you know, from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, but he's like, oh. Do you have like this, seeing any Game of Thrones material? Oh, that's one of us guys. What does it mean for you to be a knight?
Well, you know, like, I suppose from being such a big fan of Game of Thrones, you know, you look, especially like with being Hand of the King and stuff, which is, I suppose, the highest honor of version of that. Yeah, you know, you feel a sense of like camaraderie. Like I remember I've told the story so many times, but I met the actor who plays Jaime Lannister, Nikolai Coster-Waldau, like 6 months before filming House of the Dragon, and I was like, before the show had come out, and I was like, man, I'm kind of like you, not really. And I think he thought I was like completely making it up. We were in a bar, and he was like, all right, dude, relax. I was like, no, and I was drunk on Palenka, no. And yeah, you know, you feel a sense of camaraderie, but yeah, I mean, I'm very proud to be a member of the King's Guard.
We just had an interesting discussion with Chris Judge, and we started to talk about what it's like to be a man, because masculinity these days is dissected, and a lot of people have strong words for what a man should be. And we have a lot of male influencers and the Red Pill movement that says one thing, then women are saying another, and then actors are saying a third thing, people with families saying another. Do you have this sense of, because these are not popular topics these days, right? Honor, how to be chivalrous. Sure. When it comes to these kind of topics, what is it? Do you have any code that you live by? Do you have anything to say about manhood?
You know, I don't know if I can speak to manhood in its entirety, but, you know, I was raised by a single mother. I feel immensely, you know, like proud to be, I've been surrounded by women my whole life, and I've been surrounded by, obviously, men my whole life, as we all have. And I think, ultimately, if you show people respect, be they man, woman, transgender, anyone, like, you know, you should just show the same amount of respect to everyone, and people will show respect back. I think at the end of the day, like, we're at a time in society where everything feels so extreme, and we're all so, everyone seems so divided. And I think, ultimately, like, if you can shake someone's hand and look them in the eye and pay them the same amount of respect that you would want to be paid, then the world will be a better place.
Let's a huge round of applause for that. A love letter to this particular crowd, because they have been going absolute crazy throughout the whole day. Have you had your signing and shooting session?
Yeah,
yet?
I did some signing. I'm amazed, but I'm always amazed when I come to these things, like the level of effort that goes into these costumes. Like, it just blows my mind. You know, like I can't even change a light bulb. So, you know, yeah, I'm truly blown away.
What was your first event such as this? What was the first time that you actually had to face not just a few people who are rushing to you for an autograph? Wasn't like an event where somebody recognized you, or a press event where it's a lot of professionals, but like a huge Comic-Con-ish style of event where there are dozens of fans, hundreds, thousands?
It's a great question. You know, I went to San Diego Comic-Con right before the show was out, so no one really knew any of us.
Okay.
And I remember, like, all I heard was someone go, like, that guy plays Kristen Cole. I hate that dude. Like, okay, nice to meet you. But you know, I guess that, you know, the book has its own way of.
When you first realized that you're gonna be Kristen Cole, did you know that you are going to take the Joffrey part, the Joffrey lane, a bit?
Well, a bit. I mean, no. I did know a bit. I mean, I'd read the book. Obviously, I read, like, you know, certainly our section of Fire and Blood that applied to the House of the Dragon arc. I had an idea. Like, I remember Ryan sitting me down and saying, you know, he's gonna change. I didn't know what that meant, and I do now. But yeah, I mean, it's funny because you I suppose when you're playing the part, you don't even see it that way. Like, I'm sure that the actor who played Joffrey didn't see him just as this kind of like one-dimensional, even though we have this idea of what they are. And I kind of feel like that about Kristen Cole. And certainly what I think they did so well at the end of the second season was like edge an arc of understanding the why of this person. Mm-hmm. And I think that makes it so, you know, it's so interesting.
There is definitely a whole nother dimension for Kristen Cole. What I was trying to say is that the reaction from fans could be similar.
Yeah,
because
totally.
You know, in that state of mind, the fans are quite simple people. Every single one of us, including myself. Like, we have to put everybody into categories, fictional characters.
Sure.
Unfortunately, real characters as well.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose in a weird way, I'll be very interested to see, like, as the next 2 seasons of Dragons unfold, how people's opinions on these characters shift, because I think they innately will, you know, as seasons 3 and 4 come out. So I'm excited for people to, you know, recalibrate in a sense.
What we love, there are many aspects that we love about a good HBO show, flagship HBO shows, but one of them is obviously the custom design, is that they are just going out their way to make the perfect vibe and sets. And it's always these great attributes to characters. Now, if we look at the task and we look at House of Dragons, obviously one of them is a fantasy set and obviously the other one is a detective set, but like, what is closer to your heart right now? It's not a personality test, but what is it that you are vibing more these days? Donning a Kevlar armor and a 9mm, or like a knight's armor and a great sword?
Jeans and a t-shirt, man.
Jeans and a t-shirt, man, every day.
No, it's so different. The world is such a big factor in House of the Dragon. So the costumes, the sets, it's not set in our world. And that's why I think people love it so much. Why people love fantasy so much. It takes you completely out of your own head. So, like, if I want to be somewhere that is not here for the day, I'd much rather go watch a Lord of the Rings or a Game of Thrones or, but then if I want to, like, get into some grittier shit, I'm going to be watching, like, True Detective and, Mayor of Easttown or something like that, so...
Yeah, when I first saw the first trailer of your show, I was like, man, I have to go back to first season of True Detectives. It's something that I every now and then have to do. Not everybody know here that you have experience behind the camera as well. Could you tell us about those ventures and how does one experience changing the other? What is the evolution behind this?
Yeah, it's massively. I directed a music video for some friends of mine. This was like 2.5 years ago, and my brother produced it. And we've done now a couple of jobs together, and we started up our production company last year, and we've got a bunch of projects on the go at the minute. But, we're actually producing something that Ewan Mitchell, who plays Aemond, is starring in, that's going to be out at the end of the year, which I'm really excited for people to see. But, I think, and I'm so grateful that I got to be behind the camera because, and I know I said it earlier, but like actors are just such a small part of what you're thinking about. And I think as an actor, in your head, you're like, oh my God, you put too much self-importance on your, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that the actors aren't massively important, but it's like if you, when you're directing or producing, you're thinking about like 50 different departments, and every department needs an answer on something. And yes, what's happening on camera in the moment is the pinnacle thing that it's going to end up riding on in your edit and stuff. But in the lead up to that, there's so many other things that need thinking about. And I suppose what it makes you want to do as an actor is be as easygoing as humanly possible on a film set, because the last thing you need is a stroppy actor to ruin your day when everyone else has been hustling to kind of make the day go, you know?
How does directing affecting your acting? What is changing ever since that?
It just makes me not like acting. I don't know, you know, I love being an actor, but I don't know, I think there's a real freedom that one has where I think acting is so much ownership on oneself. You know, you just are thinking about yourself and your performance and it's quite a sort of self-involved gig to a degree. And I think being a director really takes you out of yourself. And especially with directing music videos, I've directed 2 of them, and the idea of getting to create something that, you know, exists in your head and then exists on screen. Like I'm doing this movie at the moment, and I won't say too much about it, but the concept is so out there. And our director has, and her husband who wrote it, like they have come up with this crazy movie that existed for like 3 years in their heads. And every day I go set and they're like, oh shit, this is just what I thought it was gonna be. And I think that like that is such an amazing feeling that you just can't get as an actor. You know, you just don't have that realization thing because you're so inside yourself, you know? Yeah.
Any great directors that, I almost said, would you recommend to us? but like, what are your comfy movies that you return to just to make sure that you get through a hard day or a hard night?
Well, my comfy movies are slightly different to the directors. Not to say that I wouldn't love to make one of these, but there are movies I don't think I could ever be in that I like love, like, you know. Like, my comfort movies with my brother were like The Mask of Zorro.
Okay.
And, you know, The Incredibles and Harry Potter. And,
woo!
Yeah, The Mask with Jim Carrey. But, you know, there are like filmmakers like Paul Thomas Anderson or Alejandro Iñárritu or Guillermo del Toro, you know, that I would like give anything to work with. I mean, and the list goes on and on. Grego, I mean, you know, I could go on, but yeah.
I really loved that you mentioned that one dude who was like, "You're not an actor yet."
Yeah.
Being an actor right now, how do you handle actors who are not actors yet approaching you? How do you? What is the message that you are sending to people who are right now working at fancy events, who are right now dreaming of becoming a Knight of the Seven Kingdom, a member of the King's Guard? What is your message for people out there struggling to make it one day?
Such a great question. You know, this is always my advice is it takes time, man. It just takes time. And I think if you want to be an actor because you want to be famous, then you're in the wrong profession. I think you've got to want to do this so badly that nothing else matters. And I think if you work hard enough for long enough, I really believe it will happen. But there's no, it's not a shortcut. There's no, and don't get me wrong, like you can get luck, right? Like my grandma had this amazing quote. She said, luck comes knocking at everyone's door, but if you can't get off the couch to open it, it will go knock somewhere else.
Love that one.
And I thought that was like, that's what I feel this industry is. It's so much luck. There are so many actors I went to drama school with who are so much more talented than I am. And I mean that not in like a, you know, sort of, to sound, you know, self-deprecating or anything, like genuinely more talented than me, and it's just it's luck. A lot of it is luck, but I think if you can stick it out long enough, you know, luck will in some capacity come calling.
I love that. I've seen a new show, a Marvel show, Wonder Man, and there is this scene where the Ben Kingsley character goes to the main lead. They are both playing actors who cannot make it in Hollywood just yet. And he says it to him that you are an actor. Your job is not to go to auditions. Your job is not to take the part. Your job is not to go to the shooting. Your job is to experience life all the time.
That is the truest.
And I wonder, you're mentioning that you're going to be here for a month. Obviously, that is like a lot of time. And a lot of from that time is being on set, doing the thing. But then there is a shit ton of time when you are not on set, not doing the thing. What is it that you experience outside of the set usually? And I'm not talking about Budapest, I'm not talking about the city, but I'm talking about on a more existential level. What is it that in between sets you usually try to experience, you usually try to do?
It's a great question as well. Thank you, Gregory, for that. It's, I live life, man. You just got to live life. You just got to go and do everything. Say yes to things. Like, just say yes to everything as much as you can, because, like, you won't regret the things you did. You'll regret the things you didn't do. Because those are the things where you sit in your room and you go, oh, man, I should have fucking gone to that thing. You just don't know who you're going to meet, where you're going to end up, the conversations you're going to have. And it's true, like, being an actor is just lived experience. You know, the more you do, the more you've got to go through heartbreak. You've got to, like, you've got to go through the ups and downs of life, because that's what you're trying to portray to a degree on screen and make people believe, that you are this thing or going through these things. And I think if you haven't gone through a lot and you've been sat in your room, and we're at a time in this generation specifically where people are on their phones the most. And by the way, I can be like that. I'm not sitting here on a high horse. Like, I have my days where I can be on my phone and my computer. But if you don't get up and out, you will just live in this like fantasy version of life that I think won't serve you. Fall in love, fall out of love, go to the movies, go to the theater, go to galleries, speak to people, have conversations. There's nothing more amazing. There's nothing more amazing than the people you meet. That's the one thing I will say. Wherever you go in the world, there are amazing people everywhere. Sorry, this is like a fucking hype up speech. All right, fine. But I really do believe that. Like, there are amazing people everywhere, and if you don't get up and meet them, you're never going to know what they were like.
It is really about other people. By the way, you are constantly referencing other Jim Carrey movies. For example, Yes Man. He just did a Yes Man reference, right? What is the number one thing you would like to, as a farewell to this beloved crowd for today, say? Because most of these guys are going to be here next day for the second day of Comic-Con 2026. And it is about other people. It is about meeting other people. What is your number one advice when you are at such a lovely event? How to approach other people?
Oh, man, just smile. Smile goes a long way.
Smile goes
just smile.
Fabian, thank you so much.
Thank you.
With that great smile of yours, with that great smile of you people, we are closing in on the first day of Budapest Comic-Con 2026. Thank you, man. What an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
This is us closing this section. Nagyon szépen köszönjük, hogy itt voltatok velünk. Szét fogjuk tolni a környéket holnap is fantasztikus színpadi beszélgetésekkel. Azt javaslom nektek, hogy gyertek el holnapi... Ennek milyen jó fejlem, hogy megállt. Another round of applause for this man. Toljuk szét holnap is a környéket. Nem tudok már semmi szépet meg jót mondani nektek. Csodálatosak voltatok, könnyítettétek mindenkinek a munkáját, aki itt a színpadon dolgozott. Én már csak annyit szeretnék kérni, hogy a lenyűgöző vendégek mellett a szervezők és a többi csodálatos kérdező és műsorvezető is kapjon egy hatalmas nagy tapsot. Különösen a srácok, akik fennülnek a technikai pultban. Köszönjük szépen, holnap találkozunk. Köszönjetek, hogyha hazaértek. Csóka családnak. Sziasztok!
Where were you?
Alicent came to Dragonstone.
She...